Chapter 268. War Trample. The strongest mammoth raised its head and roared. Its voice resounded throughout the battlefield. It raised its two thick front legs and stomped down heavily. Boom. A muffled sound, like a muffled thunder in the winter, was low but shocking. The hard ground was cracked by the war mammoth, and a yellow light spread out from the war mammoth's body. The surrounding human knights only felt the ground shake, and the war horses panicked. For a moment the charging formation was disrupted, and some war horses even lost their footing and fell. More than 200 war mammoths used war trample at the same time. It was as if an earthquake had occurred on the battlefield. The human knights who were in the middle of their charge were interrupted. Bursting fireball. Orange-red fireballs flew out from the human front line and smashed into the mammoths. The fireballs exploded and a scorching heat wave spread out. The mammoths that were hit by the fireballs cried out in pain. The flames continued to burn their bodies, and the intense pain made these mammoths very crazy. They charged left and right and directly threw off a few orcs on their backs. Under the burning flames, the mammoths became even crazier. They even collided with another mammoth next to them. The two mammoths collapsed. The battle became more and more tragic. The human knights suffered heavy casualties. The mammoths were huge creatures with thick skin and thick flesh. They were also wearing simple iron armor. Their impact was unparalleled. These mammoths had thick skin and thick flesh. Ordinary soldiers wouldn't be able to cut through them even if they were armed with sharp weapons. Only a knight-level expert could pierce through the mammoth's defense with the help of the horse's impact. Even so, they could only penetrate a few inches into the mammoth's skin. This kind of injury wasn't fatal to the mammoths. Moreover, the mammoths had been fed many kinds of magic potions by the orc shamans. Their vitality was very strong. The mammoth's powerful trunk swept out, sending a knight flying for over 10 meters. There was an obvious dent in his chest armor made of fine iron, and blood gushed out from his mouth. There were even pieces of his internal organs mixed in the blood. It was obvious that he would not be able to survive. The sharp tusks of the mammoth were even more ferocious and terrifying. Any warhorse that was struck by the tusks of the mammoth would have its stomach ripped open. The body of the warhorse would also be sent flying. Even the plate armor of the knights would be easily torn apart by the mammoth's sharp tusks. Apart from that, the mammoth's most powerful weapon was its stomp. With a weight of more than 10 tons, both the rider and the horse would be trampled into meat paste. The spearmen and swordsmen on the mammoths weren't to be trifled with. They were usually the bravest warriors in the tribe. Their average strength was at the knight rank. Some of them were even at the level of a grand knight. The long weapons in the hands of these orc warriors were long. Although the speed of their swings was a bit slow, they were unstoppable. When they chopped down, many of the charging knights were cut in half by these orc warriors using these long weapons along with their armor. The human archers kept shooting at these mammoths. Wave after wave of arrows rained down. However, the damage caused by these arrows was almost negligible to the mammoths. When the arrows pierced their skin, it looked more like the mammoth's long hair. After seeing the limited effect of attacking the mammoths, many knights began to aim at the orc warriors on the mammoths. Although these orc warriors weren't weak, they didn't have the thick skin of the mammoths. Their armor couldn't withstand the powerful attacks of the knights. For a time, the casualties of the orc riders began to increase. The battle had reached its climax. The orc army relied on the charge of the mammoths to tear apart the human army's defensive line. Behind the mammoths, a large number of orc soldiers followed closely. The human knights stubbornly blocked at the front, but the two flanks were gradually unable to resist. Originally, the human reinforcements had traveled a long distance. After arriving at the battlefield, they didn't even rest and directly entered the battle. This was a cruel test of the soldiers' physical strength. In the face of the orcs' charge, the human army's counterattack was powerless. The two flanks of the human army were defeated by the orcs' attack. Seeing this, the nobles of Cult City couldn't sit still. If the reinforcements outside the city were defeated by the orcs, Cult City wouldn't be able to hold on. The only reason Cult City didn't collapse was because they knew the kingdom's reinforcements were about to arrive. If the reinforcements failed and retreated, Cult City would lose foreign aid. Without reinforcements, the morale of Cult City would collapse. When the orc army besieged the city, Cult City would most likely fall. Seeing this, Marquis Airy quickly made a decision. He took the initiative to attack. As the strongest lord of the northern provinces, Cult City's strength was still very strong. It didn't take long for more than 2,000 knights to gather in Cult City, including Gavin's knights. This was the strongest mobile force in Cult City. The tightly shut city gates opened with a loud bang. Then 2,000 knights formed a steel torrent and rushed in like a flood breaking through a dam. The knights purposely took an arc and rushed in from the side of the battlefield. The orc army didn't even have time to adjust before they were torn apart by the human knights. The unstoppable orc army's attack was stopped in an instant. Damn it! Seeing the sudden appearance of the human knights, Rogue thus was enraged. Originally, there were more than 80,000 orcs on the battlefield. They died in the siege. Because of Sullen's attack from the rear, more than 10,000 orcs were mobilized. Now there were only 60,000 orcs left. Facing the human army of 100,000 orcs, except for the soldiers guarding Cult City, the rest were all on the battlefield. Cult City didn't send out any infantry. Instead they sent out a group of knights. The orcs' victory was once again tipped back to balance. An old orc riding a wild bull appeared on the battlefield. The old shaman looked wobbly as if a gust of wind could blow him away. However, as soon as he appeared, a strange energy began to gather. Powerful elemental energy quickly gathered. A few flashes of light flashed on the old orc's body. A yellowish energy barrier appeared on the surface of his body. The wind blew fiercely, and a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky. The dark cloud seemed to have a life of its own as it kept spinning. A large amount of lightning flashed in the dark cloud vortex, and a large amount of lightning swam in the air. Under the cover of the dark cloud, it was like the end of the world. Not good. Went's expression changed drastically. However, before he could react, bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the dark cloud. Thunderbolt. Lightning flashed, lighting up the entire battlefield. Hundreds of lightning bolts struck down, and the human knights below the dark clouds were instantly hit. Lightning flashed and a large amount of lightning jumped on these knights. The powerful lightning power slightly melted the armor on their bodies. This space turned into a thunder prison in an instant. The space was completely filled with thunder and lightning. 200 to 300 knights were directly submerged in this thunder prison. They were blasted into charcoal by the power of thunder and lightning in the sky before they could even let out a scream. Many craters were formed on the ground. Countless bolts of lightning were like thunder snakes, spreading to the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. The metal armor of the humans was the best conductor of lightning. The power of lightning flashed quickly on the bodies of these soldiers. These soldiers were electrocuted until their bodies convulsed. A burnt smell appeared on the battlefield. A large number of soldiers directly fell to the ground, losing all signs of life. This spell was like the might of the heavens. The entire battlefield was speechless at this moment. Even legendary knights couldn't do this. Only spellcasters could release such amazing power. This was also one of the reasons why wizards could achieve such a high status. Seeing the scene on the battlefield, Went's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He roared and his aura continued to rise. The long spear in his hand danced quickly. A mammoth's head was directly pierced, and its huge body fell to the ground. Went didn't hesitate at all. He led a team of knights and himself turned into an arrowhead. They formed a conical formation and rushed towards the shaman. The legendary knight was unstoppable. Whether it was orcs, mammoths, or orc warriors, none of them were a match for him. Everywhere he went there were corpses. At this time, a strong orc also led people to meet him. The orc was holding a giant axe. He roared and a violent aura spread out from his body. It was the chief of the orcs, Rakthus. The two legendary powerhouses noticed each other in an instant. Both of them didn't intend to dodge. Instead, they sped up and rushed towards each other. Like a comet colliding, a loud noise sounded on the battlefield. A violent energy escaped from the two of them, and directly pushed away all the people and objects within a radius of 10 meters. No matter if it was an orc or a human, they all consciously avoided this place. Under the full power of the two legendary powerhouses, even a little bit of leaked energy would cause serious injuries. In serious cases they would even lose their lives. As a legendary knight of Florence, Went's strength was naturally tyrannical. Rakthus wasn't weak either. It would take a long time for the two of them to decide the winner. Seeing that Went was entangled, the old orc prepared to cast another spell. Bursting Flame. A storm. Thunderstorm. Spells were cast one after another. Although it wasn't as powerful as the previous spell, its power wasn't weak at all. At the same time, the human wizards around were also casting spells quickly. Chain Fireball. Chain Lightning. Wild Wind Blade Dance. A large number of spells swept across the battlefield. A fireball exploded in the formation of the orcs. Even if they had scattered in advance to avoid it, more than a dozen of them still fell to the ground. Most of them were dead and the rest wouldn't live for long. In such a fierce battlefield, there wasn't much difference between being seriously injured and dying. Chapter 269. While the battle was going on in Cult City, Su Lin had already left Blackstone Fortress with his army. He didn't plan to be the main force in this battle, but he could still get some benefits from it. In a battle of this scale, a few thousand people from northern Battlefront City wouldn't even be able to cause a few ripples. Therefore he had to be careful. On the battlefield of 200,000 people, the flames of war spread for more than 10 kilometers. Su Lin did not get too close to the battlefield. At this time, all kinds of elemental energy were constantly released on the battlefield, which made Su Lin feel frightened. The orc shamans had already made their move, and the human wizards were not backing down either. Su Lin could already sense at least 4 legendaries on the battlefield. As soon as the orc shaman made his move, a middle-aged priest stepped up. At the same time, more than 10 wizards stepped up to help. Even so, they could barely hold on. Fortunately, the remaining adepts and priests were much more powerful. They gradually suppressed the orc shamans. Su Lin's heart shook when he saw the beastman mammoths charging. These things were simply weapons of war. If these 200 mammoths were to charge at the Northern Citadel's army, then even if the Northern Citadel's army could resist them, they would suffer heavy losses. It was even possible that the entire army would be wiped out. 1 or 2 of these mammoths were easy to deal with, but once there were enough of them they would be unstoppable. Su Lin was curious about the orcs' plan. He didn't expect them to have such a trump card. If Marquis Winter didn't make a prompt decision to lead his knights forward, the entire human army would have been crushed by these mammoths. If the orcs had 500 mammoths, even Marquis Winter's knights wouldn't be able to hold on. These mammoths were powerful creatures on par with the land dragons. Although the human knights managed to stop these mammoths, they still suffered heavy losses. Out of 3,000 knights, it would be a miracle if a third of them could survive. No matter how this battle turned out, the Kingdom of Florence had suffered heavy losses. Compared to the battle between the orc chief and Marquis Winter, Su Lin focused on the battle between the orc shaman and the human wizard priests. Both were legendaries, but the shaman was powerful enough to suppress a legendary priest and several great wizards. Other than being able to use divine spells, this shaman was also a wizard. His casting speed was shockingly fast. Bursting Fireball. Hold Human. Disintegrate. Dimensional Slash. One spell after another was cast. The humans were even running for their lives. There were even a few warriors who joined forces and used counterspell to interrupt his smooth casting. However, it was obvious that 3 of the magi were pale, and traces of blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. This was the backlash from counterspell. Their intelligence was lower than the orc shamans. Fortunately, the human spellcasters outnumbered the orc shamans. Together with the priests from the temples, the human spellcasters had a slight advantage. After the 2,000 soldiers from Cult joined the battle, the balance of the war finally shifted in favor of the humans. More than half of the 200 mammoths had fallen under the fearless attacks of the human knights. The humans had also paid a heavy price. On the right side of the battlefield, the elite beastman warriors were brandishing their heavy spiked clubs as they broke through the human defensive line. These fearless beastmen endured the spells and charged forward. Many of the beastmen had already been burnt black, but they were still crazily swinging their spiked clubs. Some wolf riders wandered around the edge of the battlefield. Since Su Lin killed 3,000 orcs, there were only 4,000 wolf riders left. These wolf riders swung their machetes and followed the orcs into the human formation. Then, they tore the human formation apart bit by bit. The human spearman formation was directly broken through by the wolf riders. In a short period of time, the human spearmen were divided into a dozen groups. If there were no accidents, these human spearmen would soon be devoured by the orcs. However, at this moment, fireballs fell into the wolf riders. The violent explosion sent more than 10 people flying. A wolf rider instantly twisted his body and hid beside his wolf. The wolf was blasted into a bloody mess on the spot. He was also sent flying for more than 10 meters and fell heavily. Before he could struggle to get up, a long spear had pierced his throat. With the support of the wizards, the human spearmen launched a counterattack against the wolf riders. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a loud sound was heard. Roges's figure descended from the sky and swung his giant axe. Marquis Winter held his spear with both hands to block, but the result was that he was sent flying a few meters away with his spear. The orcs could suppress the humans in terms of strength. This was true even for legends. The only human race that could compete with the orcs in terms of strength was the barbarians. Marquis Winter stomped hard on the ground to stop himself from falling back. He then roared and rushed up. A flash of light flashed on his body, and the wind created by his spear was ravaged by him. Dang dang dang. Sounds of collisions rang out one after another as intense energy surged out from between the two of them. Under a series of rapid attacks, Rogessus couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit. However, the injuries weren't serious. The fierce battle also made Marquis Winter's hand that was holding the spear slightly tremble. Very good, I'm going to twist your head off and use it as a wine vessel. The orc chief roared with blood all over his body. Marquis Winter let out a low roar. All the muscles on his body bulged and twisted blue veins appeared. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes as he said, "You will become my stepping stone to become stronger." Bloodthirsty rage. The orc chief roared and the energy on his body rose again. His eyes had turned completely red, and his already tall body began to expand again. Brr. Rogessus looked at Winter and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He then rushed up with his giant axe. The giant axe tore through the air and swept over with a sharp whistling sound. There was not a single soldier within a few dozen meters of the two sides. This kind of battle was not something that anyone could interfere with. Anyone who got close might be implicated. In his berserk state, Rogessus' strength became even more powerful. As soon as Winter came into contact with him, his entire body was pushed back by a powerful force. Facing this situation, Winter's expression changed, and the energy in his body also erupted. Even so, he was still pushed back by the orc chief's attacks. Following the orc chief's roar, the giant axe heavily smashed down. Winter's expression changed greatly and he rolled forward to dodge. The giant axe smashed into the ground, and a 10-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. After dodging this attack, Winter didn't relax at all. The spear in his hand flashed with light. Berserk assault. His body suddenly sped up several times, and before Rogessus could completely turn around, he instantly stabbed out. The distance of 10 meters was crossed as if he had teleported, and the spear fiercely stabbed into Rogessus' back. A sharp pain came and Rogessus waved his arms, and a fierce expression flashed across his face. Whirlwind slash. His gigantic body spun rapidly under the influence of the giant axe. He didn't seem to care about the terrifying wound that the spear had left on his body. The giant axe swept out horizontally, causing blood to splatter everywhere. A figure quickly retreated, but even though he was already moving at an extreme speed, the sharp giant axe still swept across his chest. Marquis Winter's body flew back and he rolled before crouching down. A large amount of blood gushed out from the terrifying wound on his chest. The white bone stubble made one's heart tremble, and one could even clearly see the squirming organs inside the wound. This attack almost cut Marquis Winter in half, but the orc chief didn't have it easy either. A terrifying wound appeared on his back and one could even see his spine. However, with the powerful body of an orc, this kind of injury wasn't fatal. Soon, the surrounding muscles contracted, and the wound gradually stopped bleeding. At this moment, the Beastman chieftain let out a crazy roar as he brandished his great axe and rushed towards Marquis Winter. The great axe was as big as a millstone and it looked like a light toy in his hands. Winter's face changed when he saw the giant axe coming towards him again. The wound on his chest had greatly affected his body's flexibility, which was very deadly in battle. While Winter was in a tough battle, the human army began to counterattack with the help of the wizards. The 200 war mammoths had all been killed, and the human knights had also suffered heavy casualties. However, without the war mammoths, the remaining human knights began to charge again. The orcs no longer had any powerful soldiers that could stop the charge of the human knights. The knights of Cult City had merged with the reinforcements, forming an army of 2,000 knights. The knights charged again like a flood of steel, rushing towards the orc army with unstoppable momentum. The orc warriors swung their spiked clubs wanting to fight back, but the warhorses rammed into their chests. The full body armor of the warhorses carried a force of a few tons. Even the strong bodies of the orcs could not withstand it. The ribs in front of their chests were directly broken, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Then the orcs were trampled by the huge hooves of the horses. The charging knights carried an unstoppable momentum as they charged into the orc army. The orc army was retreating under the charge of the human knights. Spells exploded one after another, and the orc army was on the verge of collapse. Even if the orcs resisted with all their might, they were still like waves in the ocean when faced with the charge of the human knights. They were so insignificant. More orcs began to retreat. P.S. I forgot to post after writing. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Chapter 270. The orc army began to crumble. With a charge of 2,000 knights and all kinds of spells from the wizards, the orcs finally couldn't hold on any longer. In fact, the human army had also reached their limit. In fact, if it wasn't for Su Lin defeating the orcs in the back and forcing the orcs to send out another 10,000 men to stabilize the rear, this battle would have continued for a while. Now that they had lost 10,000 men, the orcs were clearly not strong enough. As time passed, the humans' attacks became stronger and stronger, and the orcs' counterattack became weaker and weaker. The army was collapsing like a mountain. At the same time, the battle between Marquis Winter and Raucus had reached the most critical moment. Haha, did you see that? Your orc army has been defeated. If you surrender now, I can consider letting you live. Marquis Winter laughed as he saw the orc army crumbling. He looked a bit miserable right now. Although the wound on his chest was no longer bleeding, his fighting power had decreased a lot. Really? As long as I kill you, the human army will lose their commander, and the orcs will be able to turn the tide. Raucus said coldly. Raucus, I admit that you are very powerful. I am not your opponent, but it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Marquis Winter's face slightly changed. At this time, a terrifying power suddenly emerged from Rogessus's body. A blood-red radiance seemed to have materialized as it enveloped his body. Blood kill cut. The blood-red light quickly spread on his body and wrapped around the weapon in his hand. The dazzling blood-red light covered his vision, making him look like a red lightning bolt. A red light flashed across the sky. It looked like it teleported and directly appeared next to Winter. The giant axe in his hand left behind a series of afterimages as it slashed across. Everything happened so suddenly. Winter only made a few dodging gestures, but the giant axe had already swept past him. Everything in front of him was split apart. Raucus' speed was beyond human vision. In the next second, Marquis Winter was chopped in half by the giant axe. Plop. Whence tall body fell to the ground and Raucus slowly got up. His breathing was very rapid and his expression was very tired. The hand that was holding the giant axe was even slightly trembling. The back that was no longer bleeding ruptured again, and blood gushed out like a fountain. It was obvious that the attack just now had also caused him to suffer heavy injuries. You've been raised for a long time, but you haven't experienced a battle of deep thought. You seem to have forgotten how to fight. Didn't your teacher tell you not to talk too much in battle? Rogue thus raised Marquis Winter's head and said slowly, Don't let your guard down until the battle is over. After killing Went, Rogus grabbed his head and roared, Went is dead. The deafening sound instantly spread throughout the battlefield. Even in the chaotic and noisy battlefield, this sound could be heard clearly. The human army that was chasing after the orcs suddenly stopped when they heard this voice. Don't believe his lies. At this moment, a gentle and deep voice sounded in their ears. The voice was like a spring breeze, making them involuntarily choose to believe him. Continue to attack and drive these orcs out of our homeland. The hesitant human army no longer cared about anything else and continued to pursue the orcs. On the other side of the battlefield, a few figures in wizard robes looked at the chaotic army in front of them and said, Duran, luckily you made a move in time. It's just a pity about Marquis Winter. A wizard in a red robe next to them said with pity. When they saw Marquis Winter die in battle, these wizards knew things were not going well. They immediately used a spell to amplify and hint to minimize the impact of Marquis Winter's death. Seeing that the human army did not collapse as he expected, and instead continued to chase after him, Raucus's face finally changed. However, the general situation of the battlefield could no longer be changed by him alone. If he was a legendary wizard, he could cast a powerful area of effect attack spell, then there would still be a chance. However, the only one who had this ability, the great shaman, was tightly entangled by the priest and several wizards. As long as he wanted to cast a powerful spell, those wizards would immediately counter it with spells. The great shaman couldn't do anything at all. Although Rogus killed the problem, he was also like an arrow at the end of its flight. How many people could he kill by himself? The entire battlefield was collapsing. The orcs had lost their momentum. Rogus took a look at Cult City and turned to leave. His body was not in a good condition and he was severely injured. Su Lin had legendary strength, but once the orcs were defeated, he would be surrounded by the humans. He knew things were not going to work out. Although he was extremely angry, he still chose to retreat. After making up his mind, Rogues thus led the orc army to retreat, while the humans chased after them. With Rogues thus leading the orc army did not collapse. As the orcs retreated, they left behind a large number of corpses, creating a horrifying scene. The human army also suffered heavy losses. In fact, if you only looked at the number of casualties, the human casualties were much higher than the orcs. The orcs left 30,000 corpses here, while the human casualties were as high as 50,000. In the following battle, the orcs left another 6,000 corpses and got rid of the humans. The human army did not continue to pursue. Winning this war was also very thrilling for the humans. Moreover, these soldiers were already tired from the journey and had experienced a fierce battle. If it were not for the support of the priests, these human soldiers would have been unable to hold on. After the orcs were defeated, some people could not hold on anymore. Therefore, the humans did not pursue the orcs. After the cruel battle, they also needed time to rest. However, in Cult City, some nobles did not intend to let go of this good opportunity. In the battle that just ended, these nobles did not go to the battlefield. They hid in the city and watched. Now that the orcs were defeated, these nobles finally had the courage to rush out of the city and pursue the orcs. After winning, the human army began to seize the time to reorganize. At the same time, the death of Marquis Winter cast a shadow over this victory. As the most important legendary figure of the Florentine royal family, his death greatly damaged the strength of the Florentine kingdom. At the same time, there was a slight deviation in the original balance. The Florentine kingdom was not dominated by the royal family alone. There were many nobles who had the right to inherit the throne. Among them, the three strongest electors were not as strong as the royal family, but they were not much weaker. In the past, the Florentine royal family had two legendary figures. Now, with Winter's death, they had lost their absolute advantage. The victory of the battle made the human army excited, but Winter's death was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. A legendary powerhouse had died so easily in this battle. The next morning, the human army had an early breakfast and continued to pursue the orcs. Marquis Winter was still very popular in the army. Because of his death, many of the human army shouted for revenge and began to counterattack the orcs. In addition, since the start of the battle, the humans had lost more than 100,000 soldiers and the hatred between both sides was very deep. The orcs were not any better. Including the orcs killed by Su Lin, they lost 50,000 to 60,000 people in this battle. The remaining soldiers were basically all injured and their morale was low. But fortunately, the orcs left 10,000 orc soldiers in the rear camp in advance. With the addition of these fresh troops, the orcs did not collapse all the way. In fact, due to the reluctance of the nobles in Cult City, the orcs seized the opportunity and launched an ambush. After the battle, the soldiers of the nobles in Cult City suffered heavy casualties. If it weren't for the arrival of the human army, the nobles in Cult City might not have been able to return alive. After being ambushed by the orcs, the nobles finally behaved themselves. With the addition of the 10,000 orcs, the human army stopped pressing the orcs in order to avoid more casualties. However, the humans still had the advantage. After the orcs retreated, the human army began to occupy the cities that were previously occupied by the orcs, as well as the gold, silver, and jewelry that the orcs plundered. In order to speed up their retreat, the orcs didn't bring the valuables with them. Instead, they only transported the food that they plundered. The large amount of wealth made the generals jealous. According to the original plan, the nobles who abandoned the cities and fled would be stripped of their territories and redistributed to the generals who had contributed to the kingdom to increase the strength of the royal family. However, this would definitely be opposed by the original nobles. This resulted in the conflict between the Kingdom of Florence's army and the Kingdom of Florence's army constantly recovering the lost territories. Su Lin wasn't concerned about the conflict between the Kingdom of Florence's army. Instead, he was paying attention to the orcs. After the orcs suffered heavy losses, they retreated all the way to the north. As they brought along large amounts of food, the orcs retreated slowly. Other than the difficulty of surviving in the northern wilderness, the orcs also launched this war to obtain large amounts of food. In the beginning, the orcs still had thoughts of occupying this place. However, after this huge defeat, that thought disappeared completely. Now their plan was to snatch enough food to return to their homeland. In order to transport the food back, Rogus personally led his men to buy time. Sullen's target this time was this orc chieftain. The orc chieftain was severely injured in the previous battle and had yet to recover. In the last battle, Su Luan obtained a legendary skill point and a lot of good things from the platinum treasure chest. This time, if he could kill Rogexus, he would at least get a platinum treasure chest. This level of things couldn't be obtained so easily. Chapter 271. At night, there was not a single ray of light in the sky. Even the stars were covered by thick dark clouds. Bonfires had already been lit up in the orc camp. More than 5,000 orcs were led by Rogessus to cover the rear. At this moment Rogessus was feeling a little uneasy in his simple tent. Although they had suffered heavy losses in this attack on the human kingdom, the food they had obtained was enough to feed the entire tribe for a year or two. They had also killed a legendary human figure, which made the enemies behind them feel a lingering fear. Without a legendary figure chasing after them, Rogessus didn't put the humans in his eyes. However, he was feeling very restless tonight. About 10 kilometers away from the orc camp, Sulin was observing the movements of the orcs through the strategic map. Among the red marks there was a purple mark. It was the orc chieftain Rogessus. Time slowly passed. When he turned on the magic clock, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. This was the time when the orcs were sleeping the most, and also the time when they were most vulnerable to sneak attacks. Let's begin. Sulin looked at the time and said to Alex. Alex was already prepared. Under her command, the harpies that were resting in the trees immediately woke up and flew towards the orc camp under her lead. These harpies had lived in the underground world for a long time, so they had night vision. They were completely unaffected in this kind of dark night. 3,000 harpies flew into the sky under Alex's lead. They then identified the direction and flew towards the orc camp. After the harpies set off, Sulin also led the rest of the troops and began to move. In order to deal with these orcs, Sulin had brought more than half of the northern city's army. It wasn't easy for an army to march in the dark. Luckily, many of the northern city soldiers had night vision, which greatly reduced the difficulty of marching. Under the effect of magic, the sound of thousands of soldiers marching was minimized. The northern city's army wasn't slow at all. It only took them 10 minutes to cover the distance of 10 kilometers. Just as they arrived, the harpies launched their first wave of attack. 3,000 harpies flew to the sky above the orc camp. Then a large number of simple incendiary bombs filled with kerosene, charcoal, and white sugar fell from the sky. These incendiary bombs shattered when they hit the ground, and the kerosene inside them rose up to a meter high. This kerosene had charcoal and white sugar added to it, so it was very sticky. Kerosene splattered everywhere and ignited the surrounding tents. The sleeping orcs were startled awake, and those who were slow to react were quickly engulfed in flames and burned to ashes. A large number of Molotov cocktails fell from the sky like a meteor shower, filling the sky with flames. Sulin gave each of the harpies 10 Molotov cocktails. The 30,000 Molotov cocktails consumed all the kerosene in Northgard City. Even more than half of the white sugar produced this month had been consumed. However, the effect was very good. Many beastmen woke up and tried to put out the fire, but they quickly discovered that these flames weren't ordinary flames. Many beastmen who were infected by these flames kept rolling on the ground, trying to put out the fire, but the result was that the flames spread all over their bodies. A few beastmen who wanted to help were also caught by the flames when they approached, scaring them into running away. A large number of beastmen screamed and frantically tried to put out the fire. In the end, in just a few breaths, these beastmen were turned into human-shaped torches. The entire camp was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. More than 30,000 Molotov cocktails were quickly thrown down. The harpies who had completed their mission began to evacuate under Alex's lead. Rogessus was awakened by the noise outside. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the entire camp was engulfed in flames. Seeing this situation, Rogessus made a prompt decision and immediately led his people to rush out of the camp. As soon as they arrived at the camp, they saw a group of well-equipped soldiers waiting outside. The flames in the camp were constantly burning. There weren't many options left for them. If they didn't want to be burned to death, they could only rush out. Despicable humans, I'm going to kill you. A large number of orcs were burned to ashes in the flames. Rogessus' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. When he saw the humans blocking his way, he roared and rushed out with the rest of the orcs. Archers. Rain of arrows. Seeing the orcs rushing up, Sulin didn't have any expression and directly ordered. The archers of the northern city immediately started shooting at the front gate of the camp. Arrows rained down from the sky. Because these orcs were under fire attack, they didn't wear any protective gear. Facing this kind of dense rain of arrows, they simply couldn't resist. When the rain of arrows fell, a large number of orcs were directly shot into hedgehogs. Only a few powerful orcs relied on their weapons to deflect the arrows. The orcs who rushed out of the camp suffered heavy casualties in an instant. After that, the archers didn't stop and continued to shoot. Although it wasn't as dense as before, it was still continuous. After a short while, hundreds of orcs fell on the path of the charge. When Rogessus saw a large number of orcs being shot to death, his eyes were completely bloodshot. His expression was ferocious like a crazy beast. He lightly covered his eyes with his arm and completely ignored the rain of arrows in the sky. He then accelerated and rushed towards the army of the northern city. Sullen's hand shook, and the purple dragon halberd suddenly appeared. In the next second, his figure appeared at the front of the army. Facing this kind of legend rank expert, even if he was injured and couldn't use his full strength, it was still not something that could be stopped by anyone below legend rank. If he rushed in, the army of the northern city would definitely suffer heavy losses. Lightning constantly jumped on his body, and there were also large amounts of lightning arcs jumping on the purple dragon halberd. As he continued to move forward, the lightning became more and more intense. Legend rank? Seeing Sullen's performance, Roctus's scarlet eyes slightly shrank. He didn't expect the humans to send another legend rank expert so quickly. This caught him a little off guard. If he was in his peak state, he wouldn't be afraid of any legend rank expert. However, with his current combat power, it was hard to say who would win against this legend rank expert. So what if you are a legend rank expert? If I can kill Went, I can also kill you. Seeing the lightning flashing on Sullen's body, Roctus roared and then accelerated towards Sulen. As Roctus roared, he actually directly waved his giant axe and cut open a wound on his body. Then scarlet blood gushed out from his body. As if it contained some kind of powerful magic. After the blood appeared, it burned like kerosene. Roctus looked at Sulen with a crazy expression. The flames on his body were naturally not real flames, but they were much more powerful than real flames. Blood flame. It was said that only some strong people could use this powerful skill. This skill could provide a large amount of power for a short period of time, but the side effect was also very strong. This was a kind of power that burned one's life. Every second consumed one's life. Although the lifespan of a legend rank expert was several times that of an ordinary person, very few people would use this skill. However, for Roctus he had no choice but to use it. If he didn't use it today, then it was very likely that he would never be able to use it again. Since that was the case, he would naturally use it to fight with his life. If he failed, then everything would be over. If he won, then naturally it would be better. The red blood flame wrapped his whole body, and even his weapon was wrapped in a layer of blood flame. In this case, Roctus naturally wouldn't waste time. He charged towards Sulen. Seeing the orc charging towards him, Sulen didn't hesitate. A powerful lightning energy emerged from his body. Thunder domain. Strong lightning exploded and directly lit up the night sky. Sullen's body was completely wrapped in lightning energy. He really looked like the god of thunder from legends. Facing the orc charging towards him, Sulen was not afraid. He directly moved his body and rushed forward. He couldn't dodge. Once he dodged, Roctus would rush into the army of the northern city. With his blood flame activated, all the soldiers of the northern city were no match for him. At that time, even if he killed Roctus, the army of the northern city would also suffer heavy losses. The crazy fighting spirit combined with his huge body and the power of a legend rank expert allowed him to deal crushing damage to any enemy below the legend rank. With the support of the blood flame, he was confident that he could kill that human with one strike. Boom. The millstone-sized axe was swung by him as if it was weightless. He directly chopped towards Sullen's head. It was a simple move, but it gave people a feeling that it was impossible to dodge. Sullen's halberd swept around, and a powerful lightning energy appeared in an instant. A huge rumbling sound was heard as Sulen firmly blocked Roctus' attack. Every orc that reached the legend rank was a master of battle. Their experience of reaching the legend rank step by step moved even Sulen. These orcs had killed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Whirlwind slash. Red blood flame appeared on Roctus' axe. It was like a huge burning torch. The sharp edge of the blade was hidden in the fire, and it directly chopped towards Sullen's head. Lightning weapon. The originally powerful lightning energy suddenly exploded. The lightning energy within Sullen's body crazily revolved. At this time, the purple dragon halberd was completely wrapped in lightning. In the next second, the two weapons collided once again. Bang, bang, bang. War roar. Sulen roared and the sound instantly exploded. The soldiers near the battlefield felt their vision turn black, and their ears were ringing. They felt dizzy and it took them a few seconds to recover. Roctus, who was the closest to the battlefield, was the one who suffered the most damage. His body stiffened. Sullen's long spear swept horizontally, and directly deflected the axe away. He then slashed a terrifying wound on the opponent's chest. Chapter 272. Sullen's halberd swept across and left a bloody wound on Roges's chest. The fine armor on Rogessus' body was cut open without any resistance. His tough skin was also cut open. Even the blood flame on his body was cut open, but it recovered in a breath's time. Bolts of thunder and lightning jumped on Su Luan's body and weapons. A rolling thunder cloud had appeared in the sky, and bursts of thunder came from the sky. Rogessus looked at the thunder clouds with fear. His eyes were filled with blood light. The injury made him even crazier. Roar! There was a flash of blood, and the blood flames on his body surged once again. The giant axe in his hand slashed down with a sharp whistle. Originally, the physical quality of the orcs was very high, and they could easily suppress warriors of the same rank. Coupled with the skills they had honed through countless life and death battles, this orc chieftain was also a powerhouse in the legendary rank. Whirlwind slash. Rogessus' giant axe was wrapped in a layer of blood-red flame. The sharp edge of the axe was hidden in the flame. It was fiercely chopping towards Sullen's head. The entire space seemed to be within the attack range of the giant axe. Sullen's eyes flashed. Facing Rogessus' attack, his body seemed to have already predicted the trajectory of the giant axe. He dodged it by a hair's breadth. Rogessus' full-strength attack did not hit the enemy, and it directly hit the ground. Naturally, it was very difficult to change the trajectory of an attack with such ferocious strength. Moreover, it was very easy for an opening to appear in the next attack. Rogessus used his full strength to directly hit the ground. The giant axe directly split the ground with a loud rumble, leaving a deep gully in the ground. The surrounding ground became a complete mess. Sullen's body flashed, and he had already arrived at Rogessus' side. He then fiercely waved his halberd. The halberd drew an arc and fiercely stabbed towards Rogessus' back. If this attack hit, the purple dragon halberd could easily pierce through his heart. Moreover, the lightning power on it would destroy all of Rogessus' internal organs. Sensing the danger, Rogessus' body directly rolled forward due to the inertia brought by the giant axe. The purple dragon halberd only left a wound on his back. Feeling the pain from his back, Rogessus roared and instantly pulled back the axe in his hand. The axe carried an imposing aura as it fiercely chopped down. Spinning slash. Su Luan immediately stopped his pursuit. He held his halberd horizontally in front of him. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Su Luan felt a huge force coming from the weapon. In fact, in this kind of head-on battle, heavy weapons had a clear advantage. Although the great axe was a common weapon, there weren't many people who could use it well. Many people were full of flaws when using it. When facing a rapier or other agile weapon, they often couldn't hit their opponents, or their opponents would seize the opportunity to counterattack. However, the orc chieftain in front of him had already mastered the great axe to the point of perfection. Even Boulder and Johnson were slightly inferior to him in this aspect. His attacks were powerful and heavy, and he didn't have the sluggishness of a heavy weapon. His movements were quick and he didn't give you a chance to counterattack. Stab. After blocking Rogessus' heavy attack, Sullen's expression didn't change at all. Countless streaks of lightning enveloped him, and these streaks of lightning would injure anyone near him. For example, Rogessus would be attacked by the streaks of lightning in the air every second. If an ordinary person was in this kind of environment, their body would be paralyzed by the streaks of lightning, and they wouldn't be able to move. However, these injuries didn't have much effect on Rogessus. Most of these attacks were blocked by the layer of blood flames on his body. The purple dragon halberd pierced towards Rogessus with a streak of lightning. The orc chieftain raised his great axe like a shield, and the broad surface of the axe directly blocked half of his body. Sparks flew everywhere as the purple dragon halberd and the great axe collided. A huge force was transmitted, and the two of them couldn't help but retreat. Su Luan took a step back and stabilized his body. Then he rushed towards the orc chieftain again. Rogessus was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by this huge force. When he saw Su Luan rushing towards him again, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. He roared and ignored the purple dragon halberd that was pointed at his chest. The great axe in his hand spun around and chopped towards Sullen's head. Su Luan frowned slightly when he saw that Rogessus was going to perish together with Su Luan. Although he was confident that he could stab Rogessus in the chest before his attack arrived, there was only a 30% chance that he could dodge the axe. Su Luan didn't want to seriously injure Rogessus, who had long been regarded as a big EXP gift pack. Although he knew that this was Rogessus's plan, Su Luan had no choice but to change his strategy. The purple dragon halberd was raised and blocked the great axe's attack. Rogessus's eyes flashed with a tyrannical light. The great axe in his hand drew an arc and chopped towards Su Luan again. Sullen's halberd swept horizontally and blocked the attack again. Rogessus didn't care about it at all. He used the rebound force to increase the speed of the great axe in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds rang out. Rogessis' attacks were like a storm, getting faster and faster. The red flames on the giant axe kept spreading to the purple dragon halberd. However, as soon as it touched the halberd, it was torn apart by the powerful lightning power. Clang. Sullen's body flickered with lightning and blocked all of Rogessis' violent attacks. The orc chieftain's strength didn't have the slightest advantage in front of Su Lin. In terms of agility, Su Lin could easily leave him in the dust. Even with the legendary physique, Su Lin couldn't hold on for long under Rogessis' powerful attacks. Soon, Su Lin felt that the strength in his hands had weakened, and the frequency of his attacks was no longer increasing. Sensing the weakening of his attacks, Sullen's pent-up anger instantly exploded. Just a moment ago, he was suppressed by Rogessis, who had gone berserk. After a short burst of power, he became weak. Rogessis' attack just now could seriously injure a legend with lower strength. If they were unlucky, it wouldn't be surprising if they were killed. Heroic, powerful lightning instantly burst out from Sullen's body. The purple dragon halberd in his hand became a weapon made of lightning. The lightning swept across and directly sent Rogessis flying. It also left a charred wound on his chest. Countless lightning snakes burst out from his body. It was as if he was being pierced by thousands of steel needles. Damn human. The great pain made Rogessis' body tremble. Although Rogessis had already gone berserk, this state couldn't block out the pain. Surin's cold eyes didn't change in the slightest. The battlefield was filled with the desperate roars of the orcs. At this time, the whole camp had completely turned into a sea of fire. Barbarian warriors and heavy armored spearmen surrounded the whole camp. All the orcs that rushed out were killed by them. The archers in the back were constantly lighting arrows and then throwing them in. From afar, the orc camp looked like a huge bonfire. The roars of the orcs before they died made Rogessis even angrier. The blood flames on his body became more and more vigorous. This showed that he was burning more of his life force. In order to defeat Su Lin, Rogessis didn't care about anything else. If this continued, even if he defeated Su Lin, he would die because of the exhaustion of his life force at the end of the battle. But at this time, Rogessis had no other choice. Just when he was about to burst out again, Sullen's figure flashed and rushed up. Rogessis waved his axe and used the same move again. He wanted to use the same move as before. But this time, Su Lin was already prepared. His body quickly moved around his attack and continued to attack from the side. Facing Sullen's sudden change of move, Rogessis also changed his move. But his speed was far from Sullen's rhythm. The sky was filled with lightning constantly flashing around Rogessis. The powerful electricity gathered and pierced through the blood flames on his body. Under the constant attack of the lightning, the blood flames on Rogessis' body were constantly scattered. Blood kill cut. In the face of Surin's rapid attacks, Rogessis was completely exhausted. He naturally understood that if he continued, it wouldn't be long before he would be exhausted to death. Seeing this situation, Rogessis made up his mind and once again used the move he used to kill Marquis Winter. A bloody light suddenly appeared. Rogessis completely ignored Sullen's attack. His body was like a red lightning bolt as he quickly rushed towards Su Lin. How could Su Lin, who had already seen this move, not be unprepared? Although the attack was sudden, he seemed to have predicted it in advance. His body instantly dodged. Sixth sense. The sixth sense that he had just obtained not long ago once again worked. He successfully dodged Rogessis' attack. Then he exerted strength in his arms and twisted his waist. The purple dragon halberd swept towards Rogessis' chest. Although blood kill cut was fast, it was more of a straight line attack. It was impossible to dodge Sullen's attack. Then, the purple dragon halberd carried a powerful lightning power and instantly struck Rogessis' body. Rogessis' huge body flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. Su Lin didn't stop. His body followed closely behind. The purple dragon halberd in his hand continuously struck at Rogessis' vital points. For a moment, several wounds appeared on Rogessis' body. The heavy axe chopped down, creating a crack that was more than a few meters deep in front of Su Lin. Su Lin, who had dodged the attack by sticking close to the edge of the axe, didn't hesitate at all. He exerted strength in his feet and directly moved his body a distance of nearly 5 meters. Silver Dragon Inverse Scale Spear. Su Lin fiercely stomped on the ground, creating a crater on the ground beside him. Then his body shot out like lightning. He rushed over from Rogessis' left side. The purple dragon halberd in his hand transformed into a silver dragon. The dragon's entire body was composed of lightning. It carried an indomitable aura as it pierced towards the enemy's heart. The threat of death came, causing all the hair on Roges's body to stand on end. His heart rapidly beat. When he saw the mighty move in front of him, a feeling of unstoppable welled up in his heart. In this situation where he couldn't dodge, Rogesis didn't dodge. He had made up his mind to give Sulen a ruthless blow even if he had to die. Bloody flames instantly gathered on the axe. Like a burning torch, it directly appeared in front of Sulen's path. Chapter 273. Sixth Sense. Time seemed to have stopped. At that moment, the thunder dragon swung its tail, and the purple dragon halberd's tail hit the giant axe with amazing skill. It directly swung the axe away, and then it rushed towards Rogessis without slowing down. Lightning exploded, and the lightning dragon directly pierced through Rogessis's body. All the lightning disappeared and blood crazily gushed out. Rogessis's tall body stiffened on the spot, and in the next second, a powerful lightning exploded from his body. Countless electric snakes shot out from the orc chief's body. Then Rogessis's sturdy body fell down with a loud bang. Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated the orc army. You have obtained an epic victory. Your name will spread throughout the human kingdom and the northern wasteland. Prestige plus 25. Annihilation of the orc army, August 1687 of the Wuxia calendar. The orcs in the north retreated. You led the army of the northern town to ambush the orc army in the stony wasteland. With the help of the Harpy's flying ability, you launched a fire attack on the orc camp in the early morning. A large number of Molotov cocktails fell, and the orc camp was engulfed in a sea of fire. Under these circumstances, the orc chief tried to break out of the encirclement, but you were able to stop him. Moreover, during the battle you were able to kill the orc chief Rokthus. You have been detected to have killed 2 legendary orcs. You have received the title Orc Terminator. Your relationship with the orcs has been reduced to mortal enemy. You have obtained the goodwill of the Kingdom of Florence. Your prestige in the Kingdom of Florence has been increased. Your relationship with the Kingdom of Florence has been raised to respected. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed the orc chief Rogessis. You have obtained 34,850 EXP. You have obtained a platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a legend skill point. Congratulations, host, under your command your army has successfully defeated the orc army. You have obtained 8,930 EXP. You have obtained 2 gold treasure chests. You have obtained the item Dark Iron. Congratulations, host, your EXP is full. You have leveled up. You are currently level 25. You have obtained 1 gold treasure chest. You have obtained 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Ding. After a fierce battle your weapon proficiency has increased. Your gun proficiency has reached 255. Beastman Terminator. Title, Acquisition Requirements. Automatically acquired after killing 2 legendary beastmen. After equipping this title, attacks against beastmen will be increased by 15%, deterrence towards beastmen plus 3, chance of beastmen escaping on the battlefield plus 3, chance of enraging beastmen. Following the fall of the orc Rokthus, Sullen's ears continuously rang with system notifications. This battle was still very risky for Sulen. After all, he didn't expect Rogessis to have the ability to burn his life force, which could greatly increase his combat power. As for the rest of the beastmen in the camp, they were all dead by now. After the Harpy's airstrike, the camp had turned into a sea of fire. Some of the beastmen were burned to death, while the rest died trying to break out of the encirclement. The camp was surrounded by the northern fortress city. The beastmen were no match for the elites of the northern fortress city. Even though they tried their best to break out, they still failed. Sir, are you all right? A guard came to Sullen's side and asked. I'm fine. Bury them all, Sulen ordered, then turned around and left. After all the beastmen were dead, the archers had already stopped shooting. The army of the northern fortress city began to clean up the battlefield. The corpses of the beastmen needed to be buried on the spot, and the weapons needed to be retrieved. The fire in the camp only went out when the sun rose in the east. After waiting for another 2 hours, the temperature had completely dropped. Only then did the army of the northern fortress city enter the camp to clean up the battlefield. After the fire, most of the beastmen's corpses were turned into charcoal. Tents, leather armor, food and other supplies were also burned. The only thing left was some iron equipment. However, most of the iron equipment was burnt black and some were even completely deformed. The iron armor was also burnt black. The soldiers of the northern fortress city didn't care about these weapons and equipment. so they could only bring them back to the forge to be reforged. Now that the northern fortress city had gray dwarven blacksmiths, the quality of their equipment had significantly increased. Many of the weapons and equipment had already reached +1 rank even if they weren't enchanted. After arranging for people to clean up the battlefield, Su Lin began to look at his loot. Killing the Beastman chieftain gave him a platinum treasure chest and a legendary skill point. Defeating the Beastman army gave him 2 gold treasure chests, and leveling up gave him a gold treasure chest. Currently, there were 4 platinum treasure chests and 3 gold treasure chests in his inventory. Apart from that, there were also 2 pieces of dark iron. Su Lin calmed himself down and washed the bloodstains off his body. Only then did he open his inventory and open the treasure chests. 4 lights flashed one after another, and the sound of a system notification rang in Sullen's ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened a platinum treasure chest. You have received a legendary soul crystal. Congratulations, host. You have opened a gold treasure chest. You have received the item Stardust. Congratulations, host. You have opened a gold treasure chest. You have received the item Commander's Tally, Crossbowman. Congratulations, host. You have opened a gold treasure chest. You have received the item Wonder Blueprint, Sky Garden, Arcane Garden. Hearing the system notification, Su Lin began to look at the items this time. The most valuable item was naturally the legendary soul crystal. This was a purple crystal that was slightly bigger than an egg. The crystal was very transparent, and it was filled with powerful soul energy. This item could be used as a currency in the multiverse. Many powerful creatures in the multiverse needed this item. It was also very precious to Su Lin. Many powerful legendary magic items required it to be made. However, Su Lin did not plan to make any legendary items now. He planned to use this soul crystal on the Sorcerer Tower. Hathaway's Sorcerer Tower was still under construction. Although there was still a long time before it was completed, it was time to put the tower spirit on the agenda. Whether a Sorcerer Tower was strong or not depended on the tower spirit. In a legendary sorcerer's Sorcerer Tower, a legendary tower spirit was the standard. A Sorcerer Tower may have several tower spirits. These tower spirits were the managers of the Sorcerer Tower. They helped the sorcerer manage the Sorcerer Tower and assisted the sorcerer in various experiments. At the same time, they could command the Golem army or the Sorcerer Tower's weapon system to fight back against the enemy when the sorcerer was not around. The tower spirit was directly related to the strength of the Sorcerer Tower. Making a tower spirit required at least a high-grade soul crystal. However, this kind of tower spirit was only a low-grade tower spirit. Its ability was limited. Even during the Arcane Empire, this kind of tower spirit was not recognized by the Arcanists at all. Only the legendary tower spirit made of a legendary soul crystal was a true tower spirit. The tower spirit made of a high-grade soul crystal was more used to make the Golem auxiliary system. During the Arcane Empire, the golems could be loaded with abilities such as precision strike, defensive defense, and so on. The sorcerers did not understand this technology, so the golems now did not have the special abilities of the ancient golems. Su Lin naturally did not intend to use a low-grade tower spirit. Otherwise, it would be a waste to build such a legendary sorcerer tower. Now that he had a legendary soul crystal, he was naturally ready to use it. It was said that during the Arcane Empire, the tower spirit of the floating space city required a demigod tower spirit to operate. After putting away the soul crystal, Su Lin picked up the rest of the things. Stardust sand was a kind of material from the astral world which was very valuable. After all, this thing could only be collected in the astral world or found a space crack to take the risk of collecting it. Stardust sand was an essential item in the production of many magic props. Now that Su Lin did not have the strength to go to the astral world, this thing was naturally very precious. In addition to the Stardust Sand, this time Su Lin once again got a commander's seal. This commander's seal was a crossbowman. The crossbowman could be said to be a very powerful and fragile troop. The reason for its strength was that once a large number of crossbowmen formed a crossbow formation, they were completely a killing machine on the battlefield. Even the heavy cavalry would suffer heavy losses. The fragile side was that a single crossbowman or crossbowman was very easy to be restrained. Once close, the crossbowman's lethality was even worse than the archers. However, these shortcomings still did not change the fact that crossbowmen were a powerful troop. After using the commander's seal, Su Lin got a complete crossbowman training method and also the method to make crossbows. Of course, now he only had the most basic method to make crossbows. In fact, crossbows could be upgraded on this basis. The range and power of crossbows could be improved, or it could be upgraded and transformed into a repeating crossbow. However, unlike other troop classes, the upgrade of crossbowman was more about the upgrade of the crossbow. To upgrade the crossbow, he also needed to establish a weapons bureau dedicated to the study of crossbows. At the same time, this weapons bureau could not only study crossbows but also large ballistas. After understanding the recruitment conditions of crossbowmen, Su Lin decided to start training crossbowmen when he returned to Northern Town and set up a weapons bureau. Compared to archers and spearmen, crossbowmen were easier to train and form a fighting force. As long as there was a crossbow, even a militia trained for a week could form a strong fighting force. Of course, crossbowmen had many shortcomings. The most obvious one was that they were expensive. It cost 100 kinnur to train a crossbowman, most of which was the cost of the crossbow. Another problem was that crossbows were slow to fire. Su Lin was also surprised by the blueprint he got from the last chest. This blueprint recorded all kinds of information about building the Sky Garden of Wonders. The Sky Garden was also known as the Arcane Garden. This kind of building required mana and was very difficult to build. Su Lin looked at the materials needed to build it and was shocked. This thing required a lot of magic crystals, magic gems, high-quality marble, and obsidian as raw materials. However, after it was built, it would gain a lot of attribute bonuses. The most obvious one was that it increased the chances of newborns in the territory having the potential to become a wizard. Just this attribute alone made its value double. Chapter 274. It was not easy to become a wizard. Only one out of hundreds or thousands of humans had the potential to become a wizard. Based on this probability, there were only a few people in North Town City who had the potential to become a wizard. Once the wizard tower was built, the northern town would need many wizards. Wizards recruited from the outside would not be as useful as those he trained himself. The cost of building the Sky Garden was very high. Moreover, he was still missing some key materials. He could only slowly collect them in the future. After putting away the items in the treasure chest, Su Lin casually added the 2 free attribute points he obtained from leveling up to Vitality. After his attribute points reached 50, he needed 3 attribute points to increase 1 attribute. He still needed 1 attribute point to increase his strength. Therefore, Su Lin planned to increase his other attributes first. After adding the attribute points, Su Lin's vitality reached 38 points. Apart from the attribute points, he was left with 5 skill points. After looking at the skills, Su Lin spent 4 attribute points to upgrade morale, beginner, to advanced. The effect was simple and brutal. It directly increased the morale of an army by 30 points and temporarily increased their strength by 10% for 6 hours. With the remaining skill points, Su Lin spent 100,000 kinnur to purchase the Half Moon Slash skill from the shop. He then learned the skill. Half Moon Slash. Release your energy according to a special technique. Release a crescent-shaped energy slash, dealing great damage to the enemy. Maximum range is 500 meters. Level requirement, 25. Half Moon Slash could be upgraded to 3 Sun Moon Slash and 5 Moon Slash. The effect of this skill was to summon 3 or 5 Half Moon Slashes respectively. If this skill was learned to a certain level, it would be extremely useful on the battlefield. Su Lin had just met the requirements to learn the Half Moon Slash. After using up all of his skill points, Su Lin only had 1 legendary skill point left. However, he did not have any suitable skills or talents to use. If he wanted to level up forbidding magic, he would need 2 legendary skill points. It was not worth it to level up his other talents. Legendary skill points could only be used once the talent reached a certain level. Some talents were in a state where they could not be leveled up. He could only wait until the next time he killed a legendary powerhouse to upgrade his forbidden magic skill. It was not easy to kill a legendary professional. Su Lin had successfully killed him several times on the battlefield. If it was a lone legendary master, even if he could not defeat him, there was still a high chance that he could escape. Legendary spellcasters, for example, could teleport away if the situation was not good, unless they used dimensional anchor or spatial imprisonment in advance. However, most of the time, those legendary masters would not give you the chance to use these at all. After putting away the items, Su Lin left the camp alone. There were a lot of weathered rocks in the stony wasteland, but there were very few trees. Su Lin found an open area and began to try using the Crescent Moon Slash. The energy in his body revolved according to the technique of the Half Moon Slash. Soon, a crescent-shaped energy slash flashing with lightning appeared in front of him. In the next second, this energy blade flashing with lightning flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the energy blade passed, Everything in front of the crescent-shaped energy blade was cut in half. The energy blade flew for a distance of 500 meters before slowly dissipating. Su Lin came to the side of a rock that had been cut in half. The cut in the rock was smooth and neat like a mirror. Even a weapon with sharpness enchantment could not achieve this kind of power. Next, Su Lin tested the half-moon slash. After testing, Su Lin had a sufficient understanding of this skill. When releasing the half-moon slash in his best state, Su Lin could release it 50 times. The attack power of the half-moon slash was stronger than his normal attacks. However, although the half-moon slash was fast, it could still be dodged. Su Lin tried to control the movement of the half-moon slash, but after expending a lot of effort, he could only slightly change the direction. If he wanted to make the half-moon slash move according to his wishes, he would need to upgrade it again. After testing the new skill, Su Lin returned to the camp. At this time, the battlefield had been cleaned up. There were not many spoils of war from this battle, but no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat, and it could not be wasted. Although the North Town's income was high, the expenses were also high. Not to mention other things, just the repair of the mystery mirror would cost at least millions of kinnar. After the construction of the Wizard Tower, the restoration of the Mystery Realm, and the third phase of the North Town City project, the treasures that Su Lin had obtained from the Grey Dwarf were already running out of money. There was also the Sky Garden that was going to be built next. After all these calculations, Su Lin became a pauper again. In addition to these, there were also military expenses, equipment expenses, and so on. In the past, it was not so bad because the barbarians did not need to spend money. Now that there were more soldiers, it was impossible not to pay them. This was a huge expense. As expected, developing a territory was a series of business that lost money. Su Lin complained with a face full of sorrow. Not long after Su Lin returned to the camp, a drow rushed in and reported, "My lord, we caught some spies." "Spies? Spies from there?" Su Lin raised his eyebrows and asked. "Spies from the Kingdom of Florence. They found the fire here last night and sent someone to check it out today," the drow explained. Su Lin thought for a moment and said, "Bring them here." Yes. Soon, a few human soldiers with swollen faces wearing the red and blue military uniforms of Florence came to the camp. "Which army are you spies from?" Su Lin glanced at these people and asked. "We belong to the Silver Lion Legion under Marquis Lancelot." When these guys were caught, they were taught a lesson by the drows. With the training skills of the drows, they were very obedient now. "Marquis Lancelot." Su Lin nodded. He had heard of Marquis Lancelot. This marquis was not a feudal noble. He belonged to the palace noble and could be said to be one of the most trusted people of King Henry. After a series of inquiries, Surin also figured out the current situation of the human army. After Marquis Winter's death, Lancelot took control of the army as the vice-marshal of the army and continued to fight the orcs. However, after the bloody battle outside of Cult City, the army suffered heavy casualties. Now they were in a state where they were afraid of the orcs and the orcs. Therefore, the human army did not press on, and the northern nobles wanted to drive the orcs out as soon as possible. However, not long ago they were taught a lesson by the orcs and suffered heavy losses, so they could only rely on Marquis Lancelot. Su Lin thought for a moment and let these spies go. Then he asked them to pass on a message to the nobles of the Kingdom of Florence. After all, he had helped them so much. These people should at least express their gratitude. After sending a soldier to follow these people to the human camp, Su Lin was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he let the army continue to rest. After receiving Sullen's invitation, Lancelot still had some doubts, especially when he heard that Su Lin had killed the orc chief. Fortunately, Su Lin asked someone to bring the giant axe used by the orc chief. Only then did these nobles believe that Rokthus was dead. After all, for a legendary figure, a weapon was something that they valued as much as their life. After hearing Sullen's invitation, these nobles hesitated for a while before agreeing. However, they requested to bring an army. Su Lin had expected this, so he agreed immediately. At noon the next day, these nobles were escorted by more than 300 knights and servants to the agreed place. Su Lin had already set up a simple tent there and left a few soldiers to serve as attendants. "Nice to meet you, Lord Su Lin," Lancelot greeted Su Lin. Lancelot was a conferred knight. He was powerful and handsome, and it was said that he was very popular among the noble women in the imperial capital. After meeting him, Lancelot was a handsome man in his 30s. However, he was still a level lower than Su Lin. "Nice to meet you, Marquis Lancelot." Su Lin waved at him. "Lord Su Lin, I've heard a lot of your name during this period of time." Lancelot got down from his horse and walked over quickly. giving Su Lin a warm hug. "Ah, is that so?" Sullen's expression was a little stiff, but he was doubtful. "Could this guy be gay? To think that he's so warm on our first meeting. Should I keep my distance from him?" "Of course. Some of the nobles who escaped to Cult City told us about how you attacked the Beastmen's logistics. I heard that you defeated an army of 20,000 Beastmen with very few casualties. Back then many people didn't believe it. Now that you've killed the Beastmen's chief, Rocthus, I think no one will doubt it anymore." Lancelot's handsome face had an exaggerated expression as he kept on praising Su Lin, not stingy with his compliments. Even Su Lin blushed a little when he heard this. However, he did not feel embarrassed at all. If it were someone else, the first impression he gave off would be that he was a bootlicker. However, when it came from Marquis Lancelot, there was no such feeling at all. As expected, those who could make a name for themselves in the imperial capital were not simple people. Su Lin understood Marquis Lancelot's background. To be honest, this Marquis did not come from a good background. As an illegitimate son, he could not inherit the family name. However, he now had a title that far surpassed his father's. Although this title did not have any land and only a few manors, it was still very shocking. This is all luck. Moreover, Marquis Winter also contributed to killing Rocthus. If it wasn't for Marquis Winter, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill this Beastman's chief, Su Lin said politely. This isn't luck. Even if it's an injured legend, it's still a legend. Lancelot smiled at Su Lin. As a conferred knight, he knew how powerful a legend was. All right. I reckon that you'll become the subject of songs by wandering poets soon. Lancelot winked and smiled. Chapter 275. Think about it. Nobles who establish their own territories, then defeat the orcs and kill the orc chieftain. Many knight novels are based on this, but they are all fake. Yours is the real deal. I think it won't be long before many knights come to you. Su Lin was not interested in this. As for the knights who came to him, most of them were either powerful or the second son of a small noble family. Basically, they all wanted a piece of land. He had no intention of accepting these knights. After all, the knights in Northern City were not ranked. Give them a piece of land? Su Lin would be an idiot if he did that. All right, let's not talk about this. Come in and eat, Su Lin said with a wave of his hand. I'm also very interested in the food in Northern City. Su Lin led Lancelot and the other nobles into the tent. The food was already prepared. Although they were in a military camp, the food prepared by Su Lin was quite good. The cooking skills of the military camp's chefs were also trained by the halfling Frodo. Although they were not as good as the halfling, they were much better than most human chefs. Su Lin also prepared a barbecue. He hunted a gazelle in the wilderness and marinated its tender parts with spices. When it was time to eat, he directly barbecued it. Soon the aroma of the meat filled the tent. Finally, when the barbecue was served by the chefs, some green vegetables were placed on a silver plate as accompaniment. On the silver plate, the red meat was wrapped in a layer of sauce. The edges were slightly burnt, but the meat inside was fresh and tender. There was also a layer of cumin sprinkled on top. With a gentle bite, the sauce from the barbecue filled one's mouth. It was slightly hot, but it tasted great. It's delicious. The chefs here are as good as His Majesty's. Also, what spices did you sprinkle on it? Lancelot's eyes lit up as soon as he took a bite. He immediately discovered the key. Cumin was a spice that was naturally very compatible with barbecue. This is cumin, a spice that can only be found in the northern wasteland. It's very rare, Su Lin said with a smile. It's delicious. The spice is amazing. The other nobles exclaimed in admiration. Several nobles grimaced in pain from the heat, but their swallowing speed did not slow down at all. I'm going to sell this spice to the public. If you like it, you can buy it in the northern town. I'll give you a 20% discount, Su Lin said with a smile. I'll ask the servants to buy some from the northern town, Lancelot said. After lunch, everyone finally got down to business. To put it bluntly, it was about the distribution of merits. Su Lin did not intend to take these merits. He did not intend to become a part of the Kingdom of Florence, so these merits were prepared to be used in exchange for benefits. After a series of exchanges, Su Lin gained a lot of benefits from these nobles, and the nobles also divided up Sullen's contributions. Both sides were very satisfied. After the discussion, the nobles from the northern provinces left one after another. However, Lancelot didn't intend to get up. Seeing this, Su Lin waved his hand and signaled his servants to leave. Marquis Lancelot, is there anything else? Su Lin tilted his body to make himself more comfortable in the chair. Lancelot finished the rum in his hand and put down the glass. Sir Sulin, you don't want to join the Kingdom of Florence, right? Why do you say that? Sulin raised his eyebrows. You gave all the merits to those nobles. It's obvious that you don't care about the reward from His Majesty, Lancelot said with a shrug. So what? Sulin said lazily. With the strength of the northern town, the Kingdom of Florence will agree to it, Lancelot said without any hesitation. But I have a better way. What way? Sulin asked. He didn't want to make the relationship with the Kingdom of Florence too tense. You should know that we suffered a great loss in this orc invasion. Even Marquis Winter died in battle. This is a huge blow to the Kingdom of Florence. The death of a legendary powerhouse is indeed a serious matter, but the surrounding countries aren't having it easy either. Sulin nodded. The surrounding countries were also troubled by the orcs' invasion. This time the orcs didn't just invade Florence. The surrounding countries were involved and the situation was even worse. It's not a foreign matter but a domestic matter. Lancelot shook his head. Let me explain it to you. Seeing that Sulin was a little confused, Lancelot picked up the glass and poured some wine. He shook it and said, You should also know that there have always been a few factions in the Kingdom of Florence. I don't know much about this. Sulin shrugged. After all, he wasn't in a high position in the Kingdom of Florence, so he didn't have access to the news of the highest level. In addition, he was busy expanding his territory after coming to the northern wilderness. His information channel couldn't be compared to the old nobles at all. Most of the time he learned from the news brought by the caravans. The news brought by the caravans was at least 2 to 3 months ago, or even half a year ago. Okay, I'll just say it. Lancelot smiled awkwardly. You should know that the Florentine royal family wasn't the Henry family in the beginning, right? Sulin nodded. The earliest royal family of the Kingdom of Florence was the Roman royal family, then it became the Nord royal family, and finally the current Henry family. It could be said that it had changed 3 times. These families were basically inextricably linked by blood, which was one of the reasons why Florence had so many heirs. There were originally 2 legendary powerhouses who were loyal to the royal family. One was Marquis Winter, and the other was Marquis Brook. The Kingdom of Florence had 5 legendary powerhouses, and the other 3 were loyal to the other 3 Marquis families. Originally this was nothing. The royal family with 2 legendary powerhouses had an advantage against any Marquis family. Besides, the 3 Marquis families were also very filthy. This allowed the royal family to hold the power of the kingdom, but now the death of Marquis Winter has broken this balance. The royal family and the other 3 Marquis families are back to the same starting line. What do you think the consequences will be? Lancelot said helplessly. Although he was also a Marquis, he didn't have a corresponding territory. Besides, as a trusted aide of King Hunter, once the Hunter family was replaced by another Marquis, he could only retire to the countryside. The throne is rotated. It's my turn this year? Sulin understood. You can say that. Of course, the royal family of the Kingdom of Florence wouldn't be wiped out. Otherwise, the Roman royal family and the Nord royal family would have been long gone, and there wouldn't be 3 Marquis families now. The nobles of Florence were used to this kind of thing. Then why are you looking for me? You want me to be loyal to the royal family? Sulin frowned. I also want to, but will you agree? Of course not. That's why we came up with another plan, Lancelot said. What's the plan? Sulin was interested. The Henry royal family will form a political alliance with Northern City. Northern City will support the Henry family as the royal family, and the Henry family will recognize your position. At the same time, they won't restrict caravans from trading in Northern City, Lancelot said seriously. Political alliance? If the other Marquis families make a move, will I have to start a war with them? Sulin asked. How is that possible? Lancelot rolled his eyes. The royal family of the Kingdom of Florence won't start a war. It's more of a political reason. After all, the royal family still has a legendary figure. If they really start a war, Florence will be finished. The surrounding countries won't miss such a good opportunity. You just need to declare your support for the Henry royal family. There won't be a war. I see. Then I can consider it. Sulin didn't say anything definite. Okay, but please give us an answer as soon as possible, Lancelot said. By the way, Mr. Sulin, you're not married yet, right? Lancelot suddenly thought of something and asked. Sulin shook his head. No. That's great, Lancelot said excitedly. Princess Sophia of the royal family just came of age this year. She's very beautiful and has a noble status. If you agree, I can talk to King Henry and let Princess Sophia marry you. Su Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was directly trying to pimp out Lancelot. No. Su Lin was still very wary of political means like a marriage alliance. Don't be in a hurry to reject. Why don't you two meet first? Lancelot continued. Su Lin didn't agree. In the end, the marriage alliance was put on hold. However, judging from Lancelot's expression, he didn't seem to have given up. After the two finished their discussion, they left separately. They had only reached an agreement about the political alliance. Since Henry's royal family wanted to borrow Sullen's power, Su Lin naturally wouldn't let it go. He wouldn't agree without enough benefits. After Lancelot and Sullen's discussion, Lancelot returned to the barracks and immediately took out a fist-sized crystal ball. This crystal ball was an expensive sound transmission tool. Using this crystal ball, one could directly contact the capital. Now he was discussing with the royal family about Su Lin. After all, although Lancelot was the king's favorite, many of his conditions had to be agreed by the king. A crystal ball was worth about 10,000 kinnur, and it could only be used for a limited number of times. Only these big nobles had the money to use it. After staying here for 2 days, Su Lin and Lancelot finally discussed various things. Su Lin also agreed to form a political alliance with Henry's royal family. Of course they had to pay a lot. For example, they had to pay taxes. The caravans of North Town City would be treated the same as them when trading in Florence. For example, the Kingdom of Florence couldn't stop North Town City from recruiting refugees in the kingdom. After the two sides finished their discussion, they still needed to sign a formal agreement. The agreement needed the king to sign and stamp it. It would take some time. Su Lin didn't continue to wait here. He led his army back to North Town City. P.S. The last chapter updated the main character's latest attributes. Chapter 276. After wiping out the orc rearguard, Surin led the army back to the northern city. By this time, the remaining orcs had basically all evacuated to the northern wilderness. The kingdom's allied army had pursued the orcs for a while and had achieved some results, but the orcs' main force had retreated. Su Lin originally wanted to see if there was a chance to keep the high priest of the orcs, but now it seemed impossible. When he left, Su Lin also took the refugees he had gathered in the wild with him. But this time, the number of refugees he gathered was much smaller, only more than 3,000 people in total. It took Su Lin 4 days to return to the northern town. At this time, the northern town had become a large construction site. Because of the skyrocketing population, the northern town was now overcrowded. In just 2 months, Su Lin had immigrated more than 100,000 people from all the provinces in the northern region. The third phase of the northern town was currently under construction. According to Sullen's blueprint, the third phase of the northern town's walls would be 8 kilometers long. If it was completed, the northern town could easily accommodate more than 100,000 people. It would be one of the largest cities in the entire Kingdom of Florence. It wasn't that Su Lin couldn't build a bigger city. In fact, with the current productivity of society, a city with more than 100,000 people would need other towns to provide for it. After all, the more people living in the city, the more resources they would need. In this era without fertilizers, the output of the land was limited. It would take a lot of land to provide for a city with 100,000 people. If they kept expanding the land, many farmers would have to live outside the city. If it were the Kingdom of Florence, this wouldn't be a problem. After all, the land in Florence had been developed for hundreds of years. The number of kobolds and goblins in the wilderness was limited. However, the northern town was different. It had only been occupied for a year. Even if the northern town's army kept patrolling, the number of monsters in the wilderness would still increase. It wasn't safe for the farmers to live far away from the city. Therefore, Su Lin wasn't planning to build a big city with too many people. Since the northern town had fertilizer and the harvest altar, the land here had a lot of production. It wouldn't be difficult to provide for a city with 100,000 people. However, Su Lin did not plan to build such a large city. He planned to build another city to the west of North Town City. So far, Sullen's territory had 3 cities. Aside from North Town City, there was also Mirror Lake City and Centaur City. However, Mirror Lake City and Centaur City did not have a large population. After several migrations, Mirror Lake City's population had reached 10,000, while Centaur City's population was even lower, only around 4,000. Su Lin planned to leave 60,000 people in the North Town, 20,000 in the Mirror Lake City, 5,000 in the Centaur City, and the remaining 15,000 in the new city to be built. More than 20 gathering points of various sizes had been set up outside the northern citadel. Each gathering point had 2,000 to 5,000 people, which added up to more than 50,000 people. These people were currently working on the construction site. The construction of the Northern Citadel's third phase of construction was prioritized, and it had to be completed before November. This was because it would start snowing in North Town City in November. If there were no houses by then, these refugees and slaves would freeze to death. It was already August and there were only 3 months until November. It was very stressful to complete the construction of the city walls and houses in such a short period of time. Sullen's return did not affect the construction of the city. Now there were many grassroots officials in North Town City. These trained officials could do their jobs. As long as they were given a task, they would do it according to the requirements. Therefore, even though the number of people in North Town City had increased by several times, Sulin had fewer things to deal with. In the past, Sulin had to deal with a lot of trivial matters. Now, the people under him had taken care of everything in an orderly manner. As for corruption, abuse of power, these problems had not appeared in North Town City yet. It did not mean that the officials in North Town City had high ideological awareness. In fact, these people also had their own selfish desires. To prevent this from happening, North Town City had set up a special monitoring department. Apart from the monitoring department, the most important thing was the prison in North Town City. Sulin had spent a lot of effort to build the prison, and the results were surprisingly good. After the grassroots officials received their training, they had to come to the prison for their last ideological and political lesson. After experiencing the special treatment here, all the grassroots officials became respectful and fearful of this place. They also worked diligently and did not dare to cross the line. In order to deepen the memory of these grassroots officials, Sulin had set a rule that every 6 months, all the officials had to go to the prison for ideological and political re-education. As for the results, it seemed to be quite good so far. As for the jailers and wardens in the prison, because they worked here, the effects here were ineffective unless they were no longer working in the prison. Of course, there was also a monitoring system for the prison staff. Sulin had hired a sculptor to carve 2 statues of mythical creatures according to the myths and legends in his previous life. These 2 statues had no other functions. Tao Wu, lifelike +33, intimidating +34, indestructible +30, distinguishing between loyal and traitorous +34, questioning heart +32. With these, the governance of North Town City had reached a level that was unattainable even in his previous life. Of course, Sulin still had a lot of benefits for the officials. In addition to the basic salary, there were extra benefits every month. It could be said that the living standards of the grassroots officials were quite good. Sulin did not calculate the salaries of the officials accurately like Zhu Hongwu did. The salaries were so low that the officials could barely feed their families. Although Sulin did not advocate high salaries for honest people, it was unacceptable to let the horses run and not eat grass. How could there be such a good thing in the world? After all, there were only a few people like Hai Rui in the entire Ming dynasty. The benefits of the grassroots officials in North Town City were quite good. Although they could not be rich, they could still live without worrying about food and clothing. Moreover, Sulin promised them that when schools were built in North Town City, their children would be able to enroll directly. Although Sulin had less work, the number of grassroots officials was starting to decrease. Sulin did not have a good solution at the moment. He could only choose some refugees from the slaves. When these people were transported to North Town City, all of them were divided into small teams. Some of the grassroots officials were selected from these people. Those who did a good job and cooperated well during the migration were all promoted to grassroots officials. They were then allowed to learn from the previous grassroots officials for a period of time. Once they learned enough, those who passed the internship were sent to the grassroots officials training base in batches. Those who did not pass the assessment were sent back directly. Sulin used this method to train a group of grassroots officials quickly. The arrival of a large number of people not only made North Town City crowded, but also brought a lot of problems such as security and hygiene. The main problem was that there were only 300 people in the city guard. Relying on 300 people to manage a city of 100,000 people was a serious lack of manpower. When the army from North Town City returned, Sulin temporarily transferred 1,000 spearmen to serve as the security force. At the same time, the military camp began to recruit new soldiers. Some of these new soldiers were to serve as the security force, while the others were to serve as spearmen and archers. Sulin wanted to build the formation breaker and archer battalion, so he needed a large number of spear guards and sharpshooters. Due to the probability of advancement, these 2 special forces would not be full for a long time. The third phase of North Town City's city wall was 15 meters tall and 8 kilometers long. The top was 5 meters wide and the bottom was 5 meters wide. It could be said that this part of the city wall was the largest construction apart from the Wonder Building. To build this wall, North Town City used 60,000 people to work. Among them, 30,000 were human slaves and the rest were kobolds, gnomes and gnolls. The 60,000 people were assigned to the construction site that was 8 kilometers long. The brick kiln factory in North Town City also began to produce bricks in large quantities. Because the residential buildings were also being built, the demand for bricks in North Town City skyrocketed. There was already a lack of supply. Sulin allowed the brick kiln factory to expand production while transporting rocks from the quarry. Even so, the supply of bricks was still tight. Faced with this situation, Sulin had to use the previous method of building houses, which was to use mud and straw to build houses. Although this kind of house was not beautiful and the lighting was bad and it was easy to get wet on rainy days, it was good at keeping warm. These houses only needed to survive the winter. When the supply of bricks was enough, the houses could be rebuilt. The large number of people coming in made North Town City's daily necessities very tight. There was no shortage of food in North Town City, and there were enough potatoes. However, the supply of meat was tight. The human body needed to eat a lot of meat, so Sulin used a large number of fish as a substitute. Everyone was given a bowl of fish soup every day. As for beef and mutton, it was better not to think about it. North Town City was severely lacking in beef and mutton. Sulin had ordered to stop the slaughter of beef and mutton. The livestock raised by the centaurs had not been sold yet, so Sulin was buying beef and mutton from the caravans. The soldiers in North Town City were strong, loyal, and disciplined. However, they also had a weakness, which was that they consumed a lot of meat. After all, a knight had to eat at least half a kilogram of meat a day. Their strong bodies required a lot of meat to provide energy. The army in the North Town could be said to be all gluttons. The amount of meat they consumed every day made Suluin's liver ache. A meal would consume at least dozens of cows and hundreds of sheep. Now there were only some cattle and sheep left in the farms in the North Town. Just for meat, Sulin spent nearly 10,000 kinar every month. Chapter 277. With the development of the northern town, Sulin was preparing to establish a principality. A duchy was the smallest country in the world, and the king was usually called a Grand Duke. Above the duchy were the kingdoms, empires, and of course, there was also the city-state alliance, such as the city-state alliance in the south of the Kingdom of Florence. It was a loose alliance formed by more than 20 prosperous free cities or noble territories. There was no subordinate relationship between the city-states, and each was in a state of autonomy. However, if you underestimated this alliance, you would suffer a great loss. Although this city-state alliance only had 1/5 of the land of the Kingdom of Florence, its population was 1/3 of the Kingdom of Florence. No matter how you looked at it, the Kingdom of Florence could suppress this city-state alliance. However, the reality was that the Kingdom of Florence was beaten by them. In the few conflicts between the Kingdom of Florence and the Romavia city-state alliance in history, it was always the Kingdom of Florence that was defeated. Not only the Kingdom of Florence, but even the surrounding countries were no match for the Romavia city-state alliance. It could be said that the Rolanvia city-state alliance was a little overlord in the surrounding areas. If it were not for the fact that they were not keen on invading, the surrounding kingdoms and duchies would have been unified by them. The reason why this city-state alliance was so powerful was that the wizard civilization here was prosperous. It had the largest wizard academy on the continent. Even the Rolanvia city-state alliance was said to be formed by the Starry Sky Council. The number of wizards they had was more than the number of wizards in the surrounding countries combined. At the same time, the Rolanvia city-state alliance was also one of the most developed areas in commercial activities. Sulin wanted to establish a duchy, but it was still a little lacking. After all, although it now had a population of 120,000, it only had one city. In this case, it was still possible to establish a free city-state, but establishing a duchy was a little small. Fortunately, with the continuous construction of the northern citadel, other cities were also rapidly building. It would not take long for the northern citadel to have 4 cities. By then, it would be easy for other forces to recognize the establishment of a duchy. For the construction of the city, the northern citadel once again began to go to the wilderness to capture slaves. Now that the northern citadel had enough military force, it was better to let them go through actual combat than training. After Sulin had finished dealing with some important matters, he began to build a training camp for the shooting camp. This training camp was also placed in the outer city, right next to the formation breaker. Su Lin specially mobilized a construction team and used 3 days to build this camp. After the construction of the camp was completed, Su Lin began to gather all the archers who had been upgraded to the level of marksman. There were a total of 4 archers who had reached the level of sharpshooter, one more than the last time he checked. 2 of the 4 archers were war spirits. After all, the earliest archers under his command were war spirits. If they wanted to be promoted to a soldier of the sound shooting battalion, they had to go through a cruel training. After completing the training, they had to merge with the light ball of the soldiers of the sound shooting battalion. Only then could they be considered to have successfully advanced. Because of his experience in the capture barracks, Su Lin also had some experience in training the archery camp. After the camp was established, he let these master archers enter for training. Su Lin had not been paying attention to them because in addition to the sound shooting battalion, the continuous battle with the orcs had allowed some long spears to advance to the spear guard. Naturally, Su Lin did not waste time. He directly gathered these newly advanced spear guard. This time, there were 11 spear guards who participated in the advancement. Among them, 5 were war spirits and the rest were ordinary humans. After such a long time, the first batch of war spirits that Su Lin had summoned except for these had all died in battle. The war spirits that were recruited after that were still of low levels. 11 spear guards participated in the trial of the formation breaker. Su Lin could not help but feel nervous now. This time he did not know how many of the 2 elite soldiers would be able to successfully advance. The trial of the formation breaker and the sound shooting battalion lasted for a week. Su Lin arranged for people to continuously supply these 2 camps. Then, in addition to coming here every day to treat the injured soldiers, he would check the progress of the Secret Realms repair and the Wizard Tower's construction. The progress of the restoration of these 2 places was very slow, especially the Wizard Tower. In this era, building a 120-meter tall tower was an impossible task if one did not have supernatural powers. Because of the war, the trade routes were not smooth. The price of obsidian had risen, and the supply had decreased a lot. In order to obtain enough obsidian, Su Lin began to send the Grey Dwarfs to find obsidian veins in the underground world. According to the wizard's research, the formation of obsidian was related to the activity of magma. There were no volcanoes in the northern wilderness, so there were very few obsidian reserves. The underground world was rich in mineral resources, but the amount of obsidian was also limited. The Grey Dwarfs found some scattered obsidian veins. The production of obsidian was very low, and some of the obsidian's quality was poor. Su Lin also needed to use spells to remove the impurities. There were not many obsidian, but some iron ore, crystal and copper ores were found. Su Lin drew a mineral map of these discovered veins in the underground world. When there were enough people, they would slowly excavate them. Lord. Just as Su Lin finished his daily training and returned from the formation breaker and sniper camp, a servant hurried to him. What's the hurry? Su Lin glanced at him and asked. The Grey Dwarves in Orlando City have just sent word that they have found an obsidian vein, the attendant said respectfully. Great, tell them to hurry up and excavate. Su Lin said happily. The Grey Dwarfs are ready to excavate, but what? The obsidian vein is in the territory of the Taurens. The Grey Dwarfs wanted to excavate the vein, but the Taurens refused. They also captured some Grey Dwarfs, the servant said quickly. Taurens? Who gave them the courage to capture my people? Sullen's eyes flashed coldly, and the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. Do you have information about the Taurens? How many of them are there? How strong are they? After a while, Su Lin continued to ask. According to the Grey Dwarfs, this Tauren tribe has at least 200 people. The specific strength is not clear, but the Grey Dwarfs found that there is a Tauren shaman among them. The Taurens were not a widespread race on the continent. They were large humanoid monsters, and in fact they were called minotaurs. Minotaurs were strong and usually very warlike creatures. These creatures had high physique and strength. Usually, an adult Tauren's strength could reach twice that of a human. They were stronger than ogres and more intelligent. Furthermore, they were proficient in forging. Although they could only forge their own axes, armor, and shields, they were much stronger than ogres. A qualified Tauren warrior was at the level of a Grand Knight. These 3-meter-tall, muscular monsters had very strong destructive power. As for the Berserk Taurens, their strength was at the level of a Knight Commander. Although the Minotaurs had limited intelligence, they were very talented in some aspects. For example, they wouldn't get lost in a maze, and their sense of smell allowed them to track their enemies through smell. These various aspects made the Minotaurs famous in the underground world for being difficult to deal with. The Taurens believed in the Tauren king Buffet. Although they were both dark creatures, the Taurens and Gnolls often fought because the Tauren king Buffet and the Gnoll king Yeenagu were mortal enemies. 200 Minotaurs were not something that the Duergar of Orlando could deal with. At this time, a scene of a Duergar fighting with a Minotaur suddenly appeared in Suluan's mind. The 3-meter-tall Minotaur was tall and mighty, while the Duergar, who was only 1.5 meters tall at most, looked like a child standing next to them. The difference in height was so obvious. How could they fight? Jump up and hit their knees? At this thought, Suluan wanted to laugh. Soon Suluan came back to his senses. These Minotaurs were definitely going to attack them. Regardless of whether they attacked the Grey Dwarf or not, he still understood the principle of allowing others to sleep soundly beside him. This underground world had been regarded by Suluan as his territory. These Taurens were going to fight sooner or later, but now it was a little earlier. However, there was not enough information about these Taurens. Suluan was going to send the Drows to investigate. He asked Aten to send people to collect information, and Suluan began to gather soldiers. 200 Taurens with the strength of at least a knight were not easy to deal with, especially in an area with a complicated environment like the underground world. Without full confidence, Suluan would not act rashly. They were different from all the enemies Suluan had encountered before. These Taurens knew how to forge armor and weapons, so their equipment was very good. In addition to their strength and physical strength, they were very difficult to deal with. In addition to the soldiers in the northern city, Suluan also sent people to invite Alex. This battle also required the help of the Harpies. Although these Taurens were wearing heavy armor and the effect of throwing stones was limited, the damage of throwing kerosene would not be reduced. Suluan was worried that if the place where these Minotaurs lived was a maze, it would be a headache. In a maze, it would be difficult to use human wave tactics, and the environment of the maze was not friendly to the Harpies. After giving the orders, Suluan continued to check on the training of the formation breaker and the sniper battalion while waiting for information. A week passed quickly. After a week of training, the 11 spear guards and the 4 sharpshooters completed all the training. Looking at these energetic soldiers, Suluan was very happy. Suluan brought these soldiers to a quiet room for their advancement. He took out 15 small light orbs and chose to fuse them. The light orbs entered the bodies of these soldiers, and a progress bar appeared on the images of these soldiers. The fusion had begun. Chapter 278. In Sullen's system, 15 soldiers were in the process of advancing. It took about 2 hours to advance, but those who failed to advance often didn't take that long. After about an hour, soldiers who failed to advance began to come out one after another. Suluan didn't have any good way to deal with these people. The success rate of fusing the templates of the formation breaker and the sound shooter camp was not high. As for the better self-created hero template, although the success rate of this thing was 100%, the probability of obtaining it was too low. Suluan had only obtained 2 so far. Moreover, the self-created hero template was not something that anyone could use. Ordinary soldiers had no chance to use it. One by one, the soldiers who failed to advance left the quiet room. The light balls of the templates were also taken back into the tiger tally. Finally, after 2 hours, the last 3 soldiers came out of the quiet room. They had successfully fused the templates. 2 soldiers of the formation breaker and 1 archer of the sound shooter camp. Sound shooter camp. Current population, 1500. After a cruel selection of excellent archers, they have successfully advanced to become soldiers of the sound shooter camp. They have a stronger physique, elite vision, and powerful attack power. The soldiers of the sound shooter camp inherited all the archer's previous talents, including advanced agility, intermediate strength, tenacity, eagle eye, evasion, and other talents. They also added an exclusive talent of the sound shooter camp. Sound shooter. Sound shooter, sharp arrow, rain of arrows, featherwood shooter, life and death, attack speed increased by 30%, range increased by 30%, additional effect. Rain of arrows, sharp arrow, rain of arrows, shoot a large number of arrows in a very short period of time. Range of arrows is reduced by 20%, power is reduced by 15%, attack speed is increased by 200% for 30 seconds. After use, the user will enter a weakened state. Sharp arrow, shoot at a target with great effort, attack distance increased by 50%, arrow speed increased by 100%, additional effect, armor break. Seeing that the archer of the sound shooter camp had successfully advanced, Su Lin couldn't wait to take him to the training ground for testing. The basic ability test was quickly completed. Whether it was the range or the number of times the bow was pulled, it was much higher than the previous archer. In addition to these, there was also the test of new skills. After activating Sky-Filling Arrow Rain, the archers of the sniper battalion instantly grabbed 5 arrows and began to shoot. Their speed was extremely fast. Then wave after wave of arrows were shot out. In 30 seconds, the archers of the sniper battalion had shot out at least 20 waves of arrows. In the end, the target 200 meters away was filled with hundreds of arrows. Furthermore, the arrow penetrated the target. This kind of attack power could already penetrate ordinary iron armor. In other words, a single archer from the sound shooting battalion could wipe out a group of 100 soldiers in just 30 seconds. Su Lin's eyes lit up when he saw this. However, even though the skill Sky Rain of Arrows was powerful, it would cause the player to enter a weakened state after using it. They would need to rest for a period of time to recover. During this period, the shooting speed, range and power of the archers would decrease by 50%. After the archery battalion recovered, they began to test out the skill, Great Precision. Compared to the dazzling arrows that filled the sky, Great Precision was only an ordinary arrow. However, this arrow was no less stunning than the previous arrows that filled the sky. A flash of light could be seen on the arrow. Then the arrow streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning and instantly hit the target. The center of the target was directly pierced by the arrow. After piercing the target, the arrow continued to penetrate the rock wall behind it. In the end, nearly half of the arrow was buried in the rock wall behind it. Seeing such exaggerated power, Su Lin couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue. Even dwarf plate armor couldn't block this power. Moreover, the shooting range was 400 meters. The effect of this arrow was already comparable to a ballista, and its accuracy far exceeded that of a ballista. Although a ballista could also shoot 500 to 600 meters, after 100 to 200 meters, the accuracy was very low. This skill was very useful for sniping enemy generals on the battlefield. Although Sky Rain of Arrows didn't cause one to enter a weakened state after using Sky Rain of Arrows, it still couldn't be used continuously. Moreover, using this skill consumed a lot of energy. Even if one was at full strength, they could only use it 3 times. The archers of the sound shooting battalion were unexpectedly powerful. If 500 archers of the sound shooting battalion were to release their skills together on the battlefield, it was possible to directly wipe out an army. However, when he thought about the success rate of the advancement, Su Lin couldn't help but scratch his head. Of course, after seeing the power of the archers of the archery battalion, Su Lin also had some expectations for the ultimate class of half-elf archers. However, the half-elf archers required too much EXP to advance, and there was still a long way to go before they could advance into phantom magic archers. The development of the northern battlefront city was very fast. More than 80% of the city's population was building their territory. Apart from housing and city walls, the land reclamation in the northern battlefront city continued to increase. According to Su Lin's plan, the northern battlefront city needed to reclaim 100,000 acres of fertile land. 100,000 acres of fertile land sounded like a lot, but on average it was less than 1 acre per person. Take Cult City for example. There were more than 300,000 acres of fertile land around the city. Many farmers had already moved out of the city to make it easier for them to farm. The same would happen to the territories around the northern battlefront city after it stabilized. After the outer city of the northern battlefront city was built, Su Lin planned to move the market there too. The inner city was mostly built with housing. Perhaps the northern battlefront city would also rise one day with real estate. Since the population of the city had increased, Su Lin asked the army to recruit more soldiers. However, these soldiers would not join the army directly. They would be part of the militia instead. They would not be paid, only some subsidies. Su Lin planned to train most of the men in the northern battlefront city into the militia. Of course, the militia training was not as good as the regular army, but it had a lot of benefits. For example, it cost less. If there was a shortage of soldiers during a battle, the militia could help defend the city. Although the militia's combat power was low, they were still good at defending the city. The militia could also be used as a supplement to the regular army. If the regular army suffered casualties, the militia could pick the best ones to replace them. Seeing that the northern battlefront city was developing well, Su Lin brought some people to the Mirror Lake City. Compared to the northern battlefront city, the conditions in the Mirror Lake City were much simpler. The city walls had already been built. Now, they were building houses and some basic facilities. Mirror Lake City had a big lake next to it, so there was a lot of fish there. The lake was the main source of meat for the city. The population of the Mirror Lake City had been replenished a few times, and now there were around 10,000 people. They still needed the support of the northern battlefront city for food. According to Sullen's plan, the Mirror Lake City needed to develop 3,000 mu of farmland before the snowfall this year. Mirror Lake City had already developed a few hundred mu of farmland. The Mirror Lake City only had 500 soldiers, but these 500 soldiers were all elite veterans. These soldiers were also divided into two groups. They took turns to sweep the surrounding plains and capture more slaves. Northern Battlefront City, Mirror Lake City, and Centaur City formed a triangle. After the three cities took turns clearing out the area, the number of monsters had gradually decreased. Perhaps in a few years, villages and towns could be built in this area. The triangular plains would also be quickly cultivated. Sulin did not appoint anyone to be in charge of the Mirror Lake City, so many things had to be reported to the Northern Battlefront City. Then, after the Northern Battlefront City made a decision, they would have to send the order back. Going back and forth was a bit troublesome. Sulin had another purpose this time, and that was to appoint some officials. At the sawmill to the east of the Mirror Lake City, there was a small-scale battle going on there. Everyone speed up. Charge. Under the command, the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront City began to charge. The leading soldier roared and threw down his shield. He raised his spear and began to charge. The archers behind him also began to provide cover. Archers 45 degrees to the side. Cover them with arrows. The Northern Battlefront City's army was made up of spearmen and archers. At the same time there were also some Centaur cavalry. However, the Mirror Lake City did not have such equipment. The spearmen wearing metal armor and holding spears began to charge. Aside from orcs and ogres, the other races in the wilderness could not stop them. On the battlefield, the soldiers were facing some gnolls. There were about 300 gnolls and their physiques were more robust. They were about 2 meters tall and were equipped with simple weapons. The workers of the sawmill were hiding behind fences. In front of them were some spearmen defending. Many areas outside of the Mirror Lake City were being harassed by these monsters. The rain of arrows covered the area, and a large number of gnolls were turned into hedgehogs. The vanguard suffered heavy casualties, and their formation was instantly disrupted. The charging spearmen took advantage of this opportunity to speed up, and their 3-meter-long spears pierced through the gnolls. The spearmen's charge did not slow down, and they continued to charge forward. Following that, more gnolls were pierced by the spears. Basically, every spear had 2 to 3 gnolls skewered on it. At this point, the spearmen's momentum had been exhausted. It was time for the spearmen in the front row to drop their spears and draw their swords from their waists, continuing to fight the jackallans. The spearmen in the back row weaved through the gaps and began to push the gnolls back. Charge! Just as the gnolls were being forced back, an angry roar sounded out. 20 barbarian warriors charged from the flank. Compared to the spearmen's charge, the barbarians' charge was even more unstoppable. Although there were only 20 of them, they gave off a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. They were unstoppable. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled sounds, the gnolls standing at the outermost edge were sent flying by the barbarians. When they landed, their bodies were clearly twisted. It was obvious that many of their bones had been broken. Blood kept coming out of their mouths. It seemed that they did not have long to live. After charging into the enemy's formation, the barbarians began to wave their axes. Everywhere they passed, there was no enemy. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. A large number of gnolls were cut in half by the sharp axes. For a moment, the gnolls' formation became even more chaotic and was about to collapse. Chapter 279. A whoa. At this moment, a taller jackallan wearing iron armor let out a howl. Then the chaotic gnolls resumed their formation. Leader? The leader of the spearmen reacted instantly. This group of gnolls was under the command of a leader. No wonder they could hold on for so long under the attack of the Northgard City army. After confirming the gnolls' location, the general gave the order, 130 meters ahead. Target that big gnoll in metal armor. Cover it with arrows. After hearing the order, the archers first calculated the distance, then raised their bows and started shooting. Bang bang bang. The sound of bowstrings was heard continuously. In the next second, a large number of arrows flew into the air. 100 arrows directly covered the gnoll leader's location, completely blocking any space to dodge. Before it could continue to command the army, it was nailed to the ground by the rain of arrows. A large number of arrows pierced through the crude metal armor on its body, making it look like a big hedgehog. The death of the leader caused the gnolls, who had just stabilized, to fall into chaos again. Some of the gnolls had already started to run away. Under the combined attack of the spearmen, the barbarians, and the archers, those gnolls were no match at all. Soon all the gnolls who resisted were killed. After arranging for people to capture the captives, the rest of the soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Su Lin stood not far away and watched the end of the battle. He nodded in his mind. He was patrolling the territory with the soldiers, and he didn't expect to see the spearmen's captain commanding the battle when he arrived. "Go and call the spearmen's captain over." Su Lin ordered the servant next to him. Soon a servant rode over. After about 10 minutes, a burly spearman's captain with a scar on his face came in front of Su Lin and bowed. "Greetings, Lord." "Rise," Su Lin said with a smile. "You were the one commanding the battle just now?" "Yes, Lord." The soldier nodded and said. Although he had seen it with his own eyes, Su Lin was still surprised. One had to know that Su Lin didn't train these soldiers to command. This soldier was completely self-taught. Thinking of this, Su Lin used the system to check the soldiers' information. The system prompt sounded in Su Lin's ears, and what surprised him was the content of the prompt. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a hero among your subordinates." "A new hero?" Su Lin was shocked when he heard the system notification. After all, the chances of a soldier becoming a hero were extremely low. He did not expect to be so lucky to encounter one here. Su Lin seriously sized up the spearman in front of him. He was tall and muscular and looked very well proportioned. His expression was solemn and his gaze was firm. His posture was also very standard, giving people a feeling of steadiness. "What's your name?" Su Lin asked. "Occam," the soldier replied. Su Lin nodded and continued, "Your command just now was excellent. You have proven your bravery and military talent. I am going to appoint you as a general. Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me and fight for me?" A hint of surprise appeared on Occam's face, but it quickly disappeared. He knelt in front of Su Lin on one knee, placed his right hand on his chest and said with a serious expression, "Lord, I, Occam, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. I will become your sword and fight for you everywhere." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Su Lin's ears again. "Congratulations, host. Hero, Occam pledges his loyalty to you and requests to become your subordinate. Do you accept?" "Accept." Occam's name appeared in the hero column in the system interface. At the same time, his data also appeared in front of Su Lin. Hero, Occam, loyalty, 100 race, human rank, transcendent rank 3 profession, warrior strength, 23 agility, 14 vitality, 21 spirit, 12 charm, 12 command, 86 characteristics, talents advanced sturdiness, intermediate fortitude, strong will, discipline, command, calm, insight, bravery, integrity, loyalty, prohibition, coldness, battle reflexes commander. He is an excellent commander. Under his command, the army will display stronger combat power, command +10, army combat power +10, prohibition. He hates drinking and does not allow alcohol in his army. Army discipline +15 skills. Charge, shield bash, evasion, smash, cleave, hurling, boost morale, weapon mastery, hand-to-hand combat, tackle, rapid assault, defense, dual weapon mastery. Weapon proficiency, gun mastery 182, sword mastery 165, hurling 130, horsemanship 107. Looking at Occam's attributes, Su Lin was quite satisfied. Although a rank 3 transcendent was not considered high among the heroes, as long as he worked hard and participated in a few battles, he would be able to advance to rank 4 very quickly. Moreover, Occam's attributes were different from Boulder's and Johnson's. He was a commander-type hero. Although Boulder and Johnson were stronger than Occam, they were the kind of heroes who charged into battle. Although these heroes were strong, they didn't know how to deploy troops or fight a war. The only hero in Northern Citadel that could hold her own was Succubus Chrissy. Moreover, Succubus Chrissy wasn't familiar with battle formations. Occam was a commander-type hero, which was very beneficial for the expansion of Northern Citadel. Su Lin pulled out his sword and placed it on Occam's shoulder. He followed the knight's way of swearing loyalty in this world. Very good. After the ceremony, Su Lin gave his sword to Occam, who was kneeling on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, you are the military commander of Mirror Lake City. The army of Mirror Lake City will be under your command." At the same time, you will be the governor of Mirror Lake City and will be responsible for the construction of Mirror Lake City. Yes, sir. Occam replied when he heard Sullen's appointment. Appointing Occam as the governor of Mirror Lake City was only a temporary measure. In Sullen's mind, the military and administrative forces of a city were two completely different lines. The military was only responsible for training troops and fighting, while the administrative forces were responsible for developing the city. The two sides cooperated with each other or restrained each other to form a balance. This separation of civil and military was very necessary. If there were no such restrictions when there were more territories and more generals, there would be no restrictions. Those generals might very well become local tyrants. Although these people had declared their loyalty to Sulen, their descendants might not. In order to prevent the emergence of such separatist forces, Sulen had banned them from the route. However, the situation now was a bit special. Sulen did not have enough manpower. When the officer training base in Northern Citadel was upgraded, a better training system would be established. Then qualified officers would be trained. When that time came, Occam's power would be taken back and his position would be changed. In the future, Sulen would also confer nobles. In this world, before you had the power to break the rules, it was best to follow the rules of this world. Although the aristocratic system had many shortcomings, it was very suitable for this era. Of course, Sulen was not like other countries where the nobles had absolute authority in their fief. Everything in the fief was controlled by the nobles. This was impossible. The nobles in Sulen were like hereditary military commanders. They had their own army, but they did not have the right to govern the fief. The right to govern the fief belonged to the country. The taxes in the fief were also equally distributed by the country and the nobles. Although the fief was nominally ruled by the lord of a city, the lord did not control all the wealth in the city. There were free people, merchants, and ordinary civilians in the city. These people owned land and houses. The wealth belonged to these people. Although it belonged to the lord in name, the lord only owned a part of the land or manor. It was impossible for the lord to own all the land. In Sullen's rules, the nobles owned manors, castles, mansions, and knights. However, the army that protected the city had to be owned by the country. The nobles could only keep their own private army. At the same time, all the land except the fief of the lord belonged to the duchy. The free people and merchants were also citizens of the duchy. The laws in the fief were the same as those in the duchy. In other words, the nobles could keep their wealth, but the management of the city, political power, and laws belonged to the duchy. Of course, the nobles could also hold positions in the duchy. Their status as nobles did not affect these positions. As for the sudden change from the feudal lord's fief system to the feudal county centralization system, Sulen had considered it. Although he had the system, the loyalty in the system could not be locked to the maximum value. Only those who used the self-created hero template could be locked to it. Once he implemented the county system, the nobles who did not get enough benefits would definitely not be willing. After all, being a local tyrant or a local rich man, as long as one was not stupid, one would know which choice was better. At that time, there would even be defections. After all, the surrounding countries were all fief systems. Therefore, Sulen decided to centralize the power in this way. In fact, Sulen did not care much about the wealth. What he cared about was the population and land. The foundation of a country was built on the population and land. Sulen had also studied the fief system in Florence and the surrounding countries. Although the fief system made the nobles the local tyrant in the fief, they still had to pay taxes to the nobles one level above them. Under normal circumstances, it was half. Of course, the lord's own property belonged to him. These taxes would be divided step by step and finally go to the king. In this way, as long as there were no problems, the king would always be the most powerful. Of course, in this extraordinary world there were many changes. For example, the appearance of a legend. In fact, the law of this world was still the law of the jungle. After inspecting the progress of Mirror Lake City, Sulen handed the development plan of Mirror Lake City to Occam. Then he returned to North City with the army. Chapter 280. On the way back to Northern Town, Sulen went to Centaur City. Centaur City was very big. 70% of the population were centaurs while the remaining 30% were humans. Compared to Mirror Lake City, Centaur City was much simpler. There were more livestock pens here. Centaurs were good at breeding, but they weren't good at farming. Outside of Centaur City, there was a large grassland. Aside from cattle and sheep, it was also where North Town's military horses were produced. North Town had 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers, but they had more than 20,000 war horses. Currently, all the soldiers in northern town were mounted infantry. Some of the soldiers could even fight on horseback. For example, some of the half-elves could already easily shoot from horseback. Compared to humans, the half-elves were a bit weaker. After all, the half-elves were born with high agility. Moreover, there were druids among the half-elves so they could communicate with animals more easily. The centaurs used to be a nomadic tribe, but now they were semi-nomadic. With Centaur City, the centaur herders would return to Centaur City every once in a while to buy all kinds of supplies. In the past, the centaur tribe would have a large number of livestock freeze to death during winter. Moreover, there was no food during winter, so many livestock would starve and lose their fat. Every winter was very difficult for the centaurs. Now that Centaur City was here, these problems were no longer a problem for them. Centaur City blocked out the wind and snow in the northern town. Honeycomb coal was now widely used in northern town. The Lord's Castle, Sulin, had also extravagantly installed floor heating. Centaur City was the same. All the livestock pens were equipped with coal stoves and chimneys. It was very safe for the livestock to spend the winter here. They didn't have to worry about orcs or gnolls robbing them, nor did they have to worry about the livestock freezing to death. In the past, the northern town city was researching silage. Sulin didn't raise livestock in his past life, but he had heard of silage before. However, he didn't know much about it. He only knew the name and some of the steps, but he didn't know how to make it. Therefore, he could only let the druids research according to the little information that Sulin had provided. These druids had already made some progress, but they still needed to use some nature spells to make silage. This wasn't a problem for the druids, but it would be hard to spread it. After all, there weren't many people who knew nature spells, so not many spellcasters would do this. In addition to silage, Northern Town City also provided large amounts of grain. In Centaur City there were veterinarians, merchants, and even people who were good at farming. There were also tax officials. All livestock transactions were limited to Centaur City, which made it easier to collect taxes. Northern Town City now had another job, and that was to collect wool. Not long ago, the half-elves in Northern Town City researched wool weaving technology. Now, Northern Town City could weave wool, silk, linen, cotton, and several other kinds of cloth. However, besides linen, the production of the other kinds of cloth wasn't high. The centaur's annual income from raising livestock was very good, so the centaur's lives were much better than before. After all, in the centaur tribe, only the centaur chieftain could enjoy a good life. The other centaurs were no different from the orcs. Salt, clothes, weapons, tea, pottery, wine, and sugar were all things that the centaurs couldn't produce. Now that they had joined the northern battlefront city, these things could be easily bought with a bit of money. Although the centaurs still had a lot of power, it would be very difficult to make them betray the northern battlefront city. The centaurs at the bottom of the hierarchy didn't want to go back to their previous lives. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was hard to go from extravagance to frugality. This wasn't just a saying. In the past, no one had enjoyed a city that sheltered them from the wind and rain. They had delicious food, warm clothes, and their own property. This was simply impossible in the past. Now that the centaurs were asked to give up on this life and go back to their previous life, the centaurs at the bottom wouldn't agree. This was also done deliberately by Sulin. His method was completely open. Even if the centaur chieftain knew about it, they couldn't blame him or stop him. Using this method, Sulin firmly tied the centaur tribe to Northern Town City. Sulin didn't have the intention to completely annex the centaur tribe. He just wanted the centaurs to become a vassal of Northern Town City. Looking at the current results, it was quite good. Mission was still supportive of the centaur tribe's change. Before this, the centaur tribe liked to rob. They had 4 legs and could run very fast. Their arrows were very accurate and they were very powerful. This made the centaurs the most famous robbers in the wilderness. At that time, the centaurs didn't want to trade at all. Later on, they had a conflict with the beastmen tribes. Under the pressure of the beastmen tribes, the centaurs began to trade on a small scale. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they traded with the humans and received all kinds of supplies, the centaurs would have already declined in the conflict with the beastmen tribes. Of course, the centaurs suffered heavy casualties because they were too careless. When Sulin arrived at Centaur City, the city was in the middle of a cattle and sheep trade. The centaur tribe's cattle and sheep were currently monopolized by Northern Town City. Of course, when the number of cattle and sheep was increased, it would gradually be open to other caravans. This time there weren't many cattle and sheep to be traded. It wasn't the season for cattle and sheep to be sold. "Welcome, Lord." The little mare mission led many centaurs to greet him and gave him a warm hug. "How are you living here?" Sulin asked after he broke away from the two towering balls. "We are living very well. Just last week the tribe welcomed a few new lives." The little mare mission said happily. "Thank you again for your help." Sulin waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. After all, the centaurs are now part of Northern Town City. As the Lord of Northern Town City, I have the obligation to make the lives of my people better." "You are the best, Lord." Led by mission, Sulin arrived at the largest house in Centaur City. The centaur tribe did not have a chief yet. A group of centaurs sat on linen and straw mats. In the middle of the room was a huge bonfire. Several chefs were roasting lambs. Drops of fat dripped from the roasted lambs, creating clusters of flames. While the chefs were roasting the lambs, they were constantly brushing sauce on them. This method was improved by Frodo. After all, the centaurs would only dip their meat in salt before eating it. Sulin and Mission sat in the main seats. In addition to a dozen centaurs, there were also some humans. These humans were tax collectors and merchants sent by Northern Town City. Although the banquet was very simple, the atmosphere was very good. These centaurs were very satisfied with their current life. The purpose of Sulin's inspection was to see the life of the centaurs. On the other hand, he was ready to officially appoint the governor of the Centaur City. Centaur City was different from Mirror Lake City. The residents here were mainly centaurs. It was impossible to appoint a centaur to be the governor. This would make the centaurs panic, so the best candidate was Mission. However, other than the governor, more than half of the officials in the hall were humans. Especially the tax collector, the market manager, the warehouse manager, and even the city defense officer needed both humans and centaurs. The Centaur City had a group of soldiers stationed here. There weren't many people, only 100. These people were usually responsible for maintaining the security of the territory. With these people, the Centaur City wouldn't be completely controlled by the centaurs. The centaur tribe was now under the elder system. Under Sulin's request, the centaurs began to learn the humans' language. Under these circumstances, the centaurs in the North City gradually began to break away from their primitive tribal state and slowly entered the age of civilization. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the scholars who studied the history of the centaurs would call this the Centaurs' Age of Enlightenment. Sulin stayed in Centaur City for a day before leaving with his team and returning to the North City. The construction of the North City was still progressing steadily. As soon as they approached the North City, a cry came from the sky. Sulin looked up and saw a group of Cryopteris with a wingspan of 3 meters quickly flying over. These Cryopteris had been raised for half a year and were now past their infancy stage. Cryopteris needed 3 years to reach adulthood. Only then could they start training. He was looking forward to these Cryopteris Knights. In the last battle with the orcs, he saw the power of the Orc Wyvern Knights. If those wyverns hadn't met Alex, the 3,000 harpies would have suffered heavy casualties. The harpies could bully an army without air power, but once they met the Hippogriff Knights, Wyvern Knights, or Griffin Knights, they would suffer heavy losses. The biggest one in the sky was Sulin's Ice Quetzalcoatlus. After seeing Sulin, the Ice Quetzalcoatlus directly dived towards Sulin. The little guy flapped its wings and wanted to land on Sulin's shoulder, but it seemed to have forgotten its size. In the end, it could only land on the ground beside him. Unlike other Cryopteris, the Ice Quetzalcoatlus had a thin layer of dragon scales on its body. Although its defense was not as strong as a real dragon, it was still much stronger than an ordinary Quetzalcoatlus. Sulin rubbed its head and let the little guy play by itself. Although the little guy was less than a year old, a Euron also had a dragon's aura. Its presence scared the horses. After sending the little guy away, it took a while for the horses to recover. This also made Sulin notice the weakness of the horses. When facing the enemy cavalry on the battlefield, it seemed that the dragon's aura could directly destroy the cavalry's horse. What was the difference between a cavalry without a horse and a tiger without claws and teeth? Chapter 281. The advantage of coming to Northern Battlefront City was obvious. The knights in Northern Battlefront City were all centaurs. As intelligent beings, although they would be affected by the dragon aura, the effect was minimal. Of course, the warhorses in Northern Battlefront City would be affected as well. Sulin planned to train the warhorses accordingly so that they could slowly get used to the dragon aura. Warhorses were actually very timid animals. It would take a long time for them to get used to the dragon aura. However, Sulin was not in a hurry. After all, the warhorses in Northern Battlefront City were mostly used for quick advance or retreat. After returning to northern Battlefront City, Su Lin immediately received news from Aiton. Su Lin had asked them to collect information about the Minotaurs. They had completed their mission. There are more than 300 Minotaurs in the tribe? Su Lin looked at the Drow scout in surprise. Yes, sir. After careful investigation, we finally confirmed their exact number. There are about 350 of them, the Drow said respectfully. Su Lin nodded. A tribe of 350 people. Are there any Minotaurs in it? Minotaurs were the name of the Minotaurs after they advanced into the legendary level. They were powerful and evil creatures. They liked to build mazes and lure their enemies into them to kill them one by one. Minotaurs were powerful and immune to mazes. Wizards' mazes were ineffective against them. They were good at using giant axes as weapons. They were cunning and evil. They were one of the monsters that adventurers did not want to encounter the most. Minotaurs were powerful and had mazes that could make people dizzy. They were very difficult to deal with. Most importantly, the rewards were very low. Unlike dragons, the Minotaurs did not like to collect treasures. Therefore, killing these monsters was often a loss. We didn't find any Minotaurs. Seems like we're in luck. This Minotaur's tribe did not give birth to such powerful creatures. Su Lin held his chin with one hand and leaned back in his chair. Sir, this is the map of the Minotaur's territory. We've investigated it. There are no powerful creatures nearby. After understanding the Minotaur's strength, Su Lin began to prepare to wipe out the Minotaurs. After all, not only did the Minotaurs occupy the obsidian mine, but they also captured his people. If he did not rescue them, the Grey Dwarves' loyalty would decrease. Following Sullen's orders, the war machine of northern Battlefront City began to move. Since they were going to fight in the underground world, human spearmen were not suited for the environment. Su Lin planned to use Duergar, half-elf archers, centaurs and harpies. Humans did not have night vision, so fighting in a place like the underworld was very inconvenient. In addition to these troops, Hathaway, Chris, Karina and Alex would also go on this expedition. Without the help of spellcasters, the Taurens would suffer a lot of casualties. Adult Minotaurs could reach the level of knights. The Minotaur warriors were generally Transcendent Tier 2, and the Berserk Minotaurs were Transcendent Tier 3. The army of northern Battlefront City gathered quickly. There were 200 centaurs, 400 dwarven defenders, 300 half-elf archers, 100 barbarian warriors, and 3,000 harpies forming a huge team. Su Lin led the army into the underground world through the connecting tunnel. This was not their first time in the underground world, so they quickly adapted to the environment. Under the lead of the Drow scouts, the army of northern Battlefront City advanced through the tunnels toward the Minotaur's tribe. The Minotaur's tribe was northwest of the dwarf city of Orlando. They had to pass through 5 tunnels and 3 underground caverns. The underground world's terrain was complicated, so the army moved slowly. Many of the tunnels were limited in width, so only 5 people could walk side by side. The army of northern Battlefront City was stretched into a long line. The movement of thousands of people was not small, so it naturally alerted many underground creatures. As soon as they entered the tunnel, a group of hook horrors fell from the sky. However, they could never imagine how powerful the enemy they were facing this time was. The 2-meter-tall hook horrors were shot to death in the air before they could even attack. The half-elf longbow's power could easily penetrate the armor of the dwarves at close range, so these hook horrors could block it. Moreover, the soldiers Su Lin brought this time all had night vision, so those hook horrors in the dark tunnels had already been discovered by Su Lin. Other than the hook horrors, there was also a group of lion-scorpion beasts living in the underground caverns. When these lion-scorpion beasts noticed the army, they immediately hid. The lion-scorpion beasts were very intelligent, so they naturally knew how to avoid danger. Su Lin recorded the positions of these lion-scorpion beasts. He was prepared to see if he could tame these lion-scorpion beasts in the future. The lion-scorpion beasts were also flying mounts. Although they couldn't compare to the pterosaur, they were not any worse than the hippogriff knights and griffin knights. However, taming the lion-scorpion beast was very difficult. Moreover, these beasts' tails could move, so the knights were worried that the lion-scorpion beasts would use their stingers to attack. After passing through an underground tunnel, the army of northern Battlefront City finally arrived near the Minotaur's tribe. Su Lin didn't immediately attack, so he let the army rest. He took out the sky-illuminating lamp and released a group invisibility spell. A gray energy barrier enveloped the army of northern Battlefront City, and in the next second, the army of northern Battlefront City disappeared without a trace. All the soldiers began to rest. Traveling for a long time was very tiring, not to mention in a place like the underground world. The army didn't light a fire and they were very close to the Minotaur's tribe. If they lit a fire to cook, it would attract the attention of the Minotaurs. The army had brought rations with them. These rations were made by Su Lin from his previous world. He used dried meat, flour, potatoes, salt, sugar, vegetable oil and diced vegetables to make stir-fried noodles before processing them into biscuits. It can be soaked in water or eaten directly. These rations had a rough texture and the taste was not bad. Of course, according to Frodo, this was a complete waste of food, but for the army this kind of food was very convenient. The biscuits made from stir-fried noodles were very convenient to eat. There were vegetables, salt and diced meat inside. Not only could it fill one's stomach, it could also provide vitamins. Of course, only Northern Battlefront City would spend so much effort on rations. The rations of other countries in this world were a mess. Black bread was the norm, and sometimes they didn't even have this kind of black bread mixed with wood shavings and stones. Of course, the treatment of the elite army was very good. Northern Battlefront City's rations were not cheap, and only Su Lin was rich enough to add diced meat, sugar and vegetable oil. The cost of a single serving of rations was 2 gold nars. The army set up camp in the invisibility barrier and quietly ate the rations. After eating the rations, the army quickly took the time to rest. After the army set up camp, the drows all left to investigate the surroundings. There was no difference between day and night in the underworld. The creatures here slept according to their unique method of timing. The drows used magic pillars. Every day the magic pillars would slowly light up from the lowest point, which meant the beginning of the day. When all the pillars lit up, it meant the end of the day, and then the magic pillars would begin to extinguish from the bottom to the top. The dwarves used mechanical timing, and at the same time, they also had magic pillars similar to the drows. Su Lin didn't know the Tauren's timing tool, but he knew that it was now daytime. Su Lin, who had night vision, was not affected by the darkness of the underworld. He took out a monocular made of transparent crystal. Su Lin stood there and clearly saw the situation in the Tauren camp in the distance. These Taurens had just finished a hunt and were enjoying their food. Although they were far away, Su Lin could still see that their prey was an underground salamander. The underground salamander was also a little overlord in the underworld, but now it had become food for the Taurens. An underground salamander was about 5 meters long. If you removed the tail that occupied half of its body would be 2 or 3 meters long. This kind of underground creature had a fierce temperament. Even the manticore didn't like to provoke them, but the drows would domesticate these underground salamanders as mounts. The strongest drows were the petrifying lizard knights, but they were rare. Generally, a petrifying lizard knight would lead a small team of underground salamander knights to form a patrol team. The underground salamanders were slightly smaller than the petrifying lizards, but they didn't have the petrifying light of the petrifying lizards. Seeing the Taurens barbecuing food, Su Lin didn't continue to pay attention. When he returned to the tent, Su Lin, Hathaway, Chris and the others also began to enjoy the food. Time passed by and soon it was night in the underworld. At this time, many animals began to come out to look for food. The camp in the northern city was still silent. A few wildebeests quickly disappeared after approaching. The Tauren tribe in the distance also quieted down. Only the tall totem pillars were still shining. Su Lin waited until midnight before he began to move. 3,000 harpies flew into the sky, and Hathaway cast 2 spells to remove sound and smell. Then the group of harpies began to approach the Tauren tribe. Su Lin led the dwarves in formation and began to quietly approach the camp. The half-elf archers behind him were ready. Soon the harpies arrived above the Tauren tribe. They were very familiar with this kind of air attack. With a command, a large number of Molotov cocktails fell from the sky, and the Tauren tribe became a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Chapter 282. Roar. A tyrannical roar echoed, followed by even more roars. With the light of the Molotov cocktails, Su Lin was able to clearly see the situation of the Tauren camp. The Molotov cocktails weren't as effective as Su Lin had imagined. Although they had ignited quite a few houses, the casualties of the Tauren were limited. Moreover, when the Molotov cocktails ignited the camp, a burst of ice energy suddenly appeared. A storm. A whirlwind made of ice and snow suddenly appeared, quickly suppressing the burning flames and extinguishing many of them. Su Lin frowned. The flames of the Molotov cocktails were a lot stronger than ordinary flames, but the materials that Su Lin had made were still quite different from real Molotov cocktails. Kerosene couldn't compare to gasoline, and charcoal couldn't compare to aluminum powder or rubber. Whether it was burning or sticking, it was much worse. Last time, they had succeeded in bullying the Beastmen army because there were no casters among them. Moreover, they were living in tents. Now that they had encountered a caster's spell, it was normal for it to be barely effective. The harpy retreated after throwing the Molotov cocktails. There weren't many Molotov cocktails in Western Town's northern city, mainly because kerosene was hard to find. This kind of war preparation material could only be produced in the Desert Kingdom, and it was sold in limited quantities. Sulin had saved up a lot of kerosene for a long time. He had used most of it last time when he had set fire to the Beastmen camp, and the rest had been thrown out today, so the effect was limited. With the help of the flames, Sulin saw the appearance of the Tauren. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had seen a Tauren outside of some books. Taurens weren't commonly seen on the surface, and most of them were underground creatures. Their appearance was very unique, looking like a bull that walked upright. The Tauren had a human body and was 3 meters tall. Their muscles were bulging and they looked very powerful. They wore fine iron armor and held a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. Their axes were even bigger than the barbarians' axes. They were 2 meters long and only these Taurens could wield them. Although they were called Taurens, they didn't inherit the gentle nature of bulls. Instead, they inherited the tyrannical side of bulls. These minotaurs were cruel and tyrannical. They loved war and killing. In fact, minotaurs had inherited a trace of demon blood. They worshipped demons and liked to capture other weak creatures as slaves. The minotaurs worshipped the Minotaur King Buffet, the Lord of the Abyss 600th floor. These minotaurs, who were over 3 meters tall and weighed close to 1,000 pounds, could be said to be the best heavy infantry. After putting out the fire, these minotaurs rushed out of the camp. Looking at the tall Taurens in heavy armor and weapons, the earth trembled when they ran, and then looking at the gray dwarfs who were less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing iron armor and standing in neat rows like a group of gas tanks, Sulin felt that they were not very reliable. How do you plan to deal with those minotaurs? Sulin looked at the gray dwarves suspiciously. When they decided to deal with the Taurens, the gray dwarves had strongly requested to participate. Although Sulin didn't think highly of the gray dwarves had clashed with the minotaurs in the underworld before. Until Sulin took action, these gray dwarves had been doing well. They still had experience in dealing with the minotaurs. The minotaurs look tall and mighty, but they're just for show. When we fight them, we just roll under their legs and jump up to chop off their hind legs. The gray dwarf's commander, Barton, patted his chest and said. However, Sulin didn't think this tactic was reliable at all. Seeing Sulin's expression of disbelief, Barton continued to explain, "Those big guys are too big. They turn very slowly and are not as agile as us. Also, it's very inconvenient for them to attack us because we're short. We may be short, but we're agile. In order to deal with the minotaurs, we even developed a slide kick. When the minotaurs attack, we just slide under their legs and use our axes to attack their private parts. If we're lucky, we can even castrate them." Sulin originally thought that these gray dwarves had some kind of ultimate move to deal with the minotaurs, but it turned out that this was it. If they were lucky, they could castrate them, but if they were unlucky, wouldn't they become snacks delivered to their doorstep? Would they be able to crush gas tanks with a single stomp of their hooves? Sulin wasn't optimistic about the gray dwarves' plan. According to what they said, if they were facing a single minotaur, they might be able to pull it off. However, they were facing a group of minotaurs. Sure, they might be able to dodge the first minotaur with a slide kick, but there would be more minotaurs behind. The minotaur's hooves alone could trample the gray dwarves to death. After figuring out the gray dwarves' plan, Sulin didn't have much hope for them. If he let them go, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Sulin still needed these gray dwarves to help him mine and forge equipment. How could he bear to see them die? If they were all dead, who would forge equipment for him? "Where are the ballistae? Prepare to load them," Sulin ordered. "All gray dwarves, fall back and get into formation. My lord, please believe in our strength. We dwarves will completely crush these idiots," Barton quickly said when he saw Sulin's stance, strongly urging them to fight. However, Sulin didn't think much of it and forbade them from acting on their own. Against the minotaurs, Sulin's plan was to use the ballistae to attack first, then let the barbarian warriors and centaur heavy cavalry charge. Most of the barbarian warriors had leveled up to barbarian berserkers, and normal minotaurs were no match for them. Only the berserk minotaurs could contend with them. The centaur heavy cavalry wasn't weak either. When they ran, even the minotaurs wouldn't be able to withstand their momentum. First, use the ballistae to disrupt the minotaur's formation, then used the barbarian warriors and centaur-heavy cavalry to launch a surprise attack. The gnomes' archers would suppress the enemy with a rain of arrows, and the Grey Dwarves' defenders would attack. Su Lin quickly came up with the plan. However, the casualties in a battle like this would definitely not be low. In order to reduce the casualties, he would have to rely on Chris, Hathaway, and Karina's spells. Hathaway, prepare your spells. Release them when the Minotaurs get close. Su Lin called Hathaway and the others over and had them prepare their spells. Don't worry, we'll treat those Minotaurs well, Hathaway said excitedly. She was very interested in the Minotaurs right now. She planned to find a few Minotaurs' corpses and bring them to the lab for research after the battle. The underground world was very dim. Even with the fire still burning in the camp, it still looked a little hazy. Muffled sounds echoed in the underground cavern. The ground under their feet trembled slightly. The Minotaurs rushed over with a violent aura. Their 3-meter-tall bodies made them look like little giants. Even the barbarian warriors who had been on the battlefield for a long time stopped underestimating them. Their expressions became very serious. The centaur-heavy cavalry also had the same expression. The whole army was excited. Boost morale, advanced. Advanced group haste. OE magic weapon. Reduce enemy defense. Rays of light flashed from Sullen's body. In an instant, all the Northern Citadel troops were buffed with all kinds of spells. The morale of the Northern Citadel troops soared. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit as they looked at the Minotaurs in the distance. Seeing that the Minotaurs were about 400 yards away, Su Lin directly cast a silence spell on the Minotaur shaman. The shaman was about to buff the Minotaur shaman when he suddenly felt a strange membrane surrounding his body. The originally active elemental energy was also blocked by this membrane. All of his spells couldn't be cast at this moment. The Minotaur shaman was directly crippled. After losing the shaman, the Minotaur's combat power was reduced by at least 20%. The Minotaurs in their berserk state began to charge. Several hundred Minotaurs in heavy armor charged forward with great momentum. The sound of their hooves hitting the ground was like muffled thunder. Ballistae, fire! Bang bang bang. With Sullen's order, 30 ballistae immediately fired. 33-meter-long spears with powerful momentum shot towards the Minotaur's army. One of the Minotaurs at the front was directly hit by a spear. Their high-quality heavy armor couldn't block the ballistae's attack. An ear-piercing metallic sound echoed. In the next second, that Minotaur's body was pierced by a ballista. Blood crazily gushed out of his body. Even the Minotaurs with powerful constitutions couldn't resist being hit by a ballista. Seeing the state of their companions, these Minotaurs became even more furious. Their chests were fiercely heaving up and down as they kept breathing out white mist from their nostrils. The hot breath they exhaled condensed into steam in the air. Their muscles bulged and their veins bulged like earthworms. Their eyes were bloodshot. The ballistae kept firing, but the quality of the Minotaur's shields was clearly very good. After piercing through the shields, the ballistae lost their penetrative power. The centaurs on the side stamped their hooves a few times and prepared to charge. Charm. At this time, Chrissy took the initiative to make a move. A pink light flashed from Chrissy's body and then swept across the Minotaurs. Immediately after, many of the Minotaurs who were charging suddenly stopped. Their originally bloodshot eyes became blank. But after a mere breath, these Minotaurs suddenly swung their axes and attacked the other Minotaurs around them. The Minotaurs who were attacked reacted quickly and raised their weapons to counterattack. In an instant, the charging Minotaur's army became chaotic. Seeing this situation, Su Lin naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He directly led the barbarians and centaurs to charge. The distance of 300 meters only took a few breaths. Su Lin led the barbarians and centaurs to fiercely crash into the chaotic Minotaurs. Chapter 283. Boom. Metal clanging, the centaur-heavy cavalry ferociously rammed into the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs were forced back by the powerful impact. Su Luan's purple dragon halberd was like a viper. With a flash of cold light, a large amount of blood spurted from the neck of the Minotaurs. The 3-meter-tall Minotaurs were about to swing their giant axes. Their bodies swayed and the light in their eyes dimmed. Their huge bodies fell down like a mountain of gold. The Minotaurs opened their mouths and spat out a string of red bubbles. Large amounts of blood stained the ground red. Their bodies twitched for a bit before they stopped breathing. Although the barbarians weren't as tall as the Minotaurs, their attacks were much fiercer. Their giant axes cut through the air and viciously slashed at the Minotaur's armor. Even the well-forged armor couldn't withstand the barbarian's strength. A terrifying gash was torn open and hot blood gushed out. The Minotaurs suffered heavy losses under the combined attack of the northern battlefront city soldiers and the Minotaurs controlled by crazy seduction. Just as Su Lin was about to continue and kill the Minotaurs, a pink light flashed again. The Minotaurs that were fighting suddenly stopped. Everyone stop. Move back 3 meters. Crazy's voice came from midair. All the Taurans immediately stopped attacking and moved back 3 meters according to Crazy's instructions. Seeing this, Su Lin was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He knew Crazy's charm was powerful, and even women couldn't resist it. However, he didn't expect it to be this powerful. 200 to 300 Minotaurs were controlled by her charm in a row. Normal charm didn't have such a powerful effect. The reason why Crazy's charm was so powerful was because of the charm nature of her self-created hero template. Her charm, which was a self-created hero template, could directly make the enemy change sides. Coupled with the charm of a succubus, its power was even more terrifying. One had to know that even barbarians with strong will would most likely be controlled by Crazy's charm. Chris, you controlled all of them? Although Su Lin had seen it, he still found it hard to believe. Of course, these calves are now my subordinates, Chris said proudly. How did you do it? Su Lin looked at his little succubus in surprise. Crazy snorted proudly. She gently flapped her wings and landed on the ground. Minotaurs exist in the abyss as well. They have the bloodline of demons. These creatures have a natural worship for demons. If they drink demon blood and evolve into Minotaurs, it will be difficult to deal with them. But right now, ordinary Minotaurs have a hard time resisting the effects of charm. Of course, the prerequisite is that the caster is a demon, Chris said proudly as she flapped her demonic wings a few times. Looking at the brave Minotaurs standing there obediently, the people of North Town City felt a strong sense of disharmony. For them, who had just prepared for a fierce battle, it was like a dream. At the same time, it made them feel uncomfortable as if they had punched cotton with all their might. Although the two sides were on opposing sides, seeing these powerful Minotaurs being controlled so easily, even their life and death, made the surrounding troops look at Crazy with awe. Especially the barbarians who had experienced it once. When they saw Crazy's gaze, they were like mice who saw a cat. They kept quiet out of fear. Ahem, alright, everyone stop standing there. Some of you go and release the captured dwarves. Others, go and clean up the battlefield. Su Lin coughed and started to do his job. Chris, you want those Minotaurs to put down their weapons. Okay. Chris nodded. She then saw the Minotaurs put down their weapons one by one. The Minotaurs didn't suffer heavy casualties. In the previous battle and the damage from the ballistae, about 30 Minotaurs had died. Some of the injured ones were saved by Sullen's spells. Next, Su Lin led people to clean up the collection in the Minotaurs' camp. The Minotaurs were the most powerful tribe in the surrounding area, and they were a race that liked to rob and plunder. They had a very rich collection. Su Lin found a lot of high-quality gems and some precious metals. The Minotaurs didn't care much about gold and silver. They mostly just robbed for the sake of looting, not for the sake of looting. The members of the chaotic evil faction didn't care about other things, so the probability of strange things appearing was the highest. Su Lin wasn't surprised by anything they did. In addition to these things, there was also a lot of iron ore. The Minotaurs knew how to smelt iron and forge equipment. These things were left behind by them when they were forging equipment. There should be a lot of ore veins around this camp. The imprisoned Grey Dwarves were also rescued. These Grey Dwarves seemed to be good people. In addition to the Grey Dwarves, there were many other underworld races imprisoned in the Minotaurs' camp. The Minotaurs liked to enslave slaves. Basically, all the underworld races liked to do this. In addition to the Grey Dwarves, there were also bugbears and earth goblins. As for the weak ones, they were directly killed by the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs didn't care about the weak ones at all. Now, these slaves and the Minotaurs had all become the spoils of war of the northern town city. Su Lin asked the others to clean up the battlefield. He then asked the Grey Dwarves to explore the ore veins and organize people to mine the obsidian. The wizard tower required a lot of obsidian, and the previous stockpile was almost used up. Looking at the towering camp, Su Lin found that the location was pretty good. Although he hadn't finished exploring it as far as he was concerned, the minerals here were still very rich. Su Lin was going to build a city here and then mine the surrounding mines. After arranging other things, Su Lin began to look at his harvest. The harvest this time was not bountiful. Defeating the Minotaurs only gave him 3,000 experience points. What surprised Su Lin was the 2 gold chests. He casually opened the 2 gold chests. A light flashed and a system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened a gold chest. You have obtained the item Mount Horse tag. Congratulations, host. You have opened a gold chest. You have obtained the item 100/steel. Su Luan took out the mount plate. He had gotten one before, but it was the most common black-maned horse, which was not much different from an ordinary warhorse. But this time the mount plate he got was the Pegasus. Su Lin looked at the Mount Horse tag in his hand. It looked ordinary and the material was smooth. It seemed to be a type of jade, but it felt warm and comfortable. There were some cloud patterns on one side of the Mount Horse tag, and the other side was a Pegasus. The Pegasus was lifelike, as if it was going to jump out at any moment. Pegasus Mount Horse tag. After use, summon a majestic Pegasus as a mount. After riding, it can greatly increase movement speed and attack power. It can also fly. Speed plus 15. Fly. The Pegasus has the ability to fly. Space travel. Can quickly escape from battle and is not affected by dimensional anchor, space imprisonment, and other spells. Looking at the attributes of the Pegasus Mount Horse tag, Su Lin was so surprised that his jaw dropped. He was still wondering what kind of mount he would get this time. He didn't expect to get such a big surprise. Su Lin still didn't have the ability to fly. Of course, with the help of the Wind Dragon flag or the Thunder Domain, he could fly for a short period of time. However, the speed was not very fast and it would consume a lot of energy. With this Pegasus, Su Lin could fly freely in the sky. The Pegasus was much cooler than a wizard's flying broom. Compared to the adepts who rode on flying brooms and flying tools, riding a Pegasus was like comparing an Audi to an Alto. In addition to flying, the Pegasus also had a very powerful ability to travel through space. It could actually ignore the effects of spells like dimensional anchor and spatial imprisonment and directly travel through space to escape. With this ability, those sneak attacks and decapitation tactics were basically ineffective against it. Of course, this also meant that it was foolproof. The same spell in the hands of a wizard apprentice and a legendary wizard would have the same effect. Whether or not one could escape depended on the strength of both sides. Of course, with the Pegasus ability, normal legendary wizards could basically ignore it. Su Lin picked up the Pegasus Mount Horse tag and chose to use it. The tag turned into a ray of light and merged with Sulin's body. In the next second, a portal appeared next to him and a horse's neigh sounded. A white light flashed in front of Sulin's eyes, and a handsome horse suddenly appeared next to him. This horse was completely white, and there was not a single trace of color on its body. Its body was tall and its limbs were long. Its steps were light and its muscles were well proportioned. Its eyes were bright. Even people who didn't know anything about horses could tell it was a good horse. This horse was lowering its head and rubbing Sulin's face. Su Lin reached out his hand and stroked its mane. It was smooth and soft. It was very comfortable. After a while, Su Lin got on the horse. The Pegasus neighed and stood up like a human. Then it dashed forward with a whoosh. The northern fortress city soldiers in the camp only saw a white shadow fly past them. Before they could react, the shadow had already disappeared in front of them. Su Lin could only feel the scenery in front of him quickly passing by, but he didn't feel any bumps. Even the wind in front of him didn't change. The Pegasus was running very fast. After running for a while, a pair of pure white wings suddenly appeared on its side. The Pegasus that was running directly soared into the sky. Chapter 284. Su Lin only felt another force enveloping him, and then the draconic horse under him soared into the air. The heavenly horse quickly traveled through the air, and its 4 hooves were covered in clouds. The heavenly horse moved through the air as if it was walking on flat ground. Its speed increased once again, and its figure flew past the dome of the underground world like a bolt of lightning. After riding the Pegasus for 2 laps in the underground world, Su Luan returned to the camp of the Torrens. The height of the underground world was limited, so the Pegasus needed to control its altitude when flying. When returning to the camp, it was still a little grumpy. Obviously, the Pegasus had not enjoyed itself enough just now. Su Lin rubbed the heavenly horse's head and comforted it before walking towards the camp. "Boss, where did you find such a beautiful horse?" Johnson was about to go out when he saw Su Lin bringing a horse back. The horse was pure white without a single trace of color. It was very beautiful and people could not help but want to touch it. Ouch! Johnson cried out in pain. It turned out that just now he did not succeed in touching it. Instead, he was bitten by the heavenly horse. "Hey, you want to go to the sky with a horse?" Johnson reached out and prepared to take care of the heavenly horse. Su Lin looked at Johnson with a playful expression. The heavenly horse was not an ordinary horse. After the system merged with the rules of this world, it became more suitable for the growth of this plane, and the heavenly horse was the same. Su Lin's heavenly horse was actually a heavenly creature. According to the division of the Magi, it should belong to the 7 hills of paradise. It was the same type of creature as the unicorn, and its strength was not weaker than the unicorn. It could be considered a type of divine creature. Although it did not have the strength of a legend rank, if you underestimated them, you would suffer a great loss. As expected, Johnson and the Pegasus fought, but in the end he was chased and beaten up by the Pegasus. Although Johnson was strong, the Pegasus could fly and its speed was fast, so Johnson could not catch it at all. Furthermore, this guy was very vengeful, so he used his hind hooves to fiercely hit Johnson on the head, causing a big bump to appear on Johnson's bald head, causing Su Lin to want to laugh. All right, little horse. Su Lin comforted the Pegasus so that it would no longer attack Johnson. Only then did the Pegasus stop attacking. Then, when Johnson wasn't paying attention, it spat saliva all over his face. Boss, this horse is too powerful. I actually lost to a horse. Johnson rubbed his head and said with a sad face. Be content. This is a Pegasus, a heavenly creature. It's normal that you can't beat it. Su Lin glanced at him and said, Heavenly realm creatures are amazing. Johnson curled his lips and said, feeling unconvinced in his heart. He muttered softly, What Pegasus? To put it bluntly, it's still a horse. If it's a horse, it has to be ridden. Harumph. The Pegasus raised its 2 hooves and was about to step on him. Good horse, don't lower yourself to his level. Su Lin stroked the mane of the Pegasus and comforted it. At the same time, he quickly sent Johnson away. This guy had a big mouth. If he stayed for a while, he would definitely be beaten again. Bringing the Pegasus back to the camp, Hathaway, Chris and Karina were all very interested in the Pegasus. They were all spellcasters, so they could naturally feel that the magic energy contained in the Pegasus's body was not any weaker than theirs. Su Lin, what's going on with this horse? Hathaway looked at the Pegasus in surprise. Su Lin patted the back of the Pegasus and said proudly, This is a Pegasus. I met it by accident. It was impressed by my wisdom and strength, so it took the initiative to ask to be my mount. Hearing Su Lin's shameless words, the Pegasus could not help but roll its eyes. This is a Pegasus? Hathaway automatically filtered out the information in Su Lin's words and stared at the Pegasus with shining eyes. As a wizard, Hathaway knew that the Pegasus and the unicorn were both heavenly creatures. Divine creatures were very rare in the material world. The unicorn was still okay. In the past, when the elf forest was not closed, there were many unicorns living there. However, since the elf forest was closed, unicorns were very rare. Another reason why there were so few unicorns was that they were often hunted by others. It could be said that every part of a unicorn's body was a treasure. The horn on its head was a very important magic material that had very special uses. Its blood also contained magic power, and many evil gods liked unicorns as sacrifices. Although unicorns were powerful, those who dared to hunt unicorns were not mediocre. Each and every one of them was naturally powerful. This was also why unicorns were so rare in the outside world. In fact, even with the protection of druids and elves, unicorns were still an endangered species in the material plane. According to a wizard who did not want to be named, there were at least a dozen magic items made from unicorns in this world. For thousands of years, the number of unicorns in the prime material plane had been in a state of slow decline. Pegasi were even rarer in the prime material plane. Su Lin's Pegasus could be said to be the only one that had appeared in the prime material plane in the past few hundred years. Didn't you see it? Su Lin said proudly. Can I take some of its blood? Hathaway pulled Su Lin and asked, Just a little? It won't hurt. Suddenly, the Pegasus spat at Hathaway. Ah. Seeing Hathaway's embarrassed look, Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. Don't think about it. The Pegasus can understand you. Su Lin saw Hathaway's angry look and said, The Pegasus is a divine creature. Its intelligence is not inferior to humans. If you want its blood, you can talk to it yourself. Su Lin shrugged. Although he could force the Pegasus to cooperate, it would definitely make the Pegasus uncomfortable. Therefore, Su Lin did not care and let them talk on their own. After hearing Su Lin's words, Hathaway could only give up for now. However, she made up her mind to find a way to get the Pegasus's blood. Can I try riding it? Chris, who was at the side, looked at the Pegasus with shining eyes. It was obvious that she also liked this Pegasus. However, as an abyss demon she was at odds with a heavenly realm creature. It was already good enough that the two of them did not fight when they met. "It's okay. I'll talk to it later. It shouldn't be a problem." Su Lin looked at the little succubus's eager expression and couldn't bear to refuse. "Really?" The little succubus Chris hugged Sullen's arm. The pair of D+ peaks on her body kept rubbing against him. Sullen's anger was immediately aroused. As if sensing the change in Su Lin, the little succubus gently blew into his ear. Then, before Su Lin could fire, she ran away. "You can hide for a while, but can you hide for a while? I'll use the plasma cannon to deal with you tonight." Seeing the little succubus running away, Su Lin had already made a decision in his heart. Su Lin let the Pegasus roam around the camp by itself and then returned to his room. There were still some things he needed to deal with. The first was the problem of the Minotaurs. After the previous battle, there were still 302 Minotaurs alive. They were powerful heavy infantry, and their charge was not inferior to heavy cavalry. If he could subdue them, there would naturally be many benefits. However, the problem was that these Minotaurs were all controlled by the little succubus's charm. If they broke free from the charm, they would definitely rebel. Although the probability was very low, it could not be ignored. Su Lin still had no way to control them. Perhaps the concentration camp that he built to imprison the dwarves would have some effect. He planned to imprison these Minotaurs when he returned and test the effect. In addition to the problem of the Minotaurs, there was also the problem of building a city here. To be honest, with the current strength of the Northern Citadel, it was already very difficult to carry out multiple large-scale projects at the same time. Building a city here would be more difficult in terms of manpower and other resources. However, just now, he had read the report and map of the nearby mineral veins that the Grey Dwarves had just reported. He had decided to build a city here. It was not that he did not know that there was a shortage of manpower and resources, but there were too many good things here. Not to mention the obsidian mine, there were also mana crystals, fire copper, iron, gold, gem, silver, Kana's iron, and more than a dozen other minerals. Although he did not know the output of these mineral veins, the current minerals were enough for Su Lin to build a dungeon here. There were not many other creatures in the area where the Minotaurs lived. If he wanted to build a city, he would need a lot of manpower. Su Lin did not plan to transfer manpower from the surface world. After all, the Northern Citadel was already very busy. He planned to capture slaves in the underworld. The first batch of slaves were the ones that they had just rescued from the Minotaurs. As they were saved from the evil Minotaurs, the slaves were very grateful and wanted to repay Su Lin. Since they were so enthusiastic, Su Lin had no choice but to reluctantly accept them. Therefore, these people became the new city's first batch of slaves. Of course, to build a dungeon, it was not enough to rely on these people. He had to capture more slaves from the surrounding areas. Although the population of the underworld was far less than that of the surface world, there were still many options for capturing slaves. The most common ones were the Houndhead men and gnomes. These two creatures were very common both on the surface world and in the underworld. Su Lin also controlled a Houndhead men tribe with thousands of people. He just needed to bring those Houndhead men to build the dungeon. Other than the Houndhead men, there were also many gnomes, cavemen, goblins, gnomes, and orcs living in the caves. Other than the information about the mineral veins, most of the surrounding topographic maps had been drawn. In the maps, Su Lin found an underground lake. This was the main water source of the Tauren tribe. Other than the underground lake, the Grey Dwarves also found some broken underground ruins. However, there were some monsters around the ruins, so they did not get close. On the other side of the camp, there were a few tunnels that led to unknown places. Chapter 285. Su Lin already knew about the tunnels that the Grey Dwarves had found. When he killed the necromancer last time, he learned from the necromancer's diary that the necromancer had come here from one of the tunnels. The necromancer was not a normal person. Why would a normal person keep a diary and write down everything they knew? Wasn't that helping the enemy? One of the tunnels led to the Underdark, which was the base camp of the Drows. It was much more dangerous than the underground world that Su Lin now occupied. Su Lin had no plans to go there for the time being. Besides, he had to guard against the enemy's sneak attack. After looking at the surrounding topographic map, Su Lin was very interested in the ruins that the Grey Dwarves had found. He sent someone to summon the Grey Dwarves who had found the ruins. A few minutes later, 2 Grey Dwarves were brought in by the guards. "Is this the ruin that you found?" Su Lin asked directly. "Yes, master. When my team and I were exploring the surrounding mineral veins, we found that there were monsters gathered here. Oh, by the way, there's a tribe of goblins living near the ruins. They should know more about the ruins, the Grey Dwarf said respectfully. Tribe of goblins? We're short of manpower here. Capture them, Su Lin said directly. It didn't take too much manpower to deal with a tribe of goblins. Su Lin took 100 Grey Dwarves and 2 teams of centaurs and prepared to go. Hathaway heard that there was a ruin there and strongly wanted to go with them. The army made some simple preparations and set off quickly. Su Lin rode in the middle of the team on a Pegasus, while Hathaway rode on a black-maned horse with a look of resentment. She originally wanted to ride with Su Lin on the Pegasus, but the Pegasus was unwilling and wouldn't let Hathaway on it no matter what. Obviously the little guy was still very vengeful. The underground ruins were not far from here. After passing through 2 tunnels and an underground cave, the group arrived near the underground ruins. Master, there are the underground ruins. The goblins living here are in the northeast direction, the Grey Dwarf who acted as the guide said. Lead the way. Let's capture the goblins first before exploring the ruins, Su Lin said with a nod. The group continued to move forward under the lead of the Grey Dwarf. The underground cavern was huge, and they could vaguely hear the sound of an underground river flowing. Moss and mushrooms grew on the ground, and on the other side of the underground cavern was a large stalactite cave. Flutter. At this time, the sound of wings flapping suddenly came from the karst cave. It seemed to be approaching here. Su Lin looked up and soon saw a black cloud flying out of the dark karst cave. At the same time there was a squeaking sound. It's a vampire bat. Upon hearing these noises, the Grey Dwarves immediately reacted. As underground creatures, they were very familiar with the sounds of vampire bats. Vampire bats were notorious in the underground world. Individually they weren't strong, but there were too many of them. Every time they moved out, there would be tens of thousands of them. Furthermore, they liked to swarm the enemy when they attacked. These palm-sized bats were extremely ferocious. Even an elephant would be sucked dry of blood in less than a minute. Due to their large numbers, small size and agile bodies, they were very difficult to deal with for ordinary creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of vampire bats quickly flew over. At the same time, these vampire bats continuously emitted strange sound waves. Although these sound waves couldn't be heard, they made people feel dizzy and uncomfortable. A storm. Thunderstorm. A tornado formed by ice blades suddenly appeared. Along with the sharp ice blades, large numbers of vampire bats were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. For a moment, the surrounding air was filled with the smell of blood. Then a dazzling flash of lightning appeared. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, large numbers of lightning snakes jumped and swam in the sky. The vampire bats that had just flown over were immediately turned into charcoal by the lightning snakes and fell to the ground. Soon, the ground was covered with a layer of vampire bat corpses. After clearing out the vampire bats, the army continued forward. After more than an hour, Su Lin finally saw the underground ruins. The gnome tribe was about 2 to 3 kilometers away from the ruins. Without stopping, the army launched an attack on the gnome tribe. There were many bugbears and earth goblins in the tribe. These bugbears were about 1.6 meters tall and were much stronger than their cousins, the green goblins. Moreover, they were very disciplined. After discovering that someone was attacking, they quickly formed a simple spear formation. Although most of their weapons were bone spears or rusted metal, it wasn't easy to form a formation in such a short time. However, the gnomes were still gnomes. Although their neat formation made them look threatening, under the superior weapons and armor of the dwarves and the arrows of the centaurs, the bugbears were quickly scattered and captured. Seeing that the battle was over, Su Lin stepped forward and asked, "Which one of you is the leader?" The gnomes looked at each other, but no one answered his question. "Sir, the gnomes don't speak the surface language," a Grey Dwarf whispered to Su Lin. Su Lin was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the light was dim so no one could see clearly. "Ahem, Hathaway, cast language proficiency on me." Su Lin coughed. Hathaway held back her laughter and cast language proficiency on Su Lin. Su Lin asked the gnomes again. "Sir, our leader has just been killed by you." A gnome trembled as he spoke. "All right, which one of you knows the specific situation of the ruins?" Su Lin changed his question. "Sir, Borat is the most familiar with the ruins." A gnome stepped forward and said. "You are Borat?" Su Lin asked. "I am, sir," the gnome said flatteringly. Su Lin nodded and said, "How much do you know about the ruins?" "Sir, there is a devil's curse in the ruins. You will be affected by the curse if you go near it. There are also many terrifying monsters in there." "Devil's curse?" Su Lin raised his eyebrows. "It's a devil's curse. People who go near it will be cursed. Their bodies will become weak and their minds will go crazy. Some people will mutate and become horribly twisted. However, without exception they will become crazy. The monsters in there are also very crazy, but the strange thing is that these monsters will not leave the area. The curse will weaken after leaving the area. Bring us there. According to what you said, there won't be any big problems in a short time, Su Lin said directly. He then waved his hand and left some soldiers to watch over the captives. He then led the rest to the ruins. As for Borat's objection, it was directly ignored. Hathaway, come with me. I keep feeling that there is something wrong with the devil's curse. Okay. Soon the group was divided into two groups again. More than half of them stayed in the gnome tribe to watch over it. Su Lin led two groups of gray dwarves and a group of centaurs to the ruins. As Sullen's group approached the ruins, they could see many broken walls scattered on the ground. These buildings had been there for a long time and were severely damaged. It was impossible to recognize their original appearance. Many places were in a mess. It seemed that other people had been here to search. This situation was normal. It would be abnormal if no one came to search the ruins. They did not waste any time outside the ruins. They continued to go deeper into the ruins. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Some faint sounds came from the ruins. Su Lin waved his hand and signaled everyone to stop. Soon, a huge black shadow rushed toward them. It's the death pincers. Run. When Borat saw the black shadow, he was so scared that he turned around to run. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned around, a gray dwarf soldier beside him kicked him to the ground. Then a sharp axe was placed against his neck. If he runs again, cut off his legs. Su Lin said coldly. Yes, sir. As soon as the voice faded, the rocks in front were all smashed away by the shadow. Then a huge 8-legged armored creature appeared in front of them. It had a pair of exaggeratedly huge jaws in its mouth, and its huge mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Its whole body was wrapped in a layer of black carapace, and it rushed forward violently. When the gray dwarves saw this ferocious-looking insect, they all gasped. This thing was too big. It was even bigger than an elephant. The death pincers. Mutated creature, challenge rating 12+. The huge monster in front of them was actually a type of mutated insect. It had mutated because of the mana pollution radiation. Its huge jaws could easily bite a dwarf's armor in half. At the same time, its body had a strong defense. Its carapace had a layer of metallic luster, and its vitality was also very strong. For the gray dwarves, this type of mutated monster was still a big threat. However, it was unlucky to encounter Su Lin. A monster of this level would only give him some extra loot. Lightning spear. A spear made of lightning suddenly appeared. A large amount of lightning gathered, and in the next second, the lightning spear instantly hit the charging death pincers. The huge death pincer worm's body instantly stiffened, and a fist-sized hole appeared in its hard carapace. Then, its entire body was covered in lightning, and its 8 legs twitched a few times before it collapsed with a loud bang. A large amount of blood gushed out. The death pincers was done for. He waved his hand and asked a few gray dwarves to drag the body of the death pincers over. The meat of this kind of beetle was inedible, but its carapace was still a good material. It was suitable to be used to make shields or armor. Chapter 286. Su Lin looked at the map. There were many red dots on the map. Be careful. There are many other mutant creatures here. After dealing with the loot, the group continued forward. 2 gray dwarves escorted an earth goblin in front, followed by Su Lin and Hathaway. We can't go any closer. If we go any further, we'll be in the territory of the ghosts, Borat said in horror after moving forward for a while. There are a lot of ghosts. Once we enter, they'll pounce on us like crazy. Ghosts? Sullen's eyes lit up. Ghosts, the undead creatures, were most often found in mass graves or cemeteries without priests to purify them. They were also found in areas where a large number of creatures had died. It was easy for them to be born in areas where the aura of the undead was strong. Ghosts usually appeared at night, but there was no sun in the underground world. They could appear at any time. There were many types of ghosts, but they all had one thing in common. They had something that they couldn't let go of. It was called obsession or resentment. It was said that if you helped a ghost fulfill its obsession or resentment, you could get a reward from the ghost, such as a high-grade soul crystal. Of course, it was very difficult to fulfill the obsession of a ghost. After all, after turning into a ghost, they had basically lost their rationality. It was not easy to know their obsession and fulfill it. Su Lin needed a lot of soul crystals now. Now that he encountered a ghost, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He ignored the earth goblin's cries and directly led him into the territory of the ghosts. As soon as he entered, Su Lin felt the obvious difference. The temperature here was a few degrees lower than outside. There was a sudden fog in the surroundings. He didn't know when it started, but there were gusts of cold wind. It seemed that countless people were crying softly. How many people died here? It's a land of the undead. Su Lin said in surprise after noticing the surroundings. I feel at least 100 ghosts here, Hathaway said with a frown. Faintly discernible shadows appeared in the mist. They were like wandering ghosts. At this moment, Su Lin suddenly felt his vision blur. The next second, the scenery around him changed completely. When his vision was restored, he found himself in the middle of a starry sky. The scenery around him changed rapidly. For a moment he saw high-rise buildings and heavy traffic. For a moment he saw a bustling city in Middle World. At this moment, Su Lin felt like he was watching an unedited movie. He saw the mature and beautiful Lady Elizabeth J. of Cullen City. Her body was as hot and tempting as ever. She begged him to stay and she was willing to be his mistress. Even the other nobles in Kalen City expressed their support for him to become the new governor. The next second he appeared in the office again. He ate and worked hard at the same time. It can actually reflect the memories in my heart. This is no longer something that a spirit can do. Seeing the various scenes in front of him, Su Lin quickly reacted. What he encountered this time was actually a ghost with the ability to dream. This kind of ghost with the ability to peek into the deepest memories in people's hearts, and then according to these memories, weave the most unforgettable scene in one's heart, the most desired scene. Once you were immersed in this dream of nothingness, it was very likely that you would never wake up. It would use the most terrifying scene in your memory to completely defeat you when you were the most immersed in it, and then turn you into resources for its continued growth. However, this spirit with the ability to dream probably didn't expect Sullen's dream to be so different. On one side it was the current technological society. On the other side, it was the Middle World's magical world. They were two completely unrelated worlds, which gave Su Lin the feeling that several completely unrelated movies had been randomly edited and spliced together. The state of the movie was too bad and the story was too bad. How could he be immersed in it? It's better to be a good editor who can use the ability to dream. Su Lin shook his head and sighed with emotion. At this moment, the spirit controlling the dream seemed to have finally made a decision. Sullen's vision turned black, and the next second, he appeared in a strange yet familiar place. Little Su, help me send this document to Mr. Wang. Little Su, this is your performance pay for this month. Check it. Little Su, the final payment of Mr. Zhang's order from last time hasn't arrived yet. Hurry him up. All kinds of noises sounded. Sullen's eyes were a little confused. Little Su, what's wrong? Are you too tired? A woman in her 30s patted Sullen's shoulder. Nothing, I was distracted, Sister Lee, Su Lin said casually. After a busy day, Su Lin dragged his tired body back home. Sullen's house was in an old neighborhood. It was a neighborhood built by the textile factory in the 80s of his previous world. Although it was old, when he stepped into the house, his heart was filled with warmth. Mom, I'm back, Su Lin shouted. Little treasure, you're back. I'll heat up the food for you. Mrs. Su took off her reading glasses and stood up from the sofa. When she saw her son's smiling face, she turned around and prepared to go to the kitchen. Mom, don't bother. I'll do it myself. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Where's Dad? Su Lin quickly asked. Your Uncle Zhang asked him to go over and help. He'll be back in a while. Su Lin skillfully heated up the food and started eating. It was still that familiar taste. As always, it was disgusting. Su Lin, who had eaten this dish for more than 20 years, habitually complained. Soon Mr. Su returned from outside. I've told old Zhang that I'll go to work with him tomorrow. Dad, you're already 60 years old. Why are you still going to work? Can't you just rest at home? Su Lin put down the bowl and said. What rest? You've been retired for half a year. You're 28 years old this year. It's time to find a partner and get married. If you don't have some money, how can you get a wife? Besides, there's still your brother. How can I rest? Mr. Su directly retorted. In the following days, Su Lin was busy with work every day. When he returned home, although life was tough, he still felt very warm. On this day, after having dinner with his family, Su Lin slowly stood up. Mom, Dad, little brother, I'm leaving. Take care. Little brother, I'm not here anymore. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Mom and Dad in the future. Little treasure, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Mrs. Su's face changed and she asked anxiously. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Su's face darkened. Brother, don't tell me you owe money? Su Jing asked. Goodbye. Although I can't bear to part, it's time for me to leave. Su Lin smiled faintly and reflected the scene in front of him in the depths of his mind. There was a flash of light. The whole world was like a mirror. In an instant, it shattered into pieces and all the images disappeared. Once again, a gray fog appeared in front of him. A flash of lightning pierced through the surrounding fog. Su Lin glanced around. The others were still trapped in their own dreams and had not woken up. Su Lin only broke the dream that trapped him. If the others wanted to come out, they had to break the dream themselves or get rid of the person who created the dream. I should thank you for letting me see them again. Now it's time to end it. Faintly discernible shadows appeared. In the next second, these shadows quickly gathered in the middle. Evil thoughts and spiritual attacks continuously attacked Sullen's mind. If a person with a weak willpower encountered such a powerful spiritual attack, they would easily be attacked by this powerful spiritual attack and become an idiot. However, this time the spiritual attacks failed. All the spiritual attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea. After entering Sullen's body, they disappeared without a trace. A strange person with countless faces appeared in front of him. His face was constantly changing. Happiness, anger, sadness, joy, all kinds of expressions appeared alternately. With the appearance of the figure, the surrounding cold aura instantly intensified by more than 10 times. Some frost seemed to have appeared on the ground, and the entire space was shrouded in extremely dense negative energy. Thousand-faced Soul Eater. When he saw this figure, Su Lin recognized this monster. This was a very powerful type of spirit creature. In fact, it was not just a spirit, but a monster formed by the fusion of hundreds and thousands of spirits. Its most bizarre ability was to manipulate dreams. Even a legendary spellcaster would fail miserably at such an easy task. Su Lin was not affected by it. On one hand, he had the memories of his previous life and the memories of his current life. The difference between the two was too big. He could easily escape from the dream. On the other hand, he had the Iron Will attribute. With this attribute, his spiritual resistance was shockingly high. Perhaps other legendary wizards would find it difficult to deal with the thousand-faced Soul Eater, but Sullen's ability just happened to be able to suppress it. Spiritual attack. Life siphon. Streaks of spiritual energy turned into countless spikes and rushed towards Su Lin. This was the manifestation of spiritual interference. At the same time, a ferocious ghost face appeared beside Su Lin. It then took a deep breath towards Su Lin. Little bits of green life force floated out from Sullen's body. However, in the next second, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his body and instantly hit the ferocious ghost face. Lightning domain. Dazzling lightning shot out from Sullen's body. The surrounding attacks were instantly torn to pieces. Lightning spear. A large amount of lightning quickly gathered in Sullen's hand. A lightning spear completely condensed from lightning appeared in his hand. The lightning spear pierced through the mist and instantly hit the figure. The azure lightning power exploded in an instant. Countless lightning snakes wreaked havoc in the surrounding space. Even the thick aura of death was torn to pieces at this moment. Screams filled with unwillingness and hatred raged in the ears. Chapter 287. Death Gaze. A black ray of light suddenly appeared and hit Su Lin directly in the next second. Su Lin only felt a chill in his body, and the power of thunder in his body instantly burst out, directly dispersing the energy with the aura of death. Feeling the aura of death, Su Lin also broke out in a cold sweat. Death Gaze was a very dangerous ability that completely ignored defense. It only had one effect, which was instant death. The enemy hit by this ability would go through a judgment of death. If the judgment failed, then even if the enemy was a giant dragon, they would die immediately. Of course, the probability of this judgment of death was very low, but its effect was also very scary. It was impossible to gamble with one's life every time. The probability of the judgment of death was related to the level of both sides, as well as spell resistance, physique, and many other factors. Su Lin did not expect that the thousand-faced Soul Eater in front of him would have this skill. Of course, there were also many creatures that were immune to Death Gaze, such as gods and demigods who only had divinity. They were immune to this skill, and there were also undead, golems, and elemental creatures that were immune to the instant death effect. After seeing this skill, Sullen's vigilance increased greatly. Lightning flashed. Thunder Prison. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and instantly hit the thousand-faced soul eater. The thunderbolt turned into thunder and lightning, enveloping the entire area in it. The thousand-faced soul eater suddenly let out a painful howl, and a large number of ghosts flew out of its body. Then they were instantly enveloped by the surrounding power of thunder and lightning. The undead aura on these ghosts quickly disappeared under the power of thunder and lightning. After opening the thunder and lightning domain, the surrounding space had completely turned into a world of thunder and lightning, with countless bolts of lightning swimming in the air. The thousand-faced soul eater noticed that its power was getting weaker and weaker. According to this process, it would not be long before it was directly purified. Faced with such a crisis, the thousand-faced soul eater naturally would not wait for death. Countless bodies made up of ghosts kept changing, trying to break through the thunder and lightning cage. Every time it collided with the thunder and lightning, it would consume some of its power. Soul Howl. A wave of soul power instantly erupted from the thousand-faced soul eater. Sulin felt as if his head was suddenly being hammered by a dozen hammers. Intense pain wreaked havoc in his mind. After a while the pain disappeared. Sulin felt a warm sensation at the tip of his nose. He reached out and touched it. A large amount of blood was oozing out of his nostrils. Damn it. Sulin's expression was ugly. The howling of the soul had almost driven Sulin crazy. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. Under the attack just now, Sulin's thunder prison also weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the thousand-faced soul eater forcefully escaped from the thunder prison after consuming a large number of spirits. In the next second, strange weeping sounds could be heard. In the land of the undead, the fog appeared again. Blurry figures also appeared in the fog. These figures wandered around Sulin and let out evil grins. Many spirits even wanted to suck the life energy from Sulin. However, as the thunder and lightning on Sulin's body surged again, the spirits that couldn't dodge in time were instantly enveloped by the thunder and lightning. The bodies made of fog instantly exploded. Then, the spirits that were further away screamed in horror and fled from Sulin's surroundings. Thunderbolt. After the thousand-faced soul eater escaped from the thunder prison, it instantly blended into the surrounding spirits. With the help of the spirit's disguise, Sulin could not find its true body. Seeing this situation, the thunder and lightning energy in Sulin's body quickly circulated. The powerful thunder and lightning energy erupted again. A thundercloud shrouded the sky and a large amount of thunder and lightning kept rolling. In the next second, hundreds of thunder and lightning bolts fell from the sky and enveloped the entire space. The spirits in this space were all enveloped by the thunder and lightning. Ordinary spirits couldn't withstand the thunder and lightning attack at all. In an instant, a large number of spirits were killed. Sulin looked around and instantly saw the figure of the thousand-faced soul eater. Found you. With a flash of thunder and lightning, Sulin's body disappeared in an instant. In the next second he appeared in front of the thousand-faced soul eater. Thunderstorm. Powerful thunder and lightning energy came from Sulin's body and then exploded in an instant. The dazzling thunder and lightning directly lit up the dark underground space. Thunder Spear. A spear condensed from thunder and lightning appeared in Sulin's hand. This time he didn't throw it. Instead, he directly grabbed the thunder spear and stabbed the thousand-faced soul eater. The powerful thunder and lightning energy directly exploded in the body of the thousand-faced soul eater. Roar. With a miserable howl, the thousand-faced soul eater's body exploded like fireworks. Countless shadows flew out of her body. The thunder and lightning completely tore her body apart. In the end, countless spirits were purified by the thunder and lightning energy. The surrounding death energy dissipated and the fog dispersed. Figures appeared in this space. These figures looked at Sulin blankly. They seemed to want to say something, but in the next second, countless spiritual lights dissipated with the wind. These spirits that were once trapped here were completely freed by the thunder and lightning energy. However, because their souls were also destroyed, they directly entered the Origin Sea and formed a new soul in the Origin Sea. After all the spirits dispersed, the shadow of a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared in front of Sulin. This middle-aged man should be a spellcaster. After bowing to Sulin in an ancient wizard's way, he turned into countless light spots and scattered with the wind. Thank you. There seemed to be a weak voice in his ear. The voice was ethereal and almost inaudible. Clang. With a soft sound, a purple crystal fell to the ground. This was not condensed by Sulin's soul energy. Instead, it was left behind by the thousand-faced soul eater. This kind of soul crystal could only be condensed after the death of a high-grade spirit body. It contained the final essence of a spirit, and its quality was much higher than that of a man-made soul crystal. Sulin reached out and picked up the soul crystal. The purple soul energy in the soul crystal was pure and transparent. This was a legendary grade soul crystal. Felix's longing, legendary grade soul crystal. This was the soul crystal condensed by the arcanist Felix's soul energy. It contained his infinite longing. Felix was the original main body of the thousand-faced soul eater. He was a powerful arcanist, but for some unknown reason he died here. However, for some unknown reason, this arcanist's soul turned into a ghost. Then, over the past few thousand years, he devoured countless souls and finally became the thousand-faced soul eater. In the end, he was freed in Sullin's hands. This soul crystal still contained the last remnants of his longing. The emotions on it seemed to be able to affect Sullin's emotions. After dealing with the thousand-faced soul eater, the fog dissipated. The land of the undead was also purified by Sullin's lightning domain. All the negative energy was dispelled, and the area became normal again. At the same time, after the death of the thousand-faced soul eater, the northern city soldiers and gnomes who had fallen into the dream woke up one after another. However, many of them were still in a daze. It was obvious that they had not woken up from the dream. Hathaway slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, many images flashed through her eyes. It was just a dream after all. Hathaway sighed softly. She quickly recovered. After Hathaway woke up, the others also woke up one after another. However, none of them looked good. It was obvious that the dream they had just experienced was not good. "Is that specter dead?" Hathaway asked. "It's already dead. I didn't expect this specter to evolve into a rare monster like the thousand-faced soul eater. It even has the ability to dream." Sulin said slowly, nodding slightly. "Let's take a break. We'll continue our journey." After the nightmare, although the group did not feel tired physically, they did not feel good mentally. After all, it took a lot of courage to face the thing they feared the most in the dream. Of course, it was not that there were no benefits at all. After going through the training of the dream, the spirit attribute would increase slightly. An increase of 1 or 2 points was not bad. Of course, if one was extremely lucky, they could also obtain the innate talent of strong will. However, Sulin and the others were not very lucky. None of them had awakened the innate talent of strong will. After resting for a while, the group continued to move forward into the ruins. Some mutated insects and giant centipedes appeared. These things were not very strong. Sulin did not have to do anything. They were all taken care of by Hathaway, the Grey Dwarf, and the centaurs. As they continued to go deeper, more and more dilapidated ancient buildings appeared before Sullin's eyes. Sulin even recognized some mining equipment. However, after thousands of years, these equipment had become seriously rusty. Other than being melted down and reforged, there was no other use for them. The ruins were probably built on a vein of ore. Sulin and the others found many mines, but the equipment inside had long decayed. Some of the mines had also collapsed. Sulin picked up some ores to check, but he did not find much. The ores were very pure. It seemed that the ancient arcanists had been mining here for a long time. The veins near the surface were basically all mined. Now, many of these mines had become the nests of underground creatures. Sulin did not destroy the nest. He led the group deeper. Soon, Sulin found some magic lamps left on some stone pillars. These magic lamps had lost their power and could not work. Some were completely broken. There were some damaged walls and machinery around. This seemed to be the mine's factory. There were many traces of battle in this area. It was unknown who left them behind. There was a big explosion on the side. Many of the factory's walls were blown up, but they could still see the magnificence of this building. After arriving here, Sulin also felt the energy that shrouded this place. It made him feel a little depressed. Chapter 288. The area of the ruins was very large, and the periphery was a mining area. Sulin found a lot of railroad tracks and mining equipment, but they had all been abandoned. Sulin and the others did not stay there and continued to move deeper into the ruins. "What's this?" Sulin suddenly saw a flash of metal on the ground next to him. A gray dwarf next to him was very perceptive. He went up the wall and picked up the piece of metal from the rubble. The metal was a fragment of something unknown. Although it was damaged, there was no rust on the surface. The color was somewhat like gold, but the color was a little dim. This is arcanite, an alloy made in the era of the Arcane Empire. It can be used to replace adamantine. Of course, its effect is still not as good as adamantine, but its price is very low compared to adamantine, so it was widely used in many places in the Arcane Empire. Hathaway took a look and immediately identified the material of the metal. But this is because the ancient arcanists were rich. Now this arcanite is traded at the Wizard Fair for 500 kinar per pound. The piece of arcanite found by Sulin was the size of a fist and weighed about 2 pounds. We just came in and we already have such a harvest. It seems that this secret realm is going to be rich. After passing through the ruins, everything around them was quickly displayed in front of them. This was a very large plaza. Behind the plaza was a dilapidated adept tower. The tower had been broken and only a dozen meters high was left. The upper part was completely destroyed and the square was full of broken walls. There were still some passages near the plaza, and there were many buildings in the surroundings. However, most of these buildings had already collapsed and only a few of them were still relatively intact. These relatively intact buildings were not simple. Unsurprisingly, there were traces of arcane spells here. Intruders detected. Intruders detected. Reserve energy activated. Defensive magic-powered guards activated. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the wall in front of them, and then several tall shadows appeared. There were not many of them, only 6 of them, but their aura was quite amazing. The whole ground trembled slightly. What are these? Several gray dwarves looked at the golems that came out and swallowed unconsciously. These are puppet golems from the era of the Arcane Empire. Sulin explained. Be careful, these guys aren't easy to deal with. Sulin was very surprised by the technology of the Arcane Kingdom. After thousands of years, the golem puppets passed down from the era of the Arcane Kingdom could still move. Target locked. Execute the attack order. After the golems locked onto Sulin and the others, they picked up their weapons and charged at them. These golems were different from the steel golems they had seen in the ruins of the secret realm. They were yellowish-green in color and looked like they were made of bronze. The 6 steel golems rushed up, and the dwarven defenders immediately raised their shields and rushed over. Clang! There was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, and the dwarf warrior's axe hit the leg of the steel golem and bounced off. Not a single mark was left on the golem's body. Be careful, attack their joints. Sulin's figure flashed and rushed up. The purple dragon halberd drew an arc and instantly hit the chest of a puppet golem. The chest of the puppet golem was directly pierced, and at the same time, a powerful force of thunder and lightning broke out in an instant, destroying the runic array in the puppet golem. The eyes of the 3-meter-tall puppet golem flickered a few times and then dimmed. A gray dwarf rushed up, but before he could attack he was kicked out by the puppet golem. Fortunately, the dwarves were all wearing heavy armor. Although they looked a little embarrassed, in fact their lives were not in danger. Although these steel golems were strong, they were naturally not enough to face Sulin, a legendary strongman. After a while, the 3 puppet golems stopped moving. Although it seemed easy for Sulin to deal with these puppet golems, in fact, if ordinary adventurers encountered these golems, they would be in big trouble. The alloy steel craftsmanship of the era of the Arcane Kingdom could not be damaged by ordinary weapons. In many cases, even if the weapons were scrapped, they might not be able to destroy the golems. If one had to find an adjective to summarize it, it would be to use cold weapons to dismantle a tank. Golems were very resistant to spells and could ignore most of the negative states. To deal with them, in addition to blocking them, they could only break them down. Stone to mud. Hathaway's hand flashed and then she gently pointed. The foot of another puppet golem that was attacking suddenly softened, and the originally hard rock turned into a muddy swamp. In a breath, the puppet golems sank into the swamp. Although the puppet golems were powerful, they had no place to borrow strength in the swamp and could only slowly descend. If they had enough energy, they could use energy to get out of here. Unfortunately, after thousands of years, it was a miracle that these golems could be activated, let alone have enough energy. Then Hathaway flashed a few more spells, and the remaining 2 golems were all trapped. The 3 puppet golems kept struggling in the swamp, but it was to no avail. After a while, these golems should have run out of energy and were completely motionless. These golems were brought back when we left. Many of the steel golems from the era of the Arcane Empire were lost in craftsmanship. I want to try and see if I can find the answer from them. Hathaway said after dealing with a few golems. Well, when we go back we'll fish them out. Sulin nodded and said, Let's go. Let's see what's in this ruin. Sulin was still in a good mood after dealing with these golems. Su Lin had already felt that the ruins were shrouded in a strange energy. He didn't know what it was that the ancient arcanists had built, but it was still effective until now. After entering the houses that were relatively well preserved, they didn't find anything valuable. After thousands of years, very few things could be preserved in good condition. There were a few pieces of armor that seemed to be well preserved, but when they were picked up, they were rusted beyond recognition. A gentle poke would leave a hole. After coming out of these houses, Su Lin walked to the wizard tower next to him. In fact, he didn't have much hope. The wizard tower was even more damaged and there were even fewer valuable things. Walking into the broken wizard tower, Su Lin saw a large number of strange bottles and jars. The things inside had been completely decayed, and their original appearance could not be seen. He pushed open the small door next to him, and there was a laboratory behind the small door. In the middle of the room, there was a test bench with a lot of books on the shelves next to it. There were also a lot of materials under it. Although these materials looked intact, they instantly turned into a cloud of dust with a gentle touch. Some strange organs were sealed in some crystal vessels next to it. He didn't know what kind of creature they belonged to. These things had also completely lost their effectiveness due to the loss of magic power. Although many things here were completely damaged, Su Lin still found some experiment logs. These experiment logs should be more important information, and they were recorded in a specially processed notebook. Arcane Calendar 1025 12th of September, I found a special mineral in the underground mineral base in the north. When I first saw this mineral, I noticed that it was different. I swear this is a brand new metal and it also has other energy. Arcane Calendar 1025 October 3rd, I extracted 3 kilograms of metal from a ton of ore. This is a silver-white metal. Although I don't know the characteristics of this metal, I think I'm going to be rich this time. Next year on the Arcane Voice I'll be on the cover. There was a missing part in the middle as if it was erased by some force. Arcane Calendar 1026, May 8th, my discovery really surprised the people of the Nine Ring Council. They recognized my discovery, but they were unwilling to continue the research. They also warned that this metal is very dangerous. *T, these people are jealous of my research success and want me to give up. Then they will get the fruits of my labor. I will never let them succeed. Arcane Calendar 1026 October 13th, this is really a great metal. It can accelerate the mutation of species. A ferocious bear can actually overturn a ground dragon after mutation. This is really a great discovery. If we use it to cultivate our warriors, we will easily gain a lot of combat power. Year 1027 of the Arcana calendar, 2nd of March, my first experiment failed. Although Bane's body had strengthened a lot, there were problems with his mind. He became manic and irritable, and his body after the mutation was not as perfect as I thought it would be. Well, I admit that it is very imperfect. Arcane Calendar 1027 April 7th, the experiment failed again. Bane's body also has problems. His body began to age rapidly and even deformed. Arcane Calendar 1027 May 2nd, the Nine Ring Tower sent people to investigate. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance. They did not find out about my research. This group of stubborn old people should have been in their coffins long ago. Arcane Calendar 1027 August 6th, why is this? I experimented on insects. Those insects successfully broke through the limit and became bigger and stronger, but why did it fail on humans? Year 1027 of the Arcana calendar, December 23rd. I'm a genius. I've succeeded. I've succeeded in making a slave strong. It won't be long before my experiment will make those people's jaws drop. Year 1028 of the Arcana calendar, February 4th. My experiment seems to have succeeded. That slave has started to change. Today was really dangerous. There was actually a slave who wanted to escape. I killed that slave and made him into a specimen to scare the other slaves. Chapter 289. Su Lin was very satisfied after looking at the stats of the item. This weapon was tailor-made for him. The power of thunder combined with Sullen's own thunder territory made him even more powerful. Next he would have to face the troll tribe. To Sullen's surprise, Xion brought the caravan back. The snow that fell 2 days ago did not cover the entire northern wasteland. At least, Xion and the caravan did not encounter it. As for why they were late, it was because there were too many people in the caravan. They spent too much time arranging the caravan. This time the caravan spent 15,000 kinar and brought back more than 2,000 slaves. In addition to the normal slaves, Xian also bought more than 300 artisan slaves with various skills. They were only able to buy so many artisan slaves with the help of the caravan that cooperated with the northern fortress. Otherwise, they would not have been able to buy them at all. There were also many refugees that followed them here. After a few months of advertising, the northern fortress had gained a lot of fame. Many refugees that could not survive were willing to follow the caravan to the northern fortress. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. Chapter 290. Move this body over. This creature doesn't seem to be that simple, Hathaway suddenly said just as the Duergars were about to skin the monsters. 2 Duergars carried the body over. Hathaway threw the monster's body directly on the workbench, then took out a space bag, took out a knife, pliers, tweezers, and a bunch of professional tools for dissecting, and then put on a protective suit. The whole process took only 2 minutes to complete. You want to dissect them? Sulin asked in surprise. Yes, this creature is a newly discovered creature. I need to understand its body structure and value, Hathaway said without looking up. Then she snapped her fingers and an energy shield wrapped the monster's body. She then put on gloves and was ready to dissect it. Sulin looked around and looked at Hathaway. A 36D cutie bear girl suddenly took out a bunch of knives to dissect a monster. It was a bit strange. Hathaway didn't notice Sulin's expression. After getting ready, she began to dissect. As an alchemist, Hathaway was also very familiar with dissection. She accurately found the easiest part to dissect, and then quickly dissected the monster's body. Seeing her neat movements, Sulin suddenly felt a chill on his back. He watched as Hathaway dissected a complete body into pieces like a butcher dissecting an ox, and the internal organs were also placed aside. The scales on the monster's body were also separated, and the whole workbench was filled with various internal organs and materials of the monster. After dissecting, Hathaway took out some research tools like a microscope and other equipment from the space bag, and then began to analyze the materials. Seeing that Hathaway was busy, Sulin didn't want to disturb her. He could only start to search the ruins. Sir, we found some strange devices. At this time, a Duergars ran over to report. Strange devices? Over there. Sulin's eyes lit up. The devices in the ruins were left behind from the time of the Arcane Empire, and many of the technologies were still not mastered. If they could find something good to study or repair, they might get unimaginable benefits. In the basement over there. Under the lead of the Duergars, Sulin came to the abandoned building that was still intact. There was a staircase extending downwards in the building, and they went down the stairs to the basement. Because it had been closed for a long time, the air in the basement was very turbid. Sulin snapped his fingers and summoned 2 wind elementals to clean up the dust around them. At the same time, fresh air. The basement area was very large. Sulin roughly observed it. It was the size of a football field. After entering, Sulin clearly felt that the strange energy was getting stronger and stronger. Summoning a ball of light, Sulin began to observe the strange mechanical structure in the basement. It was made of red crystal mixed with a pale gold alloy. Sulin carefully observed for a while and found that the structure of the device was not complicated. Combined with his knowledge of magic and machinery, Sulin roughly judged that it was a device used to amplify the energy field, and the range of coverage was just the range of the ruins. What is this device used for? Sulin frowned and then came to the middle of the device. The device was not damaged and was still working. After circling around the device, Sulin found the core of the device. After hesitating for a moment, Sulin opened the core of the device. The outer shell of the magical device slowly opened, and a cylinder rose from within. Above the cylinder, a small piece of silver-white metal emitting a strange energy field appeared in front of his eyes. This can't be the metal that the Arcanist found, right? The four-wheel card thought to himself. He immediately reacted to the metal in front of him. However, after seeing this piece of metal, Su Lin suddenly felt that this metal seemed to be very similar to something he had learned about in his previous life. This can't be a nuclear material, can it? A thought suddenly appeared in Su Lin's mind. He then began to compare the two in his mind. Nuclear radiation could kill creatures and also cause them to mutate, but this mutation was uncontrollable. However, the mutation in this ancient ruin was guided and interfered with by humans. Su Lin had reason to believe that this piece of metal was a nuclear material. System appraise it. Ding. Appraisal complete. The target is a high-purity metal, plutonium. This metal has a strong radiation property. Please take note. After hearing the system's prompt, Su Lin's expression became very interesting. He did not expect the Arcanist to be so bold as to use this radioactive metal to induce mutations in living creatures. Judging from the monsters living in the ruins, their experiment was obviously a success. As for the Arcanist who was studying these mutated monsters everywhere, he had died long ago. It was no wonder that the elders of the 9 ring towers would oppose his continued research on this radiation mutation. It was really because the uncertainty and danger of this mutation was too high. Even if the human body in this world was good, if ordinary people were exposed to this radiation environment, the mortality rate was still very high. Of course, Su Lin's current physical fitness had long been immune to this kind of radiation, and the gray dwarves and centaurs were also not affected much. This metal plutonium was discovered in the later days of the Arcane Empire, but unlike the Arcanist who used it to induce mutation in creatures, other Arcanists studied elemental fission. It was said that this technology was used to provide a stable and huge amount of energy for the floating city. During the Arcane Empire, the floating city had an obstacle that could not be bypassed, and that was the Mice Energy Core. This was a magical energy core. Legend had it that this energy core was born during the era of the new gods. It was made by some great Arcanist with the power of the goddess of magic. It could provide a huge amount of energy continuously and stably. It was also the appearance of the Mice Energy Core that made the appearance of the floating city a reality. As the saying went, success and failure depended on the same person. The Mice Energy Core had many advantages such as continuous and stable energy, safety and efficiency, simple maintenance, huge energy, and so on. So for a long time the floating city used the Mice Energy Core as its energy core. However, the Mice Energy Core had a fatal flaw, and that was, it had to be connected to the magic net. Only by connecting to the magic net, with the help of the magic net, could it have that huge and almost miraculous energy. Once the magic net was lost, the energy of the Mice Energy Core would rapidly decline. After the Arcanists at that time discovered this problem, they began to study it continuously. Their research had 2 directions. One was to try the artificial magic net, and the other was to completely abandon the Mice Energy Core and then research and replace it with a new energy source. In the battle between the Arcanists and the gods, the magic net had collapsed, but the floating cities of the Arcanists hadn't become mere decorations. It was clear that the Arcanists had succeeded, but it was unknown how far they had gone. After that great war, a lot of information about the Arcanists had been erased by the gods. It was also because this world was not the main material plane that the gods were most concerned about, and the power of the gods was somewhat insufficient, so a lot of information about the Arcane Empire was secretly preserved by the wizards. However, the artificial magic net and elemental fission technology were still not left behind. According to the information passed down, the Arcanists had entered the interstellar era. After all, they were able to colonize planes, and the wizard civilization of this world had not yet stepped out of the plane. Only some powerful wizards relied on their own power to enter the astral world and carry out some interstellar travel. Overall, the current civilization was still far from the heyday of the Arcanists. After all, this was an extraordinary world. Sometimes, a person's power could be so strong that it could destroy the world. For example, if a legendary spellcaster was given time to cast a level 9 spell, Meteorite, it would not be a problem for him to destroy a city. To be able to enter the astral world, one had to be at least a legend. It was said that the danger level of the astral world was at least level 16, but few people would venture into the astral world before entering the legendary realm. It was not an adventure, it was a death wish. To explore the astral world, one had to be at least a high-level legend. Many evil gods lived in the astral world, and the vast majority of ancient dragons, archaic dragons and so on. Once you encountered them, you would not even have a chance to escape if you were below the legendary realm. Although the legendary masters could not defeat them, escaping was not a problem. After all, they had left the material plane. Although there was no protection from the plane, the restrictions of the plane were also loosened. A teleportation spell here was much more difficult and far than in the material plane. Su Lin asked the Grey Dwarf to find a heavy lead box, and then put the silver-white metal into the box. As the metal was put into the lead box, Su Lin keenly found that the strange energy that had shrouded the whole ruins had completely disappeared. In other parts of the ruins, with the disappearance of the energy field, other creatures in the ruins had some sense, and all the mutant animals became restless. After putting away the metal, Su Lin did not leave. He intended to dismantle the equipment and transport it back. Taking out a few magic crystals, Su Lin used image photography to save the image of the equipment, and then carefully dismantled it. These Grey Dwarves were indeed good craftsmen. Although it was the first time they had come into contact with this kind of equipment, these Grey Dwarves did a very good job. In addition to using image photography to save image data, these Grey Dwarves also drew a blueprint, on which all the parts were numbered. Then these parts were also recorded in that location. After dismantling all these parts, all the parts were carefully preserved, and then put into Sullen's storage space. However, there were still too many parts and the storage space could not fit them all. In the end, he could only let the Grey Dwarves carry them. Chapter 291. It took some time to dismantle all the parts of the equipment and transport them away. Su Lin also left the basement. Back on the surface of the ruins, Hathaway was still studying the monsters. The ruins were almost completely searched by the Grey Dwarfs, but there was nothing valuable except for the equipment. Are you done with your research? We're ready to go. Su Lin looked at Hathaway, who was still studying, and said, The results will be out soon. Wait for me. Hathaway said impatiently. Then she left Su Lin there and continued her research. Not finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. 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 I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not yet finished yet. Not yet yet. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Chapter 292. Quartz ore was not rare in the northern lands. The composition of quartz ore and sand were very similar. Even if there was no quartz ore, sand could be used as a substitute. As for the mushroom plants, they could collect some from the surroundings of the relics. It was not difficult to cultivate mushroom plants, and the requirements for the environment were not high. Su Luan collected all kinds of mushroom plants in the relics, and then brought back all the remaining crystal beasts in the relics. There were not many crystal beasts. Excluding the ones that had died, there were only 26 crystal beasts left. These crystal beasts were all placed in cages and transported back. After searching the hidden realm one last time and finding nothing valuable, Su Lin led the caravan back. As they left the square, the monsters in the ruins ran out of their nests. There were deathclaws worms, giant centipedes, and a kind of giant beetle that looked like a tank. These bugs immediately rushed up when they saw Su Lin and the others. Summon magic creatures. A hexagram array rose from the ground, and in the next second, 4 vigorous silhouettes rushed out of the array. They were the 4 silver wolves. These wolves were 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder and had strong bodies. Their claws and teeth were sharp. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the mutant bugs. These wolves cooperated with each other. 2 of them harassed the bugs while the other 2 attacked. If it were not for the tough shells of the mutant bugs, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Reduced defense. Everyone get ready. Greater group haste. Group enchantment weapon. Rays of light flashed from Sullen's body, and everyone immediately felt their bodies fill with power. The centaurs kept shooting arrows at the bugs. The steel arrowheads fiercely pierced through the gaps in the bug's shells, and green blood spurted out. After the Duergars were buffed with spells, they rushed forward with their short legs as if they were flying. These Duergars had experience dealing with giant beetles, so they attacked the beetles' limbs in groups. Their sharp axes constantly chopped at the beetles' leg joints. The giant beetles didn't even have time to resist before their legs were cut off. Their huge bodies fell to the ground, and then they were swarmed by the gray dwarves and completely wiped out. A few barbarian berserkers roared and rushed up with giant axes in their hands. These 2-meter-tall burly men with bulging muscles jumped onto the back of the death pincer beetle. The powerful impact directly smashed the death pincer beetle to the ground, and the giant axes in their hands chopped down towards its head. Even though they were protected by a tough shell, the barbarians' monstrous strength was enough to shatter their shell with just a few swings of the axe. Blood splattered everywhere. The death beetles shook their bodies in pain, trying to shake off the people on their backs. However, the barbarians were standing on top of them so they couldn't shake them off. In just a few breaths of time, the movements of the death beetles became smaller and smaller until they finally collapsed. Fireball. Chain lightning. Ice storm. Hathaway pointed the staff in her hand, and a large fireball fell in the middle of the giant centipedes. A huge explosion sounded, and the surrounding giant centipedes were blown to pieces. A bolt of lightning flashed back and forth on the battlefield, and a few giant centipedes were numb all over. Countless ice blades appeared out of thin air and spun quickly. Wherever the whirlwind of ice blades passed, a large number of monsters were directly cut into pieces, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. As everyone cleared out the various mutant monsters in the ruins, the number of mutant monsters decreased rapidly. With the support of Su Lin and Hathaway's spells, the whole battle became very simple. In the past, these thick-skinned monsters were a headache to deal with, but with all kinds of spells, their weapons could easily tear through their defenses. With the cooperation of Su Lin and Hathaway, the whole battle became very easy. Although there were many mutant monsters that rushed up, they didn't make any waves. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, these monsters were either killed or escaped. After collecting the spoils of war, they mainly consisted of insect shells. Regardless of whether it was the giant beetle, the giant centipede, or the death pincer worm, these monsters all had a large number of shells on their bodies. These shells were hard and tough, and many of them could be used as a good tower shield after some simple repairs. After collecting the spoils of war, the group returned to the goblin tribe. After meeting up with the troops left behind, they escorted all the goblins back. When they came, the army was lightly armed, but when they returned, not only did they have nearly 1,000 more slaves, but they also had a dozen more carriages. The speed of the team's advance became much slower. The surrounding monsters had long gone around the large army when they saw them. On the way, Su Lin and the others didn't encounter any enemies. This exploration of the ruins took 3 days, and it ended satisfactorily. The rewards were also very great. After returning to the Minotaur's camp, Su Lin handed the newly captured goblin slaves to the drows for training. With the addition of the kobolds, the Minotaur's camp soon had a labor force of nearly 5,000 people. Su Lin named the city Crete and ordered a large number of slaves to start the construction of the city, including the Minotaurs. The underground world had no shortage of rocks. More than 200 Minotaurs under the command of Chris began to mine the rocks. After the Grey Dwarves repaired them, they began to build the city. Crete wasn't large and there weren't many permanent residents. Most of the time, it was used as a transit station to transport the minerals mined from the surrounding mines. Sulin specially built a teleportation portal in Crete and appointed Chris as the city lord of Crete. Sulin was severely lacking in management talents. He had no choice but to let Chris stay in Crete for the time being. However, with the teleportation portal, Chris could return to Northern Citadel at any time. She could even manage the city during the day and take care of the cannons in Northern Citadel at night. With the support of the obsidian mine in Crete, the construction of the Wizard Tower in Northern Citadel continued. Sulin didn't stay in Northern Citadel for long. He had to build a suitable breeding base for the crystal beasts as soon as possible. Before the breeding base was completed, Sulin allocated a piece of land in Northern Citadel for the crystal beasts to live in temporarily. After arriving in the new environment, the crystal beasts quickly adapted. Perhaps it was because of the lack of radiation, but the crystal beasts looked a little dispirited. The crystal beasts were fed with sand and mushrooms collected by Sulin's people. The meat was mostly fish. Northern Citadel was still lacking in beef and mutton, so it was impossible to feed the crystal beasts. However, fish was a good choice. Sulin planned to build the breeding base in the secret plane. The elemental energy there was abundant, and the place was hidden enough. As long as the equipment was reassembled, it would be perfect for the crystal beasts to breed. After arriving at the secret plane through the teleportation portal and being repaired by the harpies, the secret plane finally looked a little more human. It wasn't as broken and desolate as it used to be. "Welcome back, Master." Tower Spirit No. 1's voice sounded in his ear. "Long time no see, Tower Spirit No. 1, Sulin greeted casually. "Master, this is the progress of the secret plane's restoration, as well as the list of materials needed." Tower Spirit No. 1 projected a light screen, which recorded all kinds of materials. Just looking at some of them made Sulin's scalp tingle. Although most of them were ordinary materials, the price was still painful for Sulin. "Alright, Tower Spirit No. 1, you should know the value of these materials. We don't have enough money to buy them, so we can only repair some of them," Sulin said, rubbing his forehead. "By the way, I got some iron golems this time. Do you have any way to control them?" "Master, I can try to control the iron golems. It will take time to break their soul barrier," Tower Spirit No. 1 said. "That's good. These iron golems are useless anyway. You can take your time to break them." Sulin nodded, then took out a few iron golems from his storage space. Out of the 6 iron golems, 3 were damaged and 3 were still intact. However, these 3 were controlled by Sulin using a special method. They couldn't resist at all. Connecting to the iron golems. As soon as the iron golems appeared, Tower Spirit No. 1 started working. A wave of soul fluctuation appeared. The iron golems instantly fell into a daze. The red light in their eyes began to flicker. Connecting successful. Deciphering, analyzing target's defense mechanism. Simulation of defense mechanism successful. Beginning invasion. Invasion successful. Modifying target's original program. Reconfiguring target's program. Along with the cold mechanical voice of Tower Spirit No. 1, a large amount of energy gushed out from the elemental pool for Tower Spirit No. 1 to consume. The iron golems suddenly seemed to have malfunctioned. Their bodies kept spinning. Modification complete. Successfully controlled the iron golems. Authorization modification complete. The current highest authorization is set to Sulin. Setup successful. Equipment restarting. As a legendary level Tower Spirit No. 1 had a crushing advantage over low-level Tower Spirits and iron golems. These iron golems were successfully modified by Tower Spirit No. 1. From today onwards, there were a few more iron golems in the secret realm. The remaining 3 iron golems were damaged. However, Sulin didn't destroy them when he destroyed them. Their damage wasn't serious. After being scanned by the Tower Spirit, it was completely capable of repairing them. It only needed to replace or repair the parts and cores of the iron golems. There were many iron golems in the secret realm that had lost their repair value. There were many intact parts left in these iron golems. They could be replaced directly. Chapter 293. Next, Tower Spirit No. 1 controlled the steel golems and began to repair them. The 3 damaged iron golems were quickly dismantled, revealing the complicated rune circuits and various components inside. Then they began to be repaired. "Tower Spirit, show me the map of the secret plane," Sulin said as he lay on a sofa. A light flashed and a 3D image of the secret plane appeared in front of Sulin. "Zoom in on the northern mountains," Sulin said after looking at it for a while. Zoomed in on the selected area. "Encircle this area." Marking complete. On the 3D image map, the area that Sulin marked out was already marked in red. It was not a big area with an area of 20,000 square meters. Sulin transformed it into the habitat of the crystal beasts. The Tower Spirit separated the area with a dimensional circle. This area was separated from the outside world. Sulin began to modify this area. First, he dug out a basement under this area. Then he took out the equipment that he dismantled from the ruins and reassembled it. Sulin did this himself. When he dismantled the equipment, Sulin noticed that this equipment had the help of a rune circle. Sulin also recorded the rune circle, but he still needed Hathaway to set it up. Although Sulin had learned a lot of spells and spell theories, he still lacked a lot of knowledge about rune circles. After all, he did not learn about wizards since he was young. This kind of rune circle involved a lot of theoretical knowledge in rune technology, so it was still very difficult for him. Sulin was now cramming on these basic knowledge. If he wanted to go further on the path of becoming a wizard, he had to master these things. Sulin's part-time wizard rank had reached the beginner level. Because this equipment was well prepared, Sulin used his own knowledge to verify the equipment as he installed it. Therefore, the installation speed was not fast. However, it was all worth it. After he figured out how this equipment worked, Sulin could try to produce it himself in the future. He did not have to worry about the equipment being damaged. In fact, this equipment that Sulin dismantled from the ruins was already showing signs of aging. After all, it had been operating for thousands of years. Although it was protected by a rune circle, it was almost reaching its limit. After the assembly was completed and it could operate normally, Sulin would gradually replace this equipment. After a week of exploration and assembly, Sulin finally finished assembling this equipment. He also figured out how it worked inside. After the assembly was completed, Sulin asked Hathaway to set up a rune circle here. He then reconnected a crystal energy pipe from the elemental pool. The whole project took another 3 days. The total cost of the materials was around 130,000 gold nars. By now, Sulin had gained a whole new understanding of how much money wizards could burn. Although wizard items were expensive, there were not many rich wizards. Wizard research and all kinds of experiments were too expensive. Even if you gave them 100 million kinner, these wizards could spend it all, and they would not squander it recklessly. Not to mention other things, even 100 million kinner might not be enough to build a secret realm like Sulin's. After all, it was not easy to set up a space folding circle that could perfectly hide such a large piece of land in a space crack. After installing the rune circle and the radiation strengthening equipment, Sulin checked a few more times. After making sure everything was normal, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, this farm had caused his treasury to shrink even further. The funds he got from the Grey Dwarves were basically all gone. Fortunately, once this farm was built, it would continue to produce magic crystals. With this farm, Sulin could obtain a stable supply of magic crystals. Sulin also planned to set up a research lab to study the modification of these crystal beasts. Since magic crystals were a mineral resource, if they could be obtained this way, then other gemstones could be obtained in the same way. If he could successfully research it, he would be able to obtain a stable supply of gemstones. Many wizards' experiments required magic gemstones as materials. Could be said that wizards were the biggest consumers of magic gemstones. After making sure the equipment was working properly, Sulin took a deep breath and relaxed. After he had completely calmed down, he took out a heavy lead box from his storage and opened it. There was a piece of plutonium inside. He placed the plutonium in the center of the equipment and turned it off. Sulin suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Tower Spirit 1, connect to the energy channel of the farm." Energy channel opened. Elemental pool beginning to output energy. As the Tower Spirit's cold mechanical voice sounded, the channel in the elemental pool opened. A light blue energy rushed out of the channel, and the entire basement was illuminated by this energy. Buzz buzz buzz. A low buzzing sound was heard, and the rune circle quickly lit up. A strong wave of energy came from the center, and the radiation strengthening equipment in the middle slowly activated. A strange energy instantly shrouded the area. At first, this special energy was not very strong, but as time passed, the intensity of the energy increased rapidly. In less than a minute, The intensity of the radiation in the surroundings had reached the intensity that Su Lin felt in the underground world. Looks like it's a success. Feeling the radiation around him, Su Lin let out a sigh of relief. Then hurry up and move those crystal beasts here. The sooner we start the breeding, the sooner we can harvest, Hathaway said happily. There's no rush. The food for those crystal beasts is not ready yet. Let's plant the food first, Su Lin said with a smile. The crystal beasts' main food sources were quartz stones and mushroom plants. With the help of the tower spirit, Su Lin and Hathaway changed the environment of this area, making it suitable for mushroom plants to grow. At the same time, they also changed the environment to be suitable for crystal beasts to grow. After everything was arranged, Su Lin moved the crystal beasts here. As soon as they entered the breeding area, the crystal beasts became very active. Seeing that the crystal beasts were living a good life here, Su Lin let out a sigh of relief. After the crystal beast breeding area was completed, Su Lin left the secret world and returned to Northern Town. Northern Town was still a big construction site, and the whole city was under construction. More than 60,000 people were working on the construction. The walls of the Northern Citadel were being constructed at a rapid pace every day. Once this section of the wall was completed, the expansion of the Northern Citadel would be halted. Right now, the Northern Citadel had enough space to accommodate 100,000 people. Sullen's territory had more than 100,000 people, but only 40,000 had houses. The rest were still living in the camps outside the city. Other than the housing construction, there were other supporting facilities such as roads, plazas, gardens, public bathrooms, public toilets, and the city's water and drainage system. Other than that, the outer city of Northern Town was divided into different areas, such as the workshop area, the trading area, the business area, and the military area. Su Lin had high hopes for this city. Northern Town had become very busy. Su Lin rode around the city on his Pegasus, and he realized that there was a shortage of low-level officials in the city. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Mirror Lake City also needed low-level officials, and those low-level officials were all transferred from Northern Town. In addition to these, Su Lin was also looking for a suitable place in Northern Town City. He was planning to build the arcane garden of wonders he obtained last time. This kind of arcane garden was also called the Sky Garden because it was built on the ground. The arcane garden was very beautiful. It was powered by magic energy, and it could keep the flowers blooming all year round. All kinds of fountains and fake mountains complemented the garden, making it look very beautiful. Arcane gardens were not only for viewing, but they also had many other powerful effects. For example, having an arcane garden could increase the chances of newborns being born with wizard talent. It was not easy to become a wizard. Normally, all the big wizard organizations would recruit new blood in their territory regularly. Under normal circumstances, the test would be conducted on children between the ages of 8 to 12. Children at this age would have already shown their potential as a wizard, and this was the best time to cultivate a wizard. If they missed this opportunity, they would need to spend more time to make up for it. After these children were trained, most of them would become wizard apprentices before the age of 16. It was not that easy to become a wizard. Becoming a wizard was only the first step. If they couldn't become a beginner wizard before the age of 30, it would be very difficult for them to become a wizard in the future. Only when they became a beginner wizard could they be considered a real wizard. Northern Town City was already building a wizard tower. Once the tower was completed, it would recruit a large number of wizard apprentices, and Sullen's wizard organization would be officially established. The more children that had the potential to become a wizard, the more wizards there would be, and the more powerful Northern Town City would be. Building an arcane garden was a must. Other than increasing the potential of newborns, an arcane garden was also a botanical garden. He could grow all kinds of magic plants here, and it could also increase the growth rate of the plants. Although Su Lin already had his own mystery mirror, no one would complain about having too many botanical gardens. The environment for those magic plants to grow was very harsh. Artificial magic plants would more or less be less effective, but the magic plants in an arcane garden did not. It was just that the arcane garden could only be a dream. Su Lin walked around Northern Town City a few times, and he finally found a suitable piece of land. He circled it and set it aside to build his arcane garden in the future. Chapter 294. Building an arcane garden required a large number of magic crystals. Although it did not require magic crystals of high quality, the area of the arcane garden would consume a lot of magic crystals. The location Su Luan chose to build the arcane garden was to the southeast of the city. Previously, this place was supposed to be the location of the city's garden, but due to the third phase of the Northern Citadel project, the construction of this unimportant area was temporarily halted. Now this place was still a construction site and it was perfect for the arcane garden. He had only confirmed the location of the arcane garden. As for the construction of the Northern Citadel, it would have to wait until the construction of the Northern Citadel's walls or houses were completed. Although he did not lack the basic materials, the core material of the arcane garden was the legendary elemental core. Su Lin did not have it yet. With the legendary elemental core, the arcane garden could create an elemental harmonious environment. It could be adjusted according to the needs of various magical plants. Su Lin did not have a legendary elemental core now. Elemental cores were usually produced in elemental creatures. In nature, they would only occasionally be produced in places with rich elemental energy. Elemental cores had many uses and were expensive. As for legendary elemental cores, they could only be obtained in the elemental plane. Of course, if you killed a legendary elemental creature, you would also obtain a legendary elemental core. However, elemental creatures of this level were not easy to deal with. According to the habits of elemental creatures, there would always be some weaker elemental creatures around a 4 great elemental elder. Dealing with a 4 great elemental elder was actually dealing with a group of monsters. Su Lin's current strength was enough for him to kill one of the 4 great elemental elders. Of course, that was a one-on-one situation. However, the 4 great elemental elders had many followers with them. They also knew elemental summoning. If he was not careful, he would be ganged up on. Elemental creatures like the fire elemental elder basically lived in the fire elemental plane. That was their home ground. Su Lin did not have the ability to travel between planes. Even Hathaway did not have the ability to travel between planes. Only legendary spellcasters could travel between planes or build an interplane teleportation circle. The elemental plane was not very friendly to humans. Take the fire elemental plane for example. It was full of poisonous smoke, lava and flames. Ordinary people could not survive more than a minute there. It was for this reason that only legendary mages could obtain legendary level elemental cores. Of course, not all elemental elders lived in elemental planes. There were ancient ruins, ancient seals, or some extreme environments in the prime material plane. It was possible to encounter such legendary creatures. Of course, these places could also have sealed ancient evils, hatred, or high-level demons. In short, they would not be simple characters. Su Lin had a legendary level soul crystal in his hands. If there was a legendary level spellcaster, he could try to use this soul crystal to exchange. Unfortunately, he did not know any legendary level spellcasters. He rode the Pegasus around the territory. After arriving at the surface world, the Pegasus was very excited. It seemed that it did not like the environment of the underground world. To be honest, Su Lin did not like it either. It was dark all day long, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Seeing the Pegasus' restless appearance, Su Lin had no choice but to do as he wished. He gently squeezed the Pegasus's abdomen, and the Pegasus immediately rushed out. As it ran, a strange elemental force enveloped the Pegasus. As it ran, clouds appeared on its 4 hooves. Then, the Pegasus directly soared into the air and ran quickly into the distance. Look, that horse is flying. At the construction site of North Town City, a worker was tired from work. He was about to raise his head to wipe his sweat and rest for a moment. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw a handsome horse soar into the air. Old Grim, are you dizzy from all the work? How can a horse fly? I heard that there is bacon tonight. If you don't have enough work points, then you won't be able to eat it. A middle-aged man next to him was digging the earth with his bare arms. The skin on his back was tanned and shiny. I'm not seeing things. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, look up. It's right there. Grim pointed to the sky and shouted. The surrounding workers also heard it. Many people took this as a joke and were ready to laugh at him after seeing it. However, as soon as they took a glance, they were instantly stunned. What do you think? Is that another horse flying? Grim looked at the stunned expressions of the people around him with a complacent look. That's a Pegasus. The Pegasus is God's mount. There's someone on the back of the horse. Seeing that there was really a Pegasus, the construction site directly exploded. More and more people noticed the Pegasus in the air. At the same time, many people saw Su Lin on the back of the horse. That seems to be the Lord. It's the Lord on the back of the Pegasus. How can the Lord have God's mount? That must be a gift from God. The Lord is the God's messenger. Soon this statement was accepted by the group of workers, serfs, and refugees below. Even the grassroots officials of the northern town accepted this statement. Then this group of people stopped working. They kneeled on the ground and loudly cheered, "Long live the God's messenger, long live the Lord," and so on. Don't think that the knowledge of the commoners in this era was high. Although this world had extraordinary powers, these commoners did not understand these powers. Moreover, even in his previous life in the 21st century with advanced technology and civilization as a superpower, there were still many people who did not believe that the earth was round. They still stubbornly believed that the earth was flat. Sulin also heard the cheers below. This made him suddenly feel a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, host. Because you rode the Pegasus across the sky, your subjects worship you. The popular sentiment of the northern town has increased by 20 points. Damn, just riding the Pegasus in the sky can increase the popular sentiment by 20 points? This is too exaggerated." At this moment, a few black spots flew from a distance. They were the Cryopteris domesticated in the northern town. After these Cryopteris saw the Pegasus, they flew over curiously. The leader was Sulin's ice Quetzalcoatlus. After seeing Sulin riding the Pegasus, it flew over directly and looked at the Pegasus curiously. However, the Pegasus did not care about these Euron at all. According to the bloodline level, it was one level higher than those Euron. The Pegasus' arrogance seemed to have angered the Cryopteris. The Cryopteris kept chirping at it and quickly flew over here. Then they flew back again with a provocative look. Seeing this scene, Sulin did not stop them. He also wanted to see the Pegasus' flying speed and the training of these Quetzalcoatlus. After realizing that the Pegasus did not respond, these Quetzalcoatlus began to become more aggressive. One by one they flew back and forth arrogantly around the Pegasus. Neigh. A horse's neigh that resounded through the sky came from the Pegasus' mouth. Then the Pegasus' four hooves suddenly jumped, and its speed increased again. The Pegasus rushed forward quickly like a meteor. One of the Quetzalcoatlus that was about to fly past the Pegasus was blown far away by the sudden acceleration of the Pegasus. It took a long time for it to stabilize its body. After seeing the Pegasus suddenly accelerate, the other Quetzalcoatlus immediately flapped their wings and flew out. The Quetzalcoatlus' flying ability was even better than that of a real dragon. However, it was obvious that they had chosen the wrong opponent this time. The Pegasus figure quickly flew across the sky. Those Quetzalcoatlus could not catch up with it even if they used all their strength. They could only watch the Pegasus figure get farther and farther away. Sulin's vision blurred. Then he saw the scenery on the ground quickly retreating. The Pegasus was running in the air happily. It even deliberately rushed into the clouds in the sky and stirred them up. The Pegasus ran wildly in the air for about an hour. Only then did it slowly slow down and return to the northern city. After such an activity, the little fellow was finally satisfied. Sulin asked the guards to send the little fellow back to the newly built stable. The Pegasus had high requirements for food and living environment. This fellow was unwilling to enter the previous stable no matter what. In the end, Sulin found some craftsmen and used high-grade materials to build a stable. Only then did it walk in. As for food, other than fresh grass and eggs, the Pegasus also needed special food. It was a kind of magic plant, star grass. This kind of magic plant would bloom with starry flowers. It was also very easy to cultivate. However, other than feeding the Pegasus, it had no other use. Sulin specially found a piece of land in the secret realm to plant it. It was specially used to feed the Pegasus. Although riding a Pegasus was very cool, it also required a lot of money to raise such a horse. After all, although star grass was easy to cultivate, it was still a magic plant. It was easy to cultivate compared to other magic plants. A Pegasus consumed dozens of kilograms of grass every day. Star grass accounted for most of it. In order to keep up with the consumption, 3 acres of star grass were planted in the secret realm. If they were to plant other magic plants, the annual income would easily exceed 300,000 kinnar. After sending the little fellow back to the stable, Sulin stretched his body and began to deal with the affairs of the territory. Because the little succubus Chris was in Crete, all the affairs of the northern city were handed over to him. After the population had multiplied several times, there were a lot of things to do in the northern city. Most of them were trivial matters. Su Lin spent more than 2 hours to deal with the day's affairs. This can't go on. I need to set up a staff to help me deal with these affairs. Su Lin pinched his sore eyebrows and slapped his thigh. It was too much of a waste of time to deal with these affairs for 2 or 3 hours a day. He didn't want to waste all his time on these problems. Setting up a staff was to relieve him of these burdensome affairs. The general affairs of the territory would be handled by them. He only needed to see the results. Only the important matters would be handed over to them. Chapter 295. Normally, all nobles would have their own team of advisors. Many of them would serve the noble for life, and some would even serve the noble family for generations. Most of these staffs were trained by the nobles themselves and were highly loyal. Only the nobles had the financial resources and strength to do so. Some other nobles would also form their own staffs, such as the ministers of the king and so on. Su Lin didn't have such a strong foundation, so he didn't have his own advisors. Therefore he planned to build one himself. He selected some smart and capable people from the city's management staff to form his personal team of advisors. Of course, this kind of advisors wouldn't be good. They had no experience in many things, so Su Lin had to solve them. However, they learned quickly. With the help of this advisor team, Su Lin could finally relax a little. Northern Battlefront City basically didn't have any external threats. After the orcs were defeated, they directly retreated to the north. The human army didn't continue to pursue them. To the humans it was a thankless task. In the wasteland outside the Blackstone Fortress, the weather was cold, the land was barren, and there were no roads. If the humans wanted to pursue the orcs, they had to prepare a lot of logistics. Moreover, when they reached the wasteland, the humans had to constantly be on guard against the attacks of other races. The logistics team needed a lot of manpower to protect, and there were no roads in the wasteland. It wasn't easy to catch up with the orcs. If they chased too fast, they would have to worry about falling into a trap. Even after entering the wasteland, it was easy to be ambushed. Once the supply line was cut off, the army at the front would collapse in a few days. In history, the human kingdoms had entered the wasteland several times to completely solve the orc problem. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Most of the time, the orcs led the human army to run around. At this time, the human army was cut off from their supplies, exhausted, and without logistical support, the strength of the entire army fell. Then they were besieged by the orcs and naturally suffered heavy losses. After a few such lessons, very few people would do it now. Moreover, the humans had suffered heavy losses in this war. The orcs had invaded at this time, and many cities' food had been plundered. There were also some places that had been plundered, and those that hadn't been plundered in time had been burned to ashes. Now they still needed help from the kingdoms, so they naturally didn't want to waste food and continue chasing. Right now, many territories were organizing large-scale farming. They wanted to harvest a season's worth of autumn food before winter. They didn't want a large number of civilians to freeze or starve to death. Although the nobles didn't care about the casualties of the commoners, once a large number of commoners died, it would definitely affect their rule. After all, a large part of their taxes came from taxes. If all the civilians died, who would they look for to collect taxes? In order to resume production, many nobles had already purchased grain seeds and farming tools from Northern Town City. There was plenty of grain in Northern Town City. As long as the money was in place, all kinds of supplies would be delivered quickly. Because of the arrival of these caravans, Northern Town City had become even more prosperous. After the orc army left, the human side also started to make a post-war summary. All kinds of benefits and factions also started to divide up. Although the death of Marquis Winter severely damaged the strength of the royal family, they still had the upper hand after gaining the support of Su Lin. Of course, even with Sullen's support, the royal family couldn't help but give up some things. After all, Su Lin wasn't Winter who could help the royal family unconditionally. In fact, even the royal family had some concerns about this cooperation. Lancelot had also successfully completed the king's task, but the royal family and Su Lin had only made a verbal agreement and had not signed a document yet. Therefore, while Lancelot was wrangling with the aristocratic parliament, he sent a messenger to the king's city to formally send a messenger to Northern Town City to sign the agreement. As for the political alliance between the royal family and Su Lin, the Florentine royal family felt that it wasn't reliable. Such agreements had been torn up too many times in history. After knowing that Su Lin wasn't married, they wanted to marry Su Lin. Such political marriages were very common in the continent. The royal family now had several princesses of suitable age. Exchanging a princess for a legendary ally was a good deal. The nobles in the north had suffered heavy losses in this orc invasion. Some noble families had even disappeared. After these noble families had no heirs, their territories would be taken back by the kingdom. Of course, some nobles who fled before the battle would be arrested and imprisoned. In serious cases, they would even be stripped of their titles. Now, the nobles were arguing very seriously. After all, those territories had already been developed. As long as they sent people to take over, it would be fine. Both the king and the nobles wanted a piece of this fat meat. For the nobles, death wasn't the harshest punishment. The heaviest punishment was stripping them of their noble status. Sometimes, a noble status required the efforts of several generations. Once they lost this status, those people would fall from the clouds and the whole family would struggle to move forward. Of course, this punishment was rarely used unless a serious mistake was made. During the orc invasion, almost all the nobles in the north had participated in the battle. At the same time, almost a quarter of the population of the northern provinces had been recruited as soldiers, totaling more than 400,000 people. These soldiers would quickly leave after the battle. At the same time, the orc invasion had caused a lot of casualties. Sulin had also migrated more than 100,000 people from the northern provinces. Not only were the northern provinces short of food, but they were also short of population. Now that the northern provinces were quickly recovering their production, Sulin wouldn't be able to migrate a large number of people from the northern provinces in the next few years. If they wanted to increase their population quickly, they would have to buy from other countries. Sulin was also preparing to establish a duchy. Now that the northern city had a population of more than 100,000 people, a powerful army and rich resources, it wouldn't be difficult to establish a duchy with enough military power and economic wealth. And this time, due to the invasion of the orcs, although the kingdom of Florence had repelled the orcs, its strength was severely weakened and it needed time to recuperate. Moreover, Surin had signed a political alliance agreement with the royal family of Florence. It could be said that the obstacles to the establishment of a principality had been reduced to the lowest level. If the northern city wasn't still under construction, Sulin would have already announced the establishment of a duchy. But now he could only wait until the northern city was completed. He couldn't rush to announce the establishment of a duchy before the capital was built. When the time came, a large group of refugees would live in the camps, and the capital's city walls wouldn't be completed. It wouldn't look good on Sulin. According to tradition, the establishment of a duchy needed to invite some countries to observe the ceremony. At the same time, they would also act as witnesses. They couldn't wait until the ambassadors of the surrounding countries arrived and found out that the northern city was still a big construction site. Sulin couldn't afford to lose face, so the establishment of a duchy could only wait until the third phase of the northern city was almost completed. In fact, on the system panel of Sulin, the conditions to upgrade a duchy had already been met. The population of the northern city was more than 100,000 people. After the city's upgrade was completed, Sulin could announce the establishment of a duchy. Several countries that had trade relations with the northern city, such as Florence, the Southern States Alliance, the Desert Kingdom and the Kingdom of Lorenza, had all expressed that they would send ambassadors to observe the ceremony. After the establishment of a duchy, Sulin could be considered as one of the forces on the continent, although it was only the lowest duchy among the many countries on the continent. Hathaway was very busy now. In addition to repairing the secret realm every day, she had to plant all kinds of magical plants. At the same time, she had to take care of the wizard tower's construction. Fortunately, she had Karina, Grace and Alex to help her. Karina and Grace now had level 3 access to the secret realm. Sulin still thought it was funny how Karina and Grace were stunned when they saw the secret realm for the first time. They used to be the leaders of the drows and half-elves respectively. They had always been calm in front of Sulin. That time they had seriously lost their composure. Karina and Grace were pleasantly surprised when they found out that Northtown City had such a huge secret dimension. As 4th-level spellcasters, they were very clear about the function of a secret dimension. Such a huge secret dimension could easily supply the needs of a wizard organization. Sulin divided an area from the secret realm and gave it to the two of them. The land could be used to plant magical plants and also be used for breeding. When Sulin came to the secret realm again, the two areas had been planted with all kinds of magical plants. Karina was planting bloody datura, weeping grass, shadow flower and so on. Grace was planting golden oak, sunflower, exploding pepper, more coffee, thorn vine and so on. Su Luan also planted these materials in the secret realm. He kept some for himself and he planned to sell the rest. After all, there weren't many wizards in Northern Town City, and they didn't need so many magic materials. There were still many places in the secret realm that had not been planted. Although he wanted to plant all of them, there were too few people, so he could only leave them empty for now. Sometimes Su Lin wanted to catch some fairies and make them his slaves. Fairies were not big creatures, only a dozen centimeters tall. They were beautiful and ugly, but they were born smart. However, they were not very powerful. They could help wizards grow magical plants. Unfortunately, due to many reasons, there were very few fairies left. These fairies were now hiding in some dangerous areas and rarely appeared in the outside world. Some large wizard organizations even had fairies living in them. Su Lin planned to trade with those organizations when he had the chance. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.